listening to the MYCOGEEKY Podcast, a podcast that inspires people to grow mushrooms at home to improve their mental, emotional, and physical health. Most people call him geeky, and he is a passionate mushroom cultivator, advocate, and educator. Every week, he sits down with fellow cultivators, mushroom educators, scientists, and therapists to discuss the various ways people can approach mushroom cultivation and how mushrooms can be used to improve their lives.
I got the one that didn't have sound. Sorry, guys. You guys got to just add that little sound effect in there later. We'll do that in post. What's up, everybody? 2024. Happy New Year. Hope you guys had fun last night. I tried to keep it a little bit low-key. I didn't want to get, too drunk. I'm old, I got drunk when I was young. I don't need to do that so much anymore. Anyway, but I hope everybody, all you youngsters out there, I hope you guys ripped it up, had a good time, hung out with a lot of friends. And then, of course, nothing like a hangover from New Year's to have you start thinking about those New Year's resolutions. Am I right? I mean, you're like, oh my God, I got to stop drinking. I got to start getting healthy. I got to go to the gym, all that stuff. And New Year's resolution, grow more mushrooms, grow harder to grow mushrooms, grow cooler mushrooms, just grow mushrooms. That's what I'm going to do. Anyway, thanks for being here. Hopefully we're going to have a little bit of fun tonight. Celebrate, another year. I feel like this is the year right here. However awesome we thought 2023 was, and it was pretty great. A lot of changes, a lot of transition in this community. I think this coming year is going to be a really exciting year. Probably next 2 to 5 years are going to be pretty great. Anyway, so let's just say this is going to be the start of it. I can't wait. I'm excited. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff tonight. All sorts of topics that are on my mind. Yes, I will be fielding comments from the Peanut Gallery here in the live chat. If you guys have things you want to talk about, hear us talk about, if you're dying to ask a certain question, ask away. If me or any one of the guests sees it, we can bring it up and we can get into it. So before I do that, the thing I always do is shout out the people that keep me going and support me. My Patreon supporters, love you guys. Patreon.com/MyCOGEEKY. Oh, I think that's actually / I don't know, the one that goes that way. You guys are great. I got about 100 of you guys. You guys are just wonderful. And I sent you guys out some little Christmas cards. Finally dawned on me, like I was been playing this whole game of grow, right? Like just more topics, more interesting people, grow the channel. And then some, I forget what somebody said, but something just clicked and I was like, man, I got a lot of people that are supporting me all the time. I'm going to this year, the focus is on the people who love this content, want to see it every week, want to see more content. That's who we're going to focus on. People will find the content if that's what they're looking for. That's kind of where I'm at. So anyway, we got the little hat. I got this half off at Walmart, guys. Super cheap when you buy it the day of New Year's. Yeah. Anyway, so trying to be a little festive here. Let's do it. Mission statement. We're going to hit this real quick just so New Year's resolutions, got to stay on track. Let me know how you guys think I'm doing. We're educating and inspiring mushroom cultivators and enthusiasts on the art and science of mushroom cultivation while delving into the medicinal, therapeutic, and societal aspects of mushrooms, including discussions on integration therapy, spirituality, and the decriminalization movement. I do hope this year to get a little deeper into the decrim movement. I think there's a lot of traction going on right now there, and I think maybe the channel can do a little bit more to support those local regional movements that are occurring and celebrate some of the people that are putting in the work. So, and then also, man, I made a fatal error. I said, let's do a mutant grow along. It'll be in, just a couple weeks. And it took longer than that. So we officially next week are going to start taking the orders. Mickey Mutants. He's got everything perfected and dialed in. It will be 3 packs of LC, Numa, Omni, and Tattoo. You get the Enigma for free because of, the rule about Enigma. We're going to talk about that later tonight. We're going to talk about what rules this community seems to want to follow and what rules it doesn't want to follow, and why that might be. I think that'll be an interesting topic. But anyway, so that'll be, I think he said it would be $65 shipped. It's all 10 ml pretty solid price, pretty good deal. And then we will be doing some content, especially for dialing in tubs, how to set things up if you're growing in bags versus tubs, all that good stuff. So anybody that wants to grow mutants, here's a great opportunity, especially if you haven't been able to get your hands on some of these. All right, moving forward. What else do I got? Oh, I want to do just a few little shout outs here. I showed this off last week, but I didn't have it plugged in. I'm pretty excited about this. There we go. All right, so I got this from my buddy P-Funk. It is a particulate detector. He also does air temperature and humidity, and I don't know what the hell AQI is. I'm sure somebody can tell me. But anyway, that PM 2.5, that's like a particulate that is the size of 2.5 microns. And look how clean Geeky's lab is, yo. Look at this. My shit is clean. I brush my teeth, motherfuckers. 0 particulate, not at 1 micron, not at 2.5 microns, not at 10 microns. And this is nice because I tell you what, when I kick on that flow hood and it's been off for a while, particulate goes up. And then another hour goes by, particulate goes back down. So it's been kind of cool. Helps me understand what's going on in the air and all that good stuff. So shout out to P-Funk for that. That was a little Christmas gift from him. I appreciate it. He also sent me some cool stickers. Nobody has gotten me more hip to the sticker game, or I'm sorry, the slap game, than P-Funk of MYCOLOGY Simplified. This is not a paid promotion. He's just my buddy. He sent me some stickers. I forgot to show him off last week. He got some fresh stickers. He recently did 𝐥𝐸𝐬's logo as well. Yeah, just fun. When you order from him, he always sends you a bunch of stickers. Makes it fun, right? You guys know, if you guys have bought something from me, you get a bunch of stickers too. That's how it goes. Also, shout out to Santana Bradshaw. She was my first mentor. I should say the first real mentor that really taught me anything of importance. She wanted to send me a little gift for the fam. She's got one of them 3D printers, and man, she made some cool stuff, man. Check this thing out. It's like you put a little light in it. You turn the light on, right? Let's do it. Let's do the product demo. It's pretty neat. I can't believe what these 3D printers can do now. I mean, that looks like basically like a product. That's beyond prototype at this point. Thought that was cool. And then she did a little mushroom light. Let me get this thing to focus. There we go. It's kind of cool. I like it. It will definitely be fondly admired when I'm doing my MYCO work for sure. And then my buddy 𝐦𝐿𝐴ntler, he sent me... he didn't have to. He's a nice guy. He's going to be on, hopefully this year, he's building the most ridiculous at-home mushroom lab you guys can possibly imagine. He bought a house with like 14-foot ceiling in the basement. So he's got like a 2-tier lab he's working on right now. So anyway, when that's done, I'm either going to go there and film it or we're going to have him do a tour of it. But anyway, he sent me a little label printer. So I'm going to try that out, do some... instead of just writing everything down, I can print it out. So anyway, I want to show gratitude for the people who sent me gifts. Also, speaking of that, later we're going to talk to Casey Strange. She, I said, hey, I want to give out some genetics to my Patreon supporters. And I had every intention of paying her some money. And she goes, no. Just let me send you some genetics for them. So all my Patreon supporters that got some Rusty White genetics from her, that was out of the kindness of her heart. Really appreciate that. So thank you for that. All right. So I think my gratitude list is done. Y'all saw that kick-ass knife from last week. This thing, I am going to be foraging some amazing mushrooms with this knife. I am going to cut the stipe of many a mushroom come spring and summer and fall. All right. I got to get this off. I don't like stuff on my head. I can barely keep this hat on, to tell you the truth. Anyway. All right. So, I invited just a bunch of people, not everybody that I love, but just some people who were on my mind, and some people who haven't been on yet, some people who have been on a bunch, and everything in between. And so this early slot here, we're going to talk with a bunch of people, some old friends, some people that you guys have never seen or heard of, at least on the show. So I'm going to here's how tonight's going to go. I think we got about 15 to 20 people we're going to pull in. I'm going to try to give everybody a little bit of one-on-one time, so everybody watching can kind of get a taste of, who this person is, what they're all about, where they're at. Are they on Instagram, Facebook, Discord, all that kind of stuff? And then, and then once we kind of walk through those people for that slot, then we're going to bring everybody in, and we're going to vibe. We're just going to talk about mushrooms. A bunch of people talk about mushrooms. That's kind of what we do here. All right, so let me see. First up, let's go. Okay, so we're going local. I got, I'm in Akron. I don't have a bunch of local guys, and I really don't have anybody directly in Akron. These guys are all sort of around the Akron area. And I met this guy, man, I don't even know which platform it was, but anyway, he was like, yeah, we don't live too far away. We got to chatting. I talk with this guy a lot. This is one of my main guys. Love talking with him. He's been growing for a very long time. He gives me good advice. He gives me good perspective. I really value this guy's friendship. And hopefully this spring we're going to find a bunch of ovoids, and we're going to start doing a bunch of cool stuff with a bunch of ovoids. So anyway, let me welcome to the show. Let me get this set up here. My buddy Happy Hyphae. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I am good. All right. So why don't you just take a minute, let everybody know like what you grow, how long you've been growing it for, and what you're up to these days as far as mushroom cultivation goes.
I started growing cubes like in 2002, and kind of did that just like grain to grain transfer. Pretty much the same story everybody says. Like you just start out with like just doing grain to grain transfers, and then I wasn't back then. You didn't have YouTube and all that stuff, so was kind of doing my own thing, and then I hopped on the internet and started looking around and realized that people were starting to breed these things, and it looked a lot different than it used to. There used to only be like land races basically, or, whatever you would call them, Brazil, Cambodian and stuff like that. And they all look pretty much the same. And, I started seeing some crazy isolations and stuff, and I was like, wow. And then I just made up my username and started buying different cultivars from people and growing that stuff out, and did that for a while. And now I'm just moving on to like exotics and stuff. Like I'm really into pans right now and subtropicalis, and that's pretty much what I'm doing now. More on the pan side. I'm gonna go after that, setting up a tent, and gonna try my hand at that for a while.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like so more people as this little shroom boom is happening. I feel like especially with people like Nicky MYCO, who, he's out there hustling. He's trying to find something else to sell you. And so he's found some guys who's getting some real, unusual psilocybes and other actives, and definitely making the push to get it out there. I think a lot of things are happening right now. I know in my Pans channel, I feel like I talked to Altered Vibes about this, but I feel like literally every other week, somebody has pictures of an amazing just trays just flushing like crazy everywhere. And then they tell you about their tech, and it's completely different than what the guy from 2 weeks ago was doing. And so you're like, okay, there's definitely a lot to this. There's more than one way to grow pans. But it's been really fascinating to see people want to start growing pans, finally figure it out, and then they inspire a couple other people to do it, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm you know, I'm hoping you're going to get it dialed in. You live not too far away from me. So when you get a tech, I know that tech's probably going to work for me. Like I said, I got a lot going on. So I definitely am hoping somebody nearby is going to dial in some techs for me. So that's great. Exotics, right? Like once you figure out how to grow cubes, you don't stop growing them, but then you're like, well, what else can I grow? This got psilocybin in it. And so, yeah, I feel you on that. That's where I'm at. I got a bunch of zaps. My travel schedule has not helped out with my fruiting of my zaps, but man, I got a few guys on my zaps channel. They're pumping out zaps. So, I feel like 2024 is going to be a good year for exotics and techs around exotics. So, that's pretty exciting. All right, man. Well, I'm going to pop you off. I'm going to pull the rest of the gang on, and then when we get through everybody, we'll chit-chat. We'll round table.
Awesome.
All right, guys. All right, so next up. All right, this guy watches the show, follows me on Instagram. I follow him on Instagram. He's got a YouTube channel. He just earnestly is learning how to grow mushrooms, and I've been watching him get better and better, you know, every week, every month. His enthusiasm, I'm very much a man of enthusiasm. This guy is a man of enthusiasm, so I recognize my own kind right off the bat. Him and I get along just fine. I'm talking about Flacos FUNGUY. What's up, dude?
What's going on, man? How's it going?
Good. All right, so Flacos.
Yes, sir.
How long you been growing? Tell everybody a little bit about your journey in growing cubes.
So I've been growing probably close to 3 years now. The first year and pretty much almost the first year and a half was pretty much trial and error, man. Like I was literally watching every YouTube video that I could, doing things from, you know, the Uncle Ben's to all the way to the popcorn tech, you know what I mean? And then just doing everything in between, ordering LCs, trying to do my own agar and everything. And, you know, it's real complicated, like you said, because it's, no matter who you ask, everybody's got a different technique. Everybody's got something else, you know what I mean? So it kind of just finally started clicking for me, I'd say, after I went through a period, man, where I was getting like nothing but, I had one successful tub, and I think it was just beginner's luck, my one beginner thing, you know, I got the BFR cakes, and that worked out really well for me. I grew maybe a few golden teachers, and I was like, hey, man, I was hooked on that point. So after that, I was just trying to expand it and go into like the you know, shoe boxes and all that other bit of stuff, trying to get a little bit bigger of a harvest, but it just wasn't happening for me. It wasn't happening. I was getting contamination after contamination after contamination. And it was just because I wasn't sticking to a tech. I was listening to what one person said and then going and adding, you know, and then doing this and doing that, or just not even following it to the T. I was hearing people. There was plenty of people trying to give me good help. I found communities really, really fast. And there was a lot of good people trying to give me help. But you know how you are, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody else, but for me speaking personally, I always think that I know how to do something when I don't. You know what I mean? And I can hear people tell me a million ways to do it, the right way to do it, but I'm still like, maybe I can just tweak it a little bit this way and it'll work out for me, but it didn't. So finally I just stopped trying to be so complicated with it. I tried all the grains, I had success with all of them, but I kept coming back to like, you know, I'm a brown rice guy, man. That's what I use. I don't do the Uncle Ben's tech, but I go by the whole brown rice, and I do the 3-minute boil in the pot. You know what I mean? And it's the fastest for me. I'm a family man. You know, I got kids and everything, so they tend to ask, what am I doing a lot? You know what I mean? I do grow gourmets and all that other stuff too, but I like to keep what I do too, you know, away from them at that point too sometimes, you know. But the 3-minute boil for the brown rice seems to be like the quickest thing for me, and I can toss it in the pressure cooker or the Instapot, whatever I want. It cooks real quick on that, and I kind of just stuck with that. And then doing the shoebox tech was what seemed to work for me. I have a small tent set in the side of my room, and it doesn't take up much space. I don't stack up big boxes, so I did that for a while. And then now I've been finding myself just using like aluminum foil turkey trays, man. You know, keeping it plain and simple. I use the aluminum turkey tray. I get my blowtorch and I blow 3 holes on the sides. You know, I make a tub, and then I just get the Glad Saran wrap. You know, the cling wrap. use that as a liner on the bottom, and it works beautiful to stick to my cakes.
Nice.
You know what I mean? And I've been watching your show for a while. I remember you had Dave came on there, and he's like, you know, if you just want to grow different genetics and just, he's like, I do quick turnaround times. He's like, try 1 inch sub. And I've been doing the 1 inch sub, and I'm telling you, my turnaround time is so quick. I go through a ton of different genetics, and I just like to see them. I like to try them all. So it's not like I don't need like tons and tons. If I get one batch that's good enough for me, on to the next one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Dude,
it's
what I like about where you're at, and it's been cool to watch this, is it's really cool to see that you're now in this phase of, you went from the how the fuck do I grow these things to, okay, I know how to grow them now, and now I can really start playing around and make this work for you, try things for your satisfaction, your cultivation practice. I think that's a really important lesson for people who are still feeling like, God, am I ever going to figure this out? And you just stick with it, and you do. I also love that you were just like, yeah, people don't want to do what he said. Some people really are like, but I got my little magic touch I think I'm going to put on it. A lot of people do that. It's okay. It's okay. That's part of it. If that's how you start, that's how you start. Other people, some of these new guys, they go, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to do whatever the fuck this guy says. And then they blink and they're doing it. So to each his own. Everybody's different.
exactly,
Yeah.
man.
All right, dude. We'll talk in a second. I'm going to run through everybody else here, and then we're going to powwow.
Appreciate it.
All right. So next up, so I had this guy on. He was one of my first guests way back. This is even before I had a YouTube channel. I started trying to do the podcast on my Discord. So we're going way back. And him and I, we just get along. I have some of the best talks with this guy. I love this guy. Absolutely one of my favorites. I'm talking about Dr. Mike. He goes by John. His name's John. His product line is Dr. Mike. I think plenty of people call you Dr. Mike.
They do.
But yeah, John. Okay, let me.
Yeah, happy New Year.
Thanks, man. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
It's going to be a good one. That's what I say. I think it's going to be a fun, exciting next couple years, 2-3 years for sure.
I got a good feeling for the mushroom community, especially. There's so much interesting stuff going on. It's going to be awesome.
It is going to be. All right. So we have not talked publicly in a while. So I still use Dr. Mike MPG Plus literally all the frickin' time. I love it. I can't say enough good things about it. We will talk a little bit later when we bring everybody in, maybe about who's tried it, who hasn't, why they haven't. I'll tell people why I use it, what I like about it, all that kind of stuff. But I know since you were first on, it's not just about little packets of bacterial colonies anymore. You got more product lines going on. So why don't you quickly tell everybody kind of what you've been doing for the last year, what some of your new products are, just so people kind of know what's up.
Yeah, so we managed to move into some commercial space, which is fantastic when you're used to working out of a house where you've got pets and things, because you've just got to be double, triply sure everything's done completely perfectly, which we do anyway here, but it's nice to be where you have room to put your flow hoods, where everything's properly lit. And then we got cracking on with buying some machines so that we could mix things properly. So we've got a huge pharmaceutical grade stainless steel blender that we make liquid culture, and we're going to be kicking out some 𝐥𝐤 products with soon. So we've been working on those. But for the most part, really, it's just feeling out where everything's going, talking to people, what their experiences are, like what do people need to help them on their journey to grow successfully at home in suboptimal conditions. Not everybody's got like your buddy's lab with 14-foot ceilings in it,
right?
In the basement. So it's just basically talking to the community, figuring out what's going to be good to do, and then trying to execute as best as possible.
That's awesome. All right, dude. Well, we'll be back here. I'm gonna keep running through everybody. Cool. We'll powwow in a second.
Sounds good.
All right. So who I got next? Let me see here. I gotta look at my time schedules here. I think a couple people are here early. That's okay. Not too early. Geeky's running a little bit late, but that's fine. All right. So next up is Actually, all those guys are. Oh no, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed her. All right, so on Instagram, she goes by 𝐥𝐤𝐤. Been following her for a while. She's been following me. She watches the show. She is also an extremely enthusiastic mushroom cultivator. Just my type. We chit chat, not every day, but you know, we'll have little spurts where we talk a lot, and then she goes off and she grows like crazy and does all sorts of things. And anyway, she's been a friend for a while. So let me welcome to the stage, 𝐥𝐤𝐤. What's up? Oh, you got to unmute yourself. Hold on. And I got to find your, dang. Oh my God. In all my haste, I didn't make your,
No, that is okay. Don't worry.
No. We're going to talk and I'm going to make it right now while it's all
okay.
I'm that good. I can just do it that fast. All right. So why don't you, while I'm doing this, why don't you tell everybody who you are, how long you've been growing, what you grow, why you love growing?
Well, hi, I am Martha. I am from Venezuela. I live at Colombia. I have been growing for 2 years, but I am not working in genetics or anything. I just spreading the spores. I am teaching 1,800 people in Spanish how to grow their own medicine. And oh my God, this community is awesome. I have been learning like a lot. And all that I learned here, I go and translate that into Spanish and teach people like to do that. And I am in love with mushroom. Like it is like awesome.
It's not hard to do, is it?
No.
So
well,
tell me a little bit about this educating everybody, because I've been seeing more of it. It warmed my heart. I was like, this is so amazing. Because I remember when you used to ask me some really basic questions about growing. But then, of course, you know, you're watching the show. You're a quick learner. You're figuring a lot of stuff out. So tell me about all your kind of outreach to teach other people in Colombia how to grow.
well, it is like you have to fuck around to find out about your personal tech because not everything works for everybody. Like you have to like do like that fuck around to find out.
You really
I
do.
am just like teaching a tech that have been working for me, but like guiding people like do your grain and wait 1 week to see if that it is good. Buy a liquid culture from a good mycology that you trust, and they already test that in agar, and that doing the sub and everything. I have like a mentor. It is my personal FUNGUY academy, like that he guides me to and teach me everything, and that is it. Like because that I was listening to Flacos, and it is like everybody have like a way to do it, and maybe that worked for them, but you have to try. And
Yeah. It's fascinating. These are things we understand about people, right? Like if I'm dating somebody, you know, I'm 19 years old and I'm dating some girl, and some other guy is not attracted to that girl, he's not going to walk up to me and go, "You're getting it all wrong, buddy. This is not who you're supposed to be dating. This is not right." Like we understand personal preference for that sort of thing, but don't understand that some of the greatest techs, some of the greatest cultivators that I've talked to were the ones who specifically said no to that way. I want to try it a different way, and it worked out.
No,
I think that's why we all love the FAFO, right? Like it really, because this is still new. Science doesn't have all this figured out. China maybe does, but they're not going to tell us. So we gotta do more FAFO, and we should be celebrating. Now, of course, dude, there are times when people tell me they're going to try something. I just had a guy tell me he's going to try to figure out, I won't go into details, but something that I'm almost certain is utterly impossible. Like not even a SWAT team, a PhD, you know, biochemist could figure it out, but he's going to figure it out in his basement. And I said, you know, that seems like a long shot, but good luck. Because who
Yeah,
am
yeah,
I to
yeah.
tell him he can't do it, right? So
My goal is like to avoid the headaches from them. Like, don't waste your time and do it.
exactly. Yep.
Not it is not the right thing, but you must follow my guide so you can have like a
Yep.
successful growth.
And that's also like, I was a musician pretty seriously for a long time. And, you learn how to do if you play guitar right, you want to be a rock and roll guitarist. So you're going to copy a Slash guitar solo. And then you're going to, right? Then you're going to try to play some other style. You copy people at first until eventually then you can develop your own style. Any real, celebrated musician will tell you fondly the people that inspired their development as musicians. So it's just normal. So it's also okay to go, I'm going to worship the ground this cultivator walks on for a while. I'm going to learn everything I can from them. And then maybe one day I'll start figuring out some stuff for myself.
That's it.
Yes, exactly. All right. Well, thank you so much. Let me, I got one more person, but let me see if she's ready to go here. Hold on one second. All right. So this is one of my mods. I also have not made a thing for her because I didn't know if she was coming on or not. But let me welcome to the stage, Madam Mush. What's up, Madam Mush? How you doing?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. All right. Wait a minute. Stop this. Are you roaming around a golf course right now?
No, the ranch.
Oh, you're just roaming around your property. Okay, that's cool.
Yes.
All right. I was like, is she in the middle of 18 holes right now?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. You're like, I live in a rural area. Everybody takes their golf cart to get their mail. I'm like, okay, guys, these golf carts are not cheap, so I admire you. Good for you. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about who you are, how long you've been growing, why you grow, just kind of a little intro.
So I have been growing for about 2 years now. I grew for medicine for myself, and then I also enjoy teaching like other women whenever I can how to grow.
All right. Hold on. Sorry. I am not ignoring you. I'm literally trying to make your overlay right now. So I'm like doing two things at the same time. All right. So, and we met, dude, I don't even remember. Did we meet because of P-Funk?
Yes.
Okay. That was what I was thinking. So anyway, she has been absolutely phenomenal as a moderator in my Discord. It is really true. She really does enjoy, paying it forward. She had P-Funk is a great guy. One of these days I'm going to get him on the show and you guys can, learn a little bit about him, but he really takes the time to help people, learn how to grow. And I know he did that for you, and you have since just been helping people out left and right. It is really appreciated. And I'm not even jealous that you live on a ranch in Hawaii or anything. Yeah, look at this. My goodness. Do you mow that?
No,
just
my neighbor mows all the
Oh
pastures.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. Nice. All right, well, she can grow, guys. So if you're in my Discord and you ever need advice and P-Funk's not answering you and I'm not answering you, Madam Mush will definitely answer you, and I promise you she can help you grow better mushrooms. All right, so now let's do this. We're going to pull everybody on. Oh, I missed one. Hold on. My bad, guys. My bad. She just showed up. I got one more person, and then we'll pull everybody on. All right, 1 second, Madam Mush. All right. I met this gal in Mexico, hanging out with Alan Rockefeller, Mandy Quark, and all the cool kids. She was on recently. She is doing a little bike trip from Mammoth Caves all the way down to the southernmost point of Texas. Why? I don't know. If you know Ray, you know she doesn't even need a reason. She just decides to do it. And she's gonna do it. So anyway, welcome to the show, Ray Jean, what's up?
Hey, Hattie.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
So you did it. I have not had you back on. You finished your trip. You made it to the southernmost point. Why don't you give people like a quick idea of what it's like to bike nonstop, well over 1,000 miles?
Kind of everything all at once. Like, I remember someone asked me how I was doing like midway through, and I was like, I've never been like so simultaneously like in love with everything and like afraid of everything and like tired and like amazed. Yeah, like that.
Hey, your limits. You took yourself to a limit, and you thought you were at a limit. So she for everybody watching and listening, she sent me a nice little Christmas letter. And at one point she said, man, I was ready to quit. And she's like, but you were just so sure I was going to be able to do this. And you did it, right? You did it. Yeah. You just keep doing it. That's how you do. You just keep doing it. It's like, man, anybody that's got kids, I know Flacos can relate to this. Some days you're like, can I fold this laundry today? I don't know if I can do it, but you just do it. You just keep doing it. One day at a time. That's all you ever got to do, right? One more pedal stroke, one more mile. We can all do it. All right. So 2024, do you got any plans?
I'm currently working on cause kind of my long-term project is I want to be able to like turn like areas that have been like, areas that have been developed and like turn them like back into some kind of viable native habitat. So
you mean so all these old abandoned malls that just sit there for literally freaking ever, maybe we could buy them back and do something with them? That's cool.
Yeah, so I'm currently deciding what kind of like seeds I want to like buy so I can like start growing a bunch of those at home, and then it's kind of a lot of the reason I'm into fungi is because once I master plants, I really want to be able to incorporate fungi into the mix, because that's just a really important and often like overlooked part of like nature that doesn't get included in like gardens and stuff. So
it doesn't. You were right. Yes.
Yeah,
that's cool. Awesome. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, I'm gonna pull everybody on. I know you're not growing a lot of mushrooms, so you might be not have too much to say. That's okay. But thank you so much for coming on, and can't wait to see you again. Whatever bike trip you're going on, or whatever little journey you're going on. Maybe we'll go on another trip here shortly. We'll see. All right, guys. Let me pull everybody back on. All right, Happy Flacos. Dr. Mike, he'll be there in a minute. He's working probably. Madam Mush is gone. All right, everybody's gone. It's okay. I'm going to take off the people who are not here for now. How about that? Okay, so just be us four. All right, so we're going to just do some fun stuff here a little bit. How about just take turns? We'll start from the top right and just work our way around clockwise. Just tell me one interesting thing about you. It can be mushroom related. It doesn't have to be mushroom related. And one thing that you hope to do in 2024. Start with you, Ray.
Shit, okay. An interesting thing about me, because you asked me first, the first thing that's coming to my mind is that I have 6 siblings. And something I hope to do with 2024 is grow a lot of things, a lot of plants, a lot of mushrooms, a lot of stuff.
Nice. All right. How about you, Happy Hyphae?
I just want to get into growing a lot more outdoor stuff, like Mac Ready. Like some of those pictures and stuff of some of the stuff he does outside is insane. I want to kind of start doing that.
I'm with you. Sorry, I'm reading a thing. I just got a notification that somebody's trying to come into the studio, but they can't right now. So sorry. And then, okay, one interesting thing about you.
Besides growing fungi, I also do my own home brewing. For 2024, I plan on doing pretty much how I grow my own medicine. I'm only gonna brew my own beers. So all 2024, I plan on not buying any beer from the store. It's going to be all the alcohol that I consume is any alcohol that I make myself.
Very cool.
Yeah.
No preservatives, no extra chemicals. You don't know
Nada.
what it is. None of that stuff. That's cool. All right, guys. Okay, I got a couple. I got Dr. Mike here. All right, so John, one interesting fact about you and one goal for 2024.
Guess an interesting fact is when I'm not in the lab here, I'm doing just about the most dirty job imaginable, which is renovating a 170-year-old house with horsehair plaster and raccoons that lived in the attic. So it's a real, it's a real kind of duality of existence. So that's kind of what it's part of my 2024 too. In 2024, we're hoping to basically kick out some new stuff that nobody else is really doing. Like we got a new foray into like these injection molded lids and stuff that we're trying to make.
Oh, look at that. He gave us a little sneak peek. He pulled that right off the screen real fast. Okay.
Yeah. So just trying to do some cool new stuff. And, you know, we've always tried to never tread on anybody's toes. Whatever we're doing is something that only we're doing, which hasn't been the most financially intelligent thing to do, but it's been fun. So hoping to make that work for the rest of the year.
Well, when you do that, then product differentiation is easy because then you're doing something nobody else is doing. So yeah,
that's that. Yeah,
sure.
But it's fun.
Cool,
it's a fun journey.
Well, hey, dude, I can tell you this about plaster: get you a sawzall and just cut that stuff out, stud space to stud space. I found because I had to do that quite a bit. I found that was probably the easiest way. It's a dirty job removing old plaster walls, man. They built that stuff to be there for a long time.
I gave myself whiplash. I picked up one of the demo bags and threw it over my shoulder, thinking if I could lift it, I could throw it over my shoulder, and I just threw myself into the wall as well. So it's a learning process.
Yeah. All right. We got Madam Mush back here. Okay, Madam Mush. All right. One interesting thing about you and one goal for 2024.
Well, I own a construction company, and I think that's pretty cool. And then for a goal for 2024 is I'm going to spend a lot more time in the ocean, getting my pre-diver certification, spearfishing, and getting my advanced open water certification.
What? You don't have your advanced open water yet, and you live in Hawaii? That's like one weekend. You can get that easy. Go get that. Man.
I'm gonna get it when I come back from Canada.
There you go. Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right, and I'm coming there. I think we're actually doing Christmas in Hawaii. We finally convinced the old folks to get out of the snow for one Christmas. So I think we're gonna go to Hawaii next year. So get that open water advanced certification. We can go do some dives.
And I'll see you in Mexico.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. I got one more. Let me pull Martha up. All right, Martha, one interesting fact about you, and then one goal for 2024.
Well, when I started growing mushroom, I wanted to like make gourmets in 𝐥𝐤𝐤. Like that was like my thing. Then I discovered that wasn't like a thing. And my goal, I just moved to a town that it is a better environment for the mushroom growing, because I was living by the beach at 40 degrees, and that was impossible. So I just moved there, and I wanted to keep spreading the spores, teaching people how to grow their own medicine, because that is all about, and start working on genetics and everything. I am just an agar addict right now, learning about that, but spreading the spores and teaching people.
That's awesome. You can do it. I promise you. Even if all you do is start ghetto swabbing everything, if you got two different bags of two different cultigens, just double swab them, right? I mean, they got to have spores, but yes, you can do it. I promise you. Start small. A lot of people doing a lot of cool crosses using very primitive methods. It doesn't have to be fancy. Just start giving that a try. You're growing mushrooms anyway, so you might as well, right? You might as well just do it.
Yeah, and
I think that's a good one for everybody.
I am a Dr. Ed like fan, so I am
He's gonna be on.
having like, oh my god, like I have watched all his videos, like dicarions, monocarions, like how to swap everything, like
You'll get
like,
it. You can do it. You can definitely do it. I mean, a lot of people just didn't listen to the voice in their head that said, oh, I don't know if I can do this. This is too hard. And they just watched some simple videos, or they just said, okay, so what do? I just swab 2 fruits. Okay, I can do that. Just try. You just got to try. It's not always, once you get over the fact that you can grow mushrooms and that contam happens and you're just in kind of a groove, it's a total perfect next step. Absolutely. Couple guys that are going to be on later on tonight. I think we're going to talk about that a little bit. So we'll talk about that a little bit. All right, guys. Thank you so much. First crew, then the 9 o'clock, not quite, a little bit later than 9 o'clock crew. Thank you all for showing up. I wish you guys all well in 2024, and we will talk again soon.
Appreciate you having me, man.
Thank you for having me. Like, oh my gosh.
All right, take care, guys.
All
right, let me pull everybody off here. Ooh, where's crew? There we go. Okay. All right, guys. All right, and then now, so all you guys that were just on, if you guys can leave the studio, because I got other people coming in that can't come in because I can only have 12 people in the back. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. All right, so now the other guys are pulling in here. All right, so now we got our 9:30 batch of people coming in. First up, the man, the myth, the legend, absolutely one of my top performing podcasts. Despite numerous audio issues, it doesn't matter. Hardly anybody complained about it because just everybody wanted to hear what this guy had to say. He is one of my long-term true homies. I'm talking about Mushman 9000. What's up, dude?
My brother. How are you
How
doing?
You doing?
I'm doing
I'm
amazing.
good, man.
Yeah,
dude,
me too.
That beard is doing amazing as well.
It's winter up here in Canada.
I
gotta keep my face warm, bro.
You do. Man, we went on a trip and my wife was like, you gotta get a haircut. I got a haircut. Man, I was freezing my ass off. I was too cold.
And you know what? This year, it's not even that bad. Like, we hardly even have any snow. It's been raining. It's wild.
Here too, man.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
I'm
like,
not
where
sure
the
what's
hell
going
is...
on.
I know.
Sure.
We went skiing yesterday. My daughter's really into skiing.
Nice.
And a sad little hill down here. We definitely don't have mountains in Ohio. But the little hill that they got a lift on, they make the snow.
Right.
It wasn't great. It was sad. I was like, okay, I'm done. This is slushy. It's not nice. I'm not having a good time. Yeah. Global warming.
Right.
But it's okay.
Something's going on.
We got to go by land in Canada, by land in Siberia, because in 50 years, that's going to be prime real estate, guys.
Right.
That's the strategy. All right. So we're gonna, and by the way, we're gonna have Mushman 9000 on again for another full episode here in the new year, probably first couple months. But what? And by the way, let me just say, you sent me a cut of Timbit.
Oh, yeah.
And this Timbit is, I try to tell people, it grows like basic ass cubes.
That's one right there that I've been working on.
Dude.
I've been working these for over a year.
They're insane.
They just get gnarlier and gnarlier, man. Like, they really do. They're probably one of my favorites.
Oh my, yes. And you said they were face melters.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah. I'm gonna have to get them tested because they're how fast they grow.
Yeah,
I was shocked.
Totally, man.
Could not.
I ate one like almost the same size as that one, and by the time I had swallowed my second bite, bro, I was high, and I was like, "Is this even possible?" And I got to my couch, and then I woke up on the floor. I was like on the floor, like, holy shit! Amazing.
Yeah, though. Dude. I mean, they're just.
Yeah, look at that.
That's 200 grams.
Wow.
And here's the hold on. Here's a good picture of it. I mean, I think this was just shy of 1,000 grams.
Jeez.
Out of one XLSA bag. It was nuts. It was nuts.
Bro. Totally.
Yeah. So those are amazing. I've been, I've been giving out like Zap cultures. People want Zap cultures and stuff like that. And so I use the little flat rate, small flat rate box, and there's room in there for some other plates. So I've been throwing that in there and telling people, wait till you guys give this a try.
Nice.
You're gonna
Yeah,
love
man.
this.
Right on. Yeah.
Cool, man. And I see, I don't know if we got a taste of this the last time, but one of my early favorite memories of you and your Instagram is this little special spore print wall that you have.
Yeah. So you can kind of see one behind me. This
Yep.
whole room that I'm in is actually covered with them. I got them all over. Yeah. So they like go all the way up there. They go over there. All different prints. They're mainly like, I could use some of them if I wanted to, but these ones are more for me. They keep an eye on me. It's like having eyes all around me all the time, making sure that I'm behaving.
Yeah. Well, I know you, so you are and you aren't, and that's great. That's what we love about you. All right, man. I'm gonna run through a few other people, and then we'll get back and hopefully get more time to get into it. I had a lot of people last time, so let me see what I can do. All right, guys. All right, next up. All right, so this guy, I really honestly, when I talk to new growers that seem very earnestly wanting to make this a hobby, his episode is the one I tell people go watch first, because there is a lot of clarity in it, and it's not just because he prepared a PowerPoint. There was just a lot of clarity and a lot of wisdom in the simplicity in his approach. His documentation serves his agenda. I just can't say enough about his approach is really smart, and I think works for essentially anybody. I'm talking about FUNGUY Mycology. What's up, dude?
What's up, Geeky?
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Doing good. Happy New Year's.
Thanks, man. Happy New Year to you. Can you turn your phone sideways? We want to see that beautiful little clean, amazing lab you got.
I sure can.
Oh, there we go.
Upside
awesome. Yeah, perfect. Cool, man. All right. Well, how you been? I have not talked to you too much, to be honest. I mean, your apes just keep looking more and more unreal.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like I can't get over the apes. That's been one strain that it's been over a year and a half of me still running it back, and I find myself, I think I'm on my 6th time taking it back to sport, and I don't think I'm stopping anytime soon. It's just a lot of fun.
That's awesome. All right, man. Well, let me keep running through everybody. We'll pull you back on, and then we'll start talking about some mushies. All right, next up, I was friends with this guy. I watched this guy, I wouldn't say from the absolute beginning, but from pretty early on. It was abundantly clear that he was very serious and earnestly into growing mushrooms. Again, I've said this a million times. Those are the kind of people I like the best. So, we followed each other. We chit-chatted here and there. We weren't necessarily BFFs or anything, but, I kept my eye on him. And he just kept having a positive forward trajectory. And then I got to hang out with him in Mexico for a week, and it was great. And we're definitely good buds. Talk about natural state mycology. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Good. All right, dude, I like it. You're the first guest with some kind of cool, moody lighting going on. I dig it.
Yeah, sorry, man. These LEDs are like, when we did the test run earlier,
cool.
with like lighting and stuff. Yeah, they're really off right now, so I don't know what's going on.
I kind of like it. I think someone would have paid for that lighting setup. That's cool.
Sweet. Well, I can roll with that, man. Well, happy New Year to everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, happy New Year to you. We're gonna just run through, get everybody on, and hopefully just talk shop for a while. So let me keep going here.
Sounds great, man.
All right. And then I have, let me see who's here for 9 and who's for 10. Okay. All right. I've been friends with Dr. Chu for quite a while. He is a good guy. He also just happens to be a PhD level clinical psychologist, forensic psychologist. So he helps people that go to prison, try to help assess, their mental states and all this kind of stuff. So he's doing some pretty serious work, probably some very emotionally and mentally difficult work at a very high level. He also happens to love mushrooms. Had him on. We talked about it. Wanted to have him back tonight just to see what he's been up to and see what 2024 has in store for him. So let me pull him on. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you great. Yeah, now I just got to figure out where your overlay is here. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah. I guess I should have done the mic check earlier.
Oh, you're fine, dude. It's all good. So how you been? Why don't you do this? Tell everybody, I mean, I sort of did a little bit. Tell everybody what you've been up to. I think you went back to work. You'd been off like for COVID a little bit, right? So just tell everybody what you've been up to mushrooms wise, professionally, and we'll go from there.
Mushrooms, I been getting, I always said I was going to stay away from like the mutants, like the Shakti brain and, you know, all of like the Enigma.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's been kind of the thing I actually eventually got into, started running those. I like them, man. They're cool. They're like totally different. They take a long time, so I get to stare at them a lot longer, which is cool. I don't have to pick them right away. And like, I get to enjoy, staring at them. So that's cool. I want, you know, professionally wise, I started working with substance abuse clients, still within the legal system, but strictly substance abuse. So that's been a little interesting, a little bit, you know, it's different, but nonetheless, man, like you said, it's interesting, always interesting. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
It's really important. Yep.
It is. And it's, I mean, the mental health crisis, everybody talks about, we're in a crisis. I'm like, oh, we are. But if you think it's as bad as it's going to get, you're also poorly mistaken. It is a growing problem. All the more reason why I think medicine like this that can take you on a trip, can readjust your mind, can reset your thinking, that can just give you a broader perspective. It's, you know, I don't even need to wait for the science to officially tell me about that, although I can't wait for it to do that. I've experienced it. I see it in people. I hear stories all the time. It's great. And so maybe we'll talk a little bit more when I bring everybody back on about the future, you know, how the psychiatric and psychological community might be incorporating integration of psychedelic experiences into their practice and all that kind of stuff. I think that is a burgeoning field for sure. So let me do this right now. Let's pull everybody on. Oh wait, who did? Oh, I didn't do Casey. She's not here right now, but she'll be back in a second, I'm sure. So I'm gonna pull everybody back on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so let me do a quick little thing with Casey, then we pull everybody on. All right, there she is. What's up, girl?
Hello.
All right, let me find your little here. Okay, cool. All right, how you been? I mean, we just talked not too long ago, but you still growing mushrooms, right?
I don't know, man. You know, I've been thinking about. No, I'm still growing mushrooms.
I'm done with mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm actually dialing it in. I'm taking a little bit of a different route with the website. I'm gonna start specializing and featuring in strains that I really love.
Yeah.
Cultivars that I really love. Yeah. So
that's awesome.
Working a lot.
That's great. Well, again, thank you. I mean, you sent me, dude, I don't even know what it was. And you didn't just send me like a bag of prints that were folded up in foil. They were already in a package with a label. It was so nice. I really appreciated it. It was a lot of work sending those out. You definitely made it a little bit easier for me. So thank you. All right. So let's pull everybody on. All right. Mushman, Funguy, Natural State, Dark Matter. And I think that is all my 930s. Yes. Oh, perfect. We got it. It's like Brady Bunch. We did it. It's even. I like it when it's even. That's good. All right, so let's do this. We're going to do, of course, the one interesting fact about you, and then hope, you know, something you hope to accomplish in 2024. Start with Casey.
Ooh. One interesting fact about me. I guess a little bit of a what's the word?
I don't know what the word is.
I don't know what the word is either. Not a conundrum, but I have views that a lot of people don't have.
Okay.
I guess socially, politically, you know, I'm an American freedom loving.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cool.
I have opposing views to a lot of my good friends in the community, and I
Hey,
love
man,
talking about it.
you know, lots of old dudes used to hang out at the coffee shop and argue with each other, and they remained friends.
Right? And that's the
so
way it
that's
should
okay.
be.
That's fine. It's all good. All right, and
That's
then 2024 goal.
2024 goal. Well, my resolution this year was basically to be more present and to make more time. You know, I spend all of my time, working in the lab, and I would really like to connect with the community. I see a lot of people in the chat tonight actually who live in Colorado, and I haven't been getting out there very much. So yeah, my goal for 2024 is to connect more with people and to take more of my own medicine, and also I've got some zaps spinning, so my goal is to not kill those. Yeah,
That's
I'm really
great.
excited about that.
Yes.
Dude, I set the tub in September.
Oh,
I set it to bulk in September,
believe you.
and I'm finally getting pins. So yeah, I'm getting into some more exotics. You know, I've got a couple pans going. Yeah.
Cool. Love it. All right, Mushman 9000. One interesting fact about you. Everybody already knows that you are an astoundingly talented musician.
Okay.
So I want something, and a director of really impressive short films. So I want something else.
Well, I don't know if a lot of people know or not, but as of last night, I'm 7 years sober from alcohol and hard drugs.
Good job, dude.
Thank you.
That's great. That's so great.
It's been a battle, man. It really has. And I think it's probably going to continue to be that way for the rest of my life. But it's been nothing but good since. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I talk to a lot of people in the clinical setting about this kind of stuff. And I just say, the problem is, right, the heroin doesn't stop working just because you stop using it. The meth, the whatever you do, whatever your drug of choice is, you know what it does. You know how it works. I mean, even if you're addicted to sex, if you're addicted to food, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the food never stops tasting good.
Yeah.
Sex, same deal. It's hard. It's hard, right? When we develop an unnatural relationship, an unhealthy relationship with something that we fell in love with because we loved it.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Well,
It's
I abused the things that I loved a little too much. You know what I mean? And put on the back shelf. But anyway, as for the new year,
good job.
I think I'm just hoping to grow as much mushrooms as I can and probably eat even more. Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Kind of like, just
I love it.
Yes. Do it.
Yes. Yes. All right. Now, what are we sampling tonight?
I think it's X314.
Okay.
Holy.
Nice.
Woo.
Nice.
It's a greasy bugger.
All right. Fun guy. How about you? Interesting fact and goal for 2024.
I had to think about this one. Something people probably don't know about me is I've lived in a lot of places. I was born in Peru, but I lived in Argentina for a bit. I lived in New York. I lived in Miami. Now I'm in Orlando, but who knows where the world will take me eventually. I'm pretty open to wherever it takes me. And goals for 2024, keep it short and simple. I recently went foraging for the first time. Loved it, and I want to do a lot more of it. So
we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk, dude. We're gonna talk. Yes.
Let me know.
I love it. I can't tell you. It's where I started very informally as a kid, and man, any reason to get into nature and connect with nature is what's up for sure. All right. So speaking of that, and somebody who I already know loves to go foraging and connect with nature. All right. Natural state. How about you? Interesting fact. How about this? Something I don't know about you. And goal for 2024.
We've been talking a lot, man. That's going to be a hard one. Let's see. Something you don't know about me would be, I have a dog who is probably like my daughter equivalent.
Okay.
And yeah, she's 9, so I'm starting to get a little nervous about her passing when she does. So yeah, I don't know. A little dark. Sorry.
That's good. Yeah, no, that's fine. Man, they've done
What's
studies
on my mind?
and people who are really close to their dogs, they feel that emotional loss is the same as losing a close family member. It's real.
Yeah,
I couldn't imagine losing my cat.
well, we got her at 4 weeks old, and so like she's like it's a weird dog relationship. It's not like I've had a lot of dogs. I grew up with a lot of dogs. Have had a lot of them die. But this one's gonna hit hard. So yeah, it'll be Didn't mean to get all.
It's all
somber.
good. No, it's part of life, right? Birth and death. It's all part of the deal. All right, Dr. Chu. Interesting fact about you, and goals for 2024.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, so I really like spicy foods, man. Like the spicier, the better.
All right.
And so I'm sort of on this kick where like I want to try to explore like how far I could go. Like, what's the hottest thing I could, like a personal challenge, I guess.
Have you bought one of those chips? You know, you can buy that little chip in a box.
Dude, I want to get one.
I will buy you that chip if you come on the show and eat it. Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Have
do
you
that.
had Yellowbirds?
Okay, I'm down.
What is
Dude,
it?
what is it?
Yellowbirds. They're out of Austin. It's a hot sauce brand. They're good stuff.
Really?
Man. Yeah, they do like a ghost pepper. Really good.
Dude,
What's
yeah,
up?
if you ever want culinary like inside scoops, Natural State knows all these little culinary things, man. He's always good for that.
All right, I'm gonna have to hit you up, dude.
Yeah.
No,
Man.
so I like spicy shit, but I grew these peppers this last couple months. Right? I don't know. I've been posting a little bit on Instagram, the California Reaper, and when I tasted it, dude, it fucking like the top of my mouth went numb. Like it started like itching and shit like that. I don't know. It was a crazy experience, right? So.
And you want to do it again?
Yeah, I don't know if it's those endorphins or what, but I want to push that. So I'll say this: give me about a couple months, and I'll do the chip challenge. Right now, for Christmas, I got a hot sauce, and it's made with the Pepper X,
okay,
which is the newest chili. What's his name? Pucker Butt Company, Ed. Anyways, so I'm gonna work on that. It's spicy.
Smoking Ed curry bread.
Yeah, it's one of his sauces.
Thank you, Info Warrior, for that information.
Yeah. So I'm gonna work my way up, man. So that's one of the, so I just started exploring this. It kind of hit me after I grew these chilies. Like, dude, I want to see how far I can go with this. Like, I want to be like in the contest. I think where like I'm eating like hot ass chilies. I think at some point. Yeah, maybe down the line. Yeah, but professionally this year, I'm gonna start studying for this licensure. Like I said, I wasn't licensed. Like we talked about. So that's like kind of some unfinished business, man. Like once I get that license, I feel like I've officially made it. You know what I mean? Like,
nice.
I open up my own practice. I write my own diagnoses, everything. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a family member who went to engineering school and waited another 8 years to pass his official test so that he could like sign off on all his stuff, and finally did it. And there's always why did I wait so long? He was really glad he finally just buckled down and did it. Yeah, man. I needed to just tie it up finally. I mean, you always need consultation when giving diagnoses, right? You always want to consult with the colleague. Hey, what do you think about this? Whatnot? You don't want to just start throwing shit out anywhere. But for me, like my personal, like it was like sort of this goal I had. That's going to be, where it's like, all right, cool, done. You know what I mean? Nice. So yeah, that's where I'm at, man. Awesome. All right, guys. So
hey, can I change my interesting fact?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I like bugs. I really like bugs.
Yes,
that's way
I
better.
also like bugs.
Like I hate going first. That was so awkward, but I like
a good
bugs.
one.
That's way better. Yeah.
Insects are fascinating.
Yeah.
All right.
Carry on.
Favorite type of bug?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I love moths. I love hummingbird moths, hawk moths, but I also really love. So I found a Carolina wolf spider, and I live in Colorado.
Yeah,
this
cool.
is wild. This thing was bigger than my hand. Like I thought it was a effing tarantula, like in my basement. anyway, I was a little scared of it in the moment, but I went and did all this research, and I really wish I would have like kept it in an enclosure, and yeah, it was massive. So
That'll be 2025. We're gonna start the insect channel. That's gonna be a
there
whole
you go.
yes. We're gonna travel to exotic locales looking for dung beetles and yes,
there you
all
go.
that kind of stuff.
Let's do it in Mexico.
Yes, we'll go to Mexico. We'll look for all sorts of stuff. Let me see. So how about this? I'm trying to think of based on the people I got here. Everybody is, I would say you 5 all have definite favorite cultigens you like to work, and you are not afraid to really work them and not necessarily get distracted by everything that's out there. How about this? Let's hear everybody so far your favorite cultigen to grow, not necessarily to experience, ingest, but just so far to date, the one that you just your favorite one to grow. The one, if you were stranded on an island that was conducive for growing mushrooms, what would be the one you would bring with you? All right, let's start with fungi mycology.
I think.
Let me guess.
I'll surprise you. I think I'm really into growing ghosts. I love how they harvest. I think that they harvest like fun. I don't know how to say it in another way, but they pull off like so easily that it's like when you're harvesting, you're not even thinking about it. It's not a lot of work. You're just like popping them off, and the substrate is smooth. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
I like it. Yeah, and oh my God, I mean, of course I like a big flush of ghost, but what I really like is just that quintessential ghost fruit.
They're beautiful.
If I get one, I can just look at that thing for an hour. Yes, it's a spectacular morphology. I hear you. All right, natural state to date, and I have 2 in my head. I think I know what you're gonna say, but let's see your if you were stranded on an island, what cultigen would you take?
Well, I have to like just on principle, I have to say I lost my like love for already existing stuff a while ago. Not my love for it, but my interest, my like deep interest in it. And so like a new cross would be any new cross. But if I had to pick something already existing, probably Nutcracker.
I would have never guessed that.
No,
I'm kidding. I know.
Okay. I was being facetious.
That would have been my first guess. Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
But I like that. I like the perspective of new, something brand new.
That's just. I mean, that's taken my focus really. Yeah. Very much.
It is a bug.
Yeah.
It's a bug, and lots of cool things are happening. I think we're going to talk with some people a little bit later on. I think 2024 is going to be the year of vendors starting to make monokaryotic cultures available. I think it's going to be the year for more people casually crossing, because the truth of the matter is anybody that actually does this, there's too much work to be done. So we don't need to play this. I'm going to step on a soapbox for a second, but we don't need to play this game of you didn't earn it and this and well, if you don't really understand. No, we just need people taking one mono and putting it in a fucking bag and growing something and see what they get. Because like I think Ed Grand said one time that the people that breed orchids, they can do this for 50 years. And if they ever just get one truly unique hybrid, that they've accomplished more than most people do. That it's a lot of work.
It's crazy. For example, I just fruited 1 bag of Deep End from Spore, a T1, and I got 3 different reversions from 1 bag. And so like that's one example of like one little bag. That's something that's like 3 projects.
That's now triple the work of what.
It's like God dang. Yeah.
Yep.
Wearing me out.
All right, Dr. Chu, what your favorite cultigen to grow? Oh, you're muted.
So the one I just seem to keep going back to, where I want to keep growing it to see if just, I don't know. To me, it's just a mushroom. It's still magnolia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's nothing special, but I love when the first time I grew it, it was like just the color, like the deep amber color. Yeah. And it's just a good old mushroom, man. It's a beautiful mushroom. Simple as that.
I like it.
Nothing crazy, just a beautiful mushroom.
Nice. All right, Mushman 9000. I cannot wait to hear.
Well,
I know I'm giving you a hard question. You can only take
I've been
one.
thinking about it. So I'd have to probably go with the one I started with, *𝐴MBO's.
Okay.
Yeah, just because that's what I spent a lot of years growing at first, even though I've grown so many since then, and I freaking love them all. So it's really tough. But if I had to choose, I'd probably just go with what I started with, because that's what started everything for me.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, Casey Strange, Basement Culture.
All right.
Cultigen.
Just one. Nebula Octopi for sure. Nebula Octopi.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been working on it for a little while. I still getting some when I take it back to spore, I'll get some different. I mean, it's just such a funky mushroom. Like I love it. Can't get over it. Mac Galactic is a close second though. That's
nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very cool. All right, we did it. One interesting fact about me that I haven't talked about.
That none of us know. Yeah. How about that?
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay. I am an award-winning poet.
Oh,
right. Are you really?
There you go.
Like with the literal awards?
Literal awards, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's Brad.
Come someday.
Poet.
I'll send you one. And then for 2024, I'm really just trying to, I think I spent so long thinking I could unify the community and bring everyone together. And I still want to do that. That's not like I don't want to do that, but I think I'm definitely trying to support the people who show love to me more and build the relationships of those people. I think when I went on the trip with Natural State and got to really know him and Don King, and I went down to NAMA and met a bunch of people, I got to actually interface directly with people this year. And I definitely want to do more of that. So I want to strengthen relationships. I'm getting up to the middle of nowhere in Canada. I'm going to hang out with Mushman.
Yeah.
We're going to get around. So slowly but surely over the next few years, I'm going to try to get around more places. So that's mine. And then favorite cultigen. I probably, if you'd asked me a few months ago, I probably would have said ODPE. I still really love that. The cut I got from Fungi Guru was just a really fun cultigen. It was probably, I had a few flushes that were just so densely canopied, and it's not the easiest mushroom to grow and have a uniform look to them. They do a lot of times like to do other things. But I really fell in love in general. Like I went absolutely 100% all in at that point. So probably that. I do love Ghost. I'm not gonna lie. Something really special about that morphology. I'm growing it again here now. I've been not growing it for a while, and really like that. But man, I don't know. I'm like all you guys. I could probably talk lovingly about a good 30 cultigens and mean it about them all. So
yeah.
And I really like Natural State's comment though about, man, the mushroom I love, the cultigen I love is that one I'm working on right now. I can't wait to see what it looks like. I got one right now that I cannot wait to see what it looks like. Is it going to disappoint me? I don't know. Maybe not.
And seeing other people grow stuff out that you've sent them. That too. Like that really like, yeah, that's special.
Exactly.
That is gratifying on another level for sure.
It is.
It's
so,
and when they outdo you.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't know why I love it, but I love that. I'm like, yes.
You're like, damn, I didn't even know they could do that.
Because it's like it's like a parent with their kid, right? Like if I was like a mediocre basketball player, but my kid gets a full ride scholarship to a college to play basketball, my ego's gonna take full credit for that, right? I'm like, that's me. I mean, I made him.
For sure.
So I think that's what we do, right? We're like, yeah, that's I sent that to him. That's All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Look forward to talking more, growing more, literally, metaphorically, physically, all that other stuff. Anyway, thank you so
Happy
much.
New Year, all you guys. Everything.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, and then when you guys go, dip out of the green room so other people can come in.
All right.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay, guys. Round 2. Done. Next to the last batch of people for the evening. Let me pull him on. He reached out to me first. I didn't know who he was. I am not hardcore in the cannabis scene. He has an absolutely phenomenal podcast. He has got, you know, a money radio voice. He has got cool gear. He talks to cool people in the cannabis space and also now in the mushroom space. And as I have been watching him since we took turns being on each other's podcasts, he is really growing mushrooms and doing a fantastic job. I'm talking about Higher Peaks. What's up, man?
Hey, Geeky, how you doing, brother?
I am good. Let me add a couple. There we go. Ooh, why am I getting an echo on this?
Are you getting an echo? Do you want me to turn my echo on?
No, I just turned the echo on for you. I think we're good.
Okay.
I think maybe it was just a minute. There we go. Okay. All right, let me pull up your where are all these? I have like 84 overlays in here. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
So all right, how about this? For anybody that maybe didn't watch any of these podcasts, why don't you just tell everybody who you are, what you do now, both with Oregon Rooted and then now with growing mushrooms. Just quick little intro.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, I just been running the podcast for since 2016. Was cannabis based. We do now talk about psychedelics and mushrooms and all of that, psychoactives. Been growing for about a year and a half now, mushrooms and cannabis. Let's see, about ready to open a website. Thought I'd let everybody know that as far as cultivation side, I'm going to be offering some offerings on that. And that's pretty much it. Just been cannabis and mushroom working and throwing out podcasts. This year's going to be good for the podcast. We got some really good heavy hitters in the cannabis industry coming on, so I'm excited about that.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, can't really talk much about it until we secure some things down, but the cannabis folks will be happy this year.
Nice.
Hopefully we can bring on more mushroom people too. It's a little bit different, you know, trying to bring mushroom cultivators on. Some of them are, you know, not so willing and
sure. Oh, trust me, you're talking to a guy who knows absolutely how difficult it is. Yes.
So.
Okay, hold on. I'm typing something out to somebody real quick.
So you had quite a few people on tonight, it looks like.
Yes. I don't know, maybe 15, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Couple people. Yep. All right, man. Well, so you do a podcast, you grow mushrooms,
yes.
you grow cannabis, and you got a website coming. That's awesome. Yep. 2024 is going to be fantastic. All right, let me keep running through the rest of my 10 o'clock guys, and we'll pull you back on in a minute.
X.
All right. Okay, so next up. All right. This guy, I've been friends with this guy for a very long time on Instagram. He another one of my favorites. Yes, I have a lot of favorites. This is definitely a guy I have enjoyed being friends with for quite a while. I have watched him go from very casually growing mushrooms to my favorite. He fell down the rabbit hole. He's all the way down it. He's doing all sorts of cool stuff with mushrooms right now. He is breeding. He is just growing as a mushroom cultivator. I love seeing it. Anyway, he's a pretty interesting guy. We'll let him tell a little bit about himself here. I'm talking about Wardrobe Fungi. What's up, man?
Hey, thank you for the nice welcome. I appreciate it.
No problem, man. All right, let me find your, is that it? Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
All right. A logo created just hours ago.
Yeah, a few hours old. Still working on the text.
I like it. The umbo on that one, that's like a squatty umbo right there. You got the umbo squats.
Yeah, cool. Well, it looks good. I don't know what kind of mushroom it is, but it seems to work for a logo, so that's enough for me.
Yeah. Well, now you got to grow it. Now you got to isolate it and grow it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So the logo's for a website pretty soon. All my spores, my varieties will be available on multispore.com. So that's some stuff I'm trying to get in the works right now.
That's awesome. So I just want to say, my prediction is that over the coming years, at least the next 5 years, people are going to continue to flood into the space. I'm almost certain of it. MYCO can't sell everybody genetics, right? Inoculate the World can't sell everybody genetics. They're going to keep doing the great jobs that they've been doing for a long time, but the need will increase beyond that capacity. And so I love when people tell me, you know what? I think I'm going to vend. And I'm like, yeah, you do great work, man. Let's get your genetics out there. People will want to grow your stuff. So I think that is great. And we'll get to know you a little bit more here in a minute. I also just want to say, guys, one interesting thing I want to tell everybody about you is you used to go by Wardrobe Mycology.
Yeah.
And you changed to Wardrobe Fungi. You want to tell people just briefly why you made that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I heard Ed Grand talk on here, and I'm no mycologist.
Yeah, I that's a respectable move.
Right? And not only that, you know, my interest is so narrow and specific. I just think I'd like to reserve that name or that term for someone with his level of experience. That's just a way I feel like I can respect those people, because the dedication they have to science is way beyond me. You know, I'm a FAFO guy, so yeah. I respect what they do.
I love that. I agree. The term gets thrown around very loosely. I would like to be an amateur mycologist, but I am not so quick to. I like saying I'm into mycology.
Sure.
Yeah, to label yourself that it's a step. You better earn that step. So anyway, that's just my opinion. But I really respected when you told me you did that. I thought that was a cool thing. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, man. So let me run through a couple more people, and then we'll pull everybody on. All right. So next up, we just had him on not too long ago. He's killing it. I don't know how else to say it, but he's killing it. He is, Michael Mamas is killing it. It's like you blink and you're like, wait, who are you? Oh, and you can definitely grow fruit. Okay. I'm talking about 𝐷ichotomous. What's up, brother?
Hey guys. How y'all doing? Hope my mic is working.
Mic sounds good.
All right. Good deal.
All right. Now I got to figure out where your, keys, here we go. Okay. There we go. All right.
Huh?
All right, dude. Have you moved yet?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
I'm a southern guy. I've never dealt with snow, so I'm waiting till the chance of that is over before I drag my entire everything across the country in a U-Haul truck.
Wow, you are so southern that you don't even want to have to interact with that snow if you can possibly. Okay.
Well, no, I think it'd be great. I just haven't ever done it, and I'm nervous about driving in it. I want to have a little time to get used to the idea of that before I just, like I said, end up in a U-Haul truck with trailers and friends following me and all that kind of stuff.
All right, I'm gonna fly out there. We're gonna get a rear-wheel drive vehicle, and we're gonna find the biggest parking lot we can. And we're gonna just start whipping some fishtails out there. I'll get you comfortable real quick. Don't you worry.
Yeah, it's gonna be a new one for me, but I'm looking forward to it.
It should be fun. Can't wait to hear how that transition goes. Can't wait to see what you do up there. It should be real fun. All right, so everybody, 𝐷ichotomous. Let me keep running through all my 10 o'clocks, and then we'll bring all you guys back on here. All right, next up. All right, so this guy, he's new to the show. He definitely watches a lot of episodes. He watches them live. I truly appreciate it. It is very comforting and reassuring and confidence instilling when I see a set of people show up every week, watch the show, know that this is like become a part of what they do on Monday night. It definitely fuels what I'm doing on days where I just don't want to record another episode, days that I have to struggle to, just keep the ball rolling. These are the people who definitely do it for me. On another note, I've watched this guy go from, coming into the scene, being brand new. He just takes it really seriously. He takes cultivating very seriously. He tries things. He evaluates how they go. He evolves. He grows as a cultivator. And, man, if everybody was just doing that, we would just all be even more rapidly accelerating. So I had talked to him about being on. He's going to be on his own episode here shortly, but I thought I'd invite him on for just a little quick powwow tonight on the New Year's show. I am talking about Chiron Labs. What's up, man?
Hey, Geeky.
How you doing, man?
What's up?
All right, now I got to find your overlay here. Give me a second.
Oh, it's all good. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, great. Dude, you do the pro move. You got the gamer headset. That's the way to do it. God dang it. Where is it? I literally have 20 of these things, so I just got to find it in here.
Should I start off by saying, long time listener, first time caller?
There you go. I love it. Yes. All right. So while I'm looking for your overlay, why don't you just tell everybody how long you've been growing, what you grow, why you grow it? Start there.
Probably started taking it seriously end of 2019. My favorite to grow is 𝐤𝐤𝐳, obviously. I have a lot of Shakti pictures on my page. It's just one of the ones I enjoy. And I also have this albino chocolate crinkle that just grows massive fruits. And that's probably another highlighted one on my page.
Nice.
But yeah.
So wait, how long have you been growing now, officially?
Since like the end of 2019. So what are we at? 2024.
All right, yeah,
A few years.
Longer than me, man. Okay, I thought, but why? So how long you been on Facebook for?
Been on it for a few years. I was using my main account and I was posting on the Shroomery and stuff.
Okay.
And then, like any decent cultivator, you get to a level and then the Shroomery just... So you move on to more things.
Yeah, there is that point. Man, I would love to do an episode where I just get on like 5 Shroomery guys and just dissect like, who the fuck are these guys? I mean, I know Alan Rockefeller's there. I know a few of the guys that are there, but these ones where like you don't actually know who they are, I like want to just know what is it that keeps you there? Because everybody else, there's a point where they go, yeah, this is like dating a really hot girl that's got a lot of problems, right? You're at a certain point, you're like, yeah, this is not worth it anymore, right? I
feel it.
Yeah. All right. So, man, okay. So what I noticed was just when you started your Chiron Labs, I didn't realize that. So you've been growing quite a while. No wonder you're so good. All right.
I'm okay.
Yeah. You're good. And I also notice are a good educator. You take informing people seriously. You're like a positive, non-argumentative influence on Facebook. That's also, not super common. So I really appreciate that.
Oh, well, thanks, man.
All right,
yeah,
man,
I just try to stay right there in the middle. Just, I don't want to ever bring people's ideas down if like I could help it. And then, and some of these back and forth things, I just try not to get into.
Oh, Lord, I know. I'm getting better at it, but I just have to like set a timer when I go on Facebook, like 5 minutes and I'm out. Just answer my, DMs and get out of there. I cannot scroll on Facebook. Gets me in trouble. All right, man. I got a couple more people and then we'll pull everybody on. Give me a second. All right. Okay. Next up, hometown hero. He is a hop, skip, and a jump from me here in the greater Akron area. He is coincidentally, and I'm really not overstating this. This guy is a phenomenal vendor. He maintains a rather large menu. He maintains liquid culture, plates, swabs, a lot of different stuff. Up until somewhat recently, he was also growing cannabis. I think at a certain point, the mushrooms took over. But man, I recommend him quite a bit. I have never heard anybody say anything but this guy is good. This is what I wanted my vendors to be like. I'm talking about the mushroom maniac of the fungus frequency. What's up, man?
What's up? Happy New Year. How's it going?
Thanks, man. Let me find your overlay here amongst the thousand. There we go. Okay. How you been, man? Last time I saw you, we were hanging out at the Ohio Mushroom Festival. That was a good time, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think
Definitely.
next year it's going to be closer to Youngstown. They were saying it was going to be like way south, like by Cincinnati, but I guess it's going to be in Youngstown next year. So that's cool. Not really, barely farther than where this year's one was. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's cool.
And you're killing it. You launched a website. You are just consistently, I mean, I tell you what, it's been quite a while since I started the podcast. People are always asking me, well, I want to buy this. Where should I buy it from? And for a while, people were also just buying from the people I had on the show. And oftentimes that works out. And every once in a while that wasn't working out. And I would hear about it. It'd be like, well, you had him on. You said he was good. And he dicked me over. So I got to where I'm like, man, I gotta, if I'm going to recommend somebody, this person needs to just deliver. And I just got to tell you, man, thank you so much. You do. You make a lot of people happy. I have literally never heard a single person say anything bad about their experience. Any vendor out there that's getting started, that's the model right there. Keep people happy. Do what you say you're going to do. It's not that hard. It's better to sell 3 genetics the right way, quality, deliver every time, than to sell 80 things and fuck it up a fair amount. It's just not worth it. And somehow you can maintain a pretty nice library. I mean, I cannot imagine how often you are working every day. I know it's most of the day.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I enjoy it though. So,
yeah.
It's not. That's what makes it worth it. And, just like anyone, I started smaller. I didn't start and just have, 80 different genetics I was trying to work at once. It took time and, starting with a few and then building up and, it just takes time. And like you said, just trying to do the right stuff. And when I came into the scene, it seemed like there was a lot of people vending, but I don't know, not a lot of consistency. So I just wanted to be someone that, everyone could go to and, it'd be someone that was easy to deal with and provide quality.
I mean, you would think this would be what everybody wanted.
Right.
Not. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, well, good job, dude. Thank you. You make my life easier because I don't got to listen to people complain about, that didn't go well. And I mean, I want to recommend people that work out. So thank you for that. I also love, local boys, the Ohioans, the Midwesterners, there are a lot of us in the space. We are an impressive group. We're doing a lot of things for this community. Love celebrating everybody doing that kind of stuff.
Definitely.
All right, man, I got one more person, then we're going to bring everybody on. Give me 1 second.
Cool.
All right, now we got to see where he's at. Here we go. All right. I don't even know if I need to introduce him. Let's hope he's got pants on. I'm talking about the one and only Ed Grant, PhD. What's up, brother?
I just didn't put my pants on.
Perfect. I'm glad you did. I've seen your drawers. I don't want to see them tonight.
I gotta stop the other thing. Okay, there we go.
Perfect.
How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. But I was doing breaking shakes, man. I just ran back from the kitchen.
Nice. Well, you have gone through all sorts of stuff. You were hanging out in Malaysia. Was it Malaysia for a minute?
Yeah, visa stuff, man.
Visa
if
stuff.
anybody's ever dealt with like living in another country, they don't make it easy sometimes, man.
Bureaucrats.
I feel the pain. Of immigrants all over the world.
But you are back. You're it looks like we're in the same room we usually are. So I'm assuming you weren't disturbed too much. A little annoyance, but
No, but I had some epic thing, man. I basically had to move my entire lab, which is what I'm still sorting out. I'm having a little panic attack because I'm looking at all my cultures and I'm like, Casey just sent me some stuff and I've got like some spores I need to get on agar, and it's just like the crosses, and I'm doing these daimon things now in the bags. And
yeah,
it's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff going on.
That's
Little
the problem.
LC.
Everything that goes in here, then you want to do it, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. When I've got all my stuff here at home, I'm looking around and it's just like I literally can't go to take a piss without like seeing 3 things I need to do, or I should have did yesterday, or I'm gonna do next week. And it's like the Post-it notes start multiplying, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
I hear you. Yeah, it is a lot.
Crazy. And I got a little whiteboard here. I'm gonna do the little live stream whiteboard action.
That's what I need. I need one of those boards that just has like today's agenda. Yeah, I want to do that.
Well, the problem is I got 2 of these now. And you got to remember to erase. That's what I was just doing, consolidating Post-its, you know. Post-its are no good if you keep just like adding more Post-its.
Yeah.
You got to like rotate them and stuff.
You got to look at them. You got to actually look at them.
Yeah, exactly. Once they get past the point where you can read them in like 30 seconds, it becomes kind of pointless.
Yeah. All right, man. So let me, we'll pull everybody on here.
That light, I've been trying to figure out how to get that light out of the screen.
Oh no, that looks good. Yeah, everybody looks good. All right, gang.
Oh yeah.
All right, we're gonna do so we're gonna do the just driving home tonight. I was like, oh, we're gonna do one interesting fact. We're gonna do one goal, and since we did this in the last one, one goal for 2024. It can be big or small. It can be mushroom related or not, really doesn't matter. And then stranded on a deserted island, you can only bring one cultigen. Which one do you bring? All right, let's start with Chiron Labs.
Oh, snap. Okay.
You're isolated there in the bottom, so I saw you first.
Yeah, okay. So one interesting fact. Okay, so I am a jack of all trades. Anything that I need to learn, like if I need to do an electric job, I'm like, okay, give me 2 weeks. Let me watch some YouTube videos and stuff. I'm like, okay, I got this. Same thing with automotive. Once upon a time, I became a teacher and stuff, and it was everything is just comes to me pretty. I don't want to say easy, but understandably, it's easy.
You can synthesize information. You can take an information, synthesize it, do something with it.
That is definitely a good way to phrase it. Man, and favorite, you said favorite cultigen, right?
Yep, like that, the do or die, ride or die, one and only. You got to start over it doesn't even have to be a deserted island. It could be, we're sending you to Mars because the Earth might collapse. And you have to maintain, right? Like what is the one you bring for whatever reason?
Okay, so I have this 𝐥𝐤𝐬, got it day 1, and man, they're just little buggers, but when they grow, they have like nice little spots on them. Sometimes they create little rings and stuff. Beautiful looking fruit, and I could look at it all day long, and it had great effects on the body and stuff. Yeah, that's the one I'm sticking with.
All right. I like it. Okay. I love hearing when we sort of romanticize the fruit a little bit, right? Like, dude, if you guys remember what 𝐥𝐤𝐬 on the Zapatacorum episode, that guy talking about the Flacco stem, I mean, he talked about those stems like he was talking about, you know, a woman's long legs or something. He loved those, and I can relate. I mean, it's obviously not sexual, but it's a love, right? It's like how guys love to wax their cars, right? It's a form. You fall in love with the morphology. I get it. All right, higher peaks. Interesting fact about you. One goal for 2024 and ride or die cultigen.
Right. Okay. You might have to remind me of those again. Let's see. Well, I don't normally bring this one up, but in the community, but I do part-time work for the Department of Defense through a company here locally. It's interesting work. I can't talk much about it, but it's fun. I do a lot of electronic engineering work with them.
Oh, okay, cool.
So they've been really involved with this Ukraine thing is the big thing. So that's been huge for them. But anyway, and then you said, what was that? Goals for 2024?
Goal of 2024.
So it's all going to be about the wilds, the land races, or the exotics, as people say. I've ran through about 1.5 years of cubes, and I want to start expanding out into like what a lot of people are doing now with the zaps. I mean, I've been trying to get some local azarens and some psilocybin around here, because Oregon PNW, those are kind of a local wild type option here. And so I want to kind of work with those and see what I can do with those. I got a lot of property here too. I'm going to try to do some wild patches.
I like that.
And then as far as the cultigen, man, I'll tell you what, Jeff's ABB.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Real close actually to the Phobos. I think those are two tied for me. But that ABB, man, it grows some wild fruits. I just did a harvest last night, and man, I'll tell you what, they're just gorgeous, thick, beautiful fruits. And man, it just got legs. I mean, it just goes and goes and goes.
Oh yeah.
I don't wonder when it's going to end.
So
makes for great microdosing, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah, make great microdoses because they do have legs. So if you want something that's going to treat you good all day, as far as on the low end of the scale, man, those ABBs are fire.
Nice.
Good grow too.
And I want to make sure we're
job,
on the
Jeff.
same page. You're talking about albino bayou barenge.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Yep.
Albino bayou barenge. It is, man, that's a wild.
Dude, it's gnarly.
Oh, it's gnarly. Yes, it's a very.
And you got to be careful. It's a little. It's got legs, but it's a little potent. So you got to make you aware. I mean, things get pretty bright.
It's pretty bright. Yes.
And everybody I've talked to that I've worked with on those have said the same thing. So everybody's really positive about the feedback of the medicinal values, if you will, of those ABBs.
All right, like it. All right, Jeff, you can't pick ABB, but let's hear interesting fact, goals for 2024, and then your choice cultigen.
So I'll say the interesting fact and my goals for 2024 kind of tie in together. Obviously, like you've touched on too, mental health and everything goes a lot with our community and everything, and that's something that I've been, just a studier and observant of for my whole life. It's just been something I've been drawn to and everything, and I took some different classes in college for some psychology and things like that, and I'm hoping to get some things rolling as far as getting some integration coaching and things like that also going. So
it's a need.
Yeah, that's pretty much some of my main things.
Nice.
I'll say as far as a cultigen,
favorite cultigen.
I think kind of along the lines of you saying the romanticizing things, I think I'm going to go with Aptar because that was really early on for me, but that was actually a cross that Kyle had done and hadn't really had any success fruiting anything other than just still getting some generic golden teachers. And then it was a huge surprise for me. And as an early cultivator at that point, getting something so cool, that one just always holds a special place in my heart.
Nice. That I will say to date, that's probably one of my sexiest bags. Yeah, is the Aptar I grew.
The Aptar?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one for sure. All right, Wardrobe, your turn.
All right, interesting fact. I used to be a beekeeper. helped start a small business many years ago. That was kind of cool. Goals for 2024, get some genetics stabilized and out in the world. You know, I do plan on sharing all that soon. So that's something I'm pretty excited about and I've put a lot of planning into. And then my desert island cultigen, you know, I have to go with my 𝐥𝐻. I'm very happy with how it's performing.
It looks cool, man.
Thank you.
I need to run it. Yes, it looks cool. Like it. Okay, dichotomous keys. Same 3 questions.
All right, let's see. I made notes because I cheated. All right, so I guess an interesting, I don't know how interesting it is. Anyway, something maybe not everybody knows about me as far as, anyway, I lived in the woods basically for about a decade. Just came out of that. So bought some forestry land 10, 15 years ago and just lived out there, hunted, had, you know, did the little hippie dream, all that kind of stuff, got away from the world. So there's that. Goals, I guess, for this year. Really, my primary goal is just to be happy more often than I'm sad. I guess that's a big one for me. To continue to improve my cultivation skills and move forward in that area. And then just get moved to Colorado safely. And then let's see, favorite strain to grow. I don't know, calling any strain a favorite for me is a little bit of a tough one. But if you were using the parameters of stuck on a island somewhere with nothing else available, maybe chocolate crinkle. I've done a few crosses with it. I like it. It's kind of an all-in-one mushroom. You know, I've only really grown one little sliver of one swab. I've got monos from that. I've gotten albinos, pigmented blobs, just every kind of thing you could imagine from that one swab.
It's a
So it would
Swiss
be a good one
Army
to start
knife
with.
cultigen. Yes.
Yeah.
Like it. Cool.
So a little bit of everything in one.
All right, man. Okay, Ed, you have many to choose from. Let's start with your cultigen of choice. If you had to start all over with one.
Man, you know, I run through so many. I've got probably 6 things in my tent now. And I hate this. This is like when people ask me, like, what's your favorite band?
I know you would hate this question.
I know. It's like, it's my band, NWA, Slayer, Infinite Annihilator. I don't know, Beethoven. I don't know what the fuck people want to hear.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, I would say, okay, so I'm not infatuated with penises or peni, but thick penises. And all this thing about mushrooms not being a like phallic sexual infatuation. I don't know. I think we need to explore. We need to get some closure on that kind of issue, maybe within the mycological community.
I mean,
but
at the first opportunity, the decision was to start naming it after penises. Yes. I mean, it looked like one, right? It did.
Grown men infatuated with like penises. It's kind of funny. Can we start calling them like boobs or something? Like, I don't know.
I mean, Yoshi was working on some umbo action, so yes, that's
umbos, areolas.
There you go.
Kaidao is a small boob in Thai, like colloquial language. So I was like, I'll start naming them after Thai boobs.
Okay.
Anyway, MMTP probably. I'm trying to remember. There was another one that I just. There's one of the cultigens here, MELIND. I have no idea how to say it, but it floats around here.
Is it a Melmac or?
I don't know. It's got like some weird like history from the shroomery or whatever, you know. And there's another one I recently grew that looked a bit like the MMTP. I like that ribbed kind of what is it? That gnarled. I can't remember the proper.
Yeah. I love I say like gnarled. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember the proper like mycology terminology. You can. I'm not like the mycology policeman. You call yourself a mycologist or whatever. I don't really give a shit. Everybody thinks I'm way more uptight than I am. I'm not really. But I don't know. You know, sometimes I have my moments. But yeah, let's go with the thick penises. I like thick penises. Generally albino, but
somebody clip this.
Yeah, that's gonna be a screenshot.
There we go. There we go.
You heard it here first.
I know a few people that are going to take that one and run with it. Yes.
I love it, man. I love it. That people like spend time to make memes of me. I fucking love it, man. It's great.
Yeah, that's when you know you made it. All right. So how about interesting fact?
Let's see. I'm currently unemployed.
Okay. Well, but you're employed by the mushrooms for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to work that out. But I've been kind of like I'm like I think way older than I actually am. I've been like saving and working hard for a long time, so I think I can sustain myself for a few years. And I think I got the visa thing sorted out and all that.
Nice.
It's a pain in the ass, but
all right, guys.
But yeah,
you heard it tonight. Ed is full time, got nothing else to do. He just grow mushrooms. So as if he wasn't growing enough before, as if he didn't have enough crosses, get ready.
Yeah.
2020. Now we already know what 2024 is going to be. Just let Ed's zaniness of just mushroom cultivation just keep going.
Oh my God, do the diamond thing. So real quick before I forget, I'm gonna start releasing mono LCs.
Yes.
And what I've been doing now is I just take my dicarion. So like I was making a tidal wave 2 bag of dicarion spawn, and I just shot 3 Cs of a mono LC in it. And I don't know if you guys are that familiar with this. Is definitely it's mono growth, and it's gonna do the diamond thing right in the bag.
So
and
now
I've got probably. Yeah,
let me ask you. So you're letting that spawn fully colonize and then shooting it with the mono, or
No,
at the same time?
I just been shooting them in at the same time. I was
Double
doing
barrel,
it with agar
bam.
chunks. Yeah, I was doing it with agar chunks, but I was testing out some of my LC, so I just shot both LCs at the same time, and it's working great. And yeah, I've been doing it with the blobs, which is easy because if you don't get you get blobs and sometimes some fruit. And then so what I call the F1 of that blob, like I think Dichotomous has been doing similar things too, with the CKB, dicarion blobs and a mono, and yeah, you could just do it in the bag. I think that's my goal for 2024 is just to inundate the market with monocaryon cultures.
I love it. Yeah, I said earlier, you just can't do it all yourself. I mean, if people are isolating monos, especially if you have a really stable one, and people who start messing with the monos realize you think you got a mono for a while. I feel like sometimes you have a mono for a while and then somehow you lose the mono. I don't even know how that happens, but I think that happens.
I make sure to sub it. Like I'm never gonna release. We've had issues with this in the community. I am not gonna release a mono. That's why I'm testing the monos that I'm gonna release.
Right.
These are monos that I've had on plates for at least a year, and I've done many mon crosses with them. And there's no way in hell I want to release a fucking mono that turns back into a dicarion.
Right. Yeah. That's the no bueno situation.
Sorry, I'm swearing so much, man. I'm all excited.
Oh, dude, there's no way this one's getting monetized. Don't even worry about it.
It's impressive that everybody's showing their face too. It's like, wow.
I'm not holding out hope on that one. Yeah,
I mean, some DEA's like wet dream. This is his like New Year's present.
But see, that's what all the old guys. I've been talking to Workman a lot lately. And he's been talking about the good old days. And there's a couple other guys. One guy I email with, and he's a super old school grower. It was just a different era. That was the era where they maybe were going to gun for a hippie, because everybody growing mushrooms was a hippie. They were going to gun for you. I think it's just a different era right now. So far, the only people, I've had a couple people who are still covering their face. I mean, Wardrobe can talk about this if he wants. But usually it's like other factors. It's like the job. They don't want their job to know, or it's not necessarily like they personally have a problem with it or that they're worried about the DEA. Everybody talks about that. I think it's more like some people's jobs would not necessarily want this.
Well, there's also the fact that if they know where you live, I mean, you don't want people recognizing you at the mall, being like, oh, you go magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, speaking of that, they hired a new guy at my store where I have my little post office box, and I pick up a package. I just, in my head, I'm just thinking, oh, this is a new guy. Great. This is going to take longer. He's not going to know how to sign out the thing. And I'm sitting there, and he's just got this little grin on his face. He hands me the package, and he goes, literally as I turn to leave, he goes, love your show, dude. I'm like, oh, I turn around and I go, what? He goes, oh, yeah. He goes, love your show. And I go, wait a minute. I go, so did you just look at my package and look me up? Oh, no. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about it here, but yeah, great stuff. So I'm like, okay, wow.
It makes you a little uneasy. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
it's
I
a-
go to
that's-
my
yeah.
I go to my local night spot and like random like 18-year-old boys are like, "Hey, are you the one with the YouTube channel?" I'm like, no.
Lol.
That's the other white dude."
That's the other white dude that lives here. Yeah.
Yeah, the 104. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
So
I mean-
speaking of mail, got a little package from Geeky the other day.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so
great.
much, man.
Oh,
I
yeah, no
appreciate
problem,
it.
dude. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, times are changing. I mean, dude, if you guys are keeping up on what fentanyl's doing to people,
Yeah, even
just put
here.
just put
Even here,
yourself in
man.
the shoes of these drug enforcement agents. Mushrooms,
give a shit.
they don't give a fucking shit. They don't.
Hey,
You can,
Geeky?
yo,
Oh, I sorry. I want to let you. You said about fentanyl.
Uh-huh.
My next door neighbor, 2 nights ago, overdosed on fentanyl.
Yeah.
This stuff's too close, man.
It's
You know what I mean? Like that shocked me. I didn't even know.
And it's
Who's even doing that?
it's a drug dealer's wet dream because you can buy a tiny little bottle of it because this is working on mics, not mills, right? So it doesn't take much, and so it smuggles into the country real easy. They can get it. It's a problem. It's a real problem, and then they just get sloppy with it. It's like guys that would use spice because they were on probation. 1 squirt and you're good. 2 or 3 squirts and you're dead. This is why from day one I've been like, we're going to do the show. We're going to show people how to grow mushrooms because all the people who need it are not going to go on a corner looking for it. They're not going to go to a rave. They're not going to go to Nelson's Ledges. They're not going to go to all the little local spots, but they might, buy an all-in-one grow bag from somewhere and buy somebody's liquid culture and give it a shot. That's always been, for me, the safest bet. And you can't grow all your drugs. This is one you can grow. Yeah. All right, man. Well, so I got a bunch of breeders on here. I think also, so if this is, I'm hearing a reoccurrent theme, this is definitely the year for exotics and, non-cubensis psilocybes for sure. I feel like, and then, of course, we saw this in cannabis, but also like the return to the land race, right? A lot of bottlenecking in the genetics, which is cool, but not always stable. So there's a lot of like, let's reinvigorate things. And I think the win on the return to the, to the land races in our community is that when you connect that with breeding, you now have a chance. Okay, cool. So we got this genetic. It's interesting. It's weird. Let's take the albino Bayou Barenge. It's just, and okay, Geeky just went to Mexico. He brought back, some cube spores. Let's isolate a mono. Let's throw it in a bag using Ed's new tech. Right. This is, I'm really hoping this is the year of a lot more people. Like, just try a ghetto cross. Do you grow more than one cultigen? Can you harvest them at the same time? Right? I mean, people are definitely crossing fruit using that technique. Like, I don't need to wait for anybody to fucking verify it for me. They're definitely crossing it. It's definitely happening. I just talked to Jeff not too long ago, and he's just turning over because he's got to keep all his stuff fresh and he's got to go back to spore and all that kind of stuff. So he's growing bags, and I know you're doing multiple methods for crossing. You're not missing an opportunity. You're not just harvesting them. You're going, well, I got 2 bags sitting here. I might as well figure out what maybe will happen. You're going to get fruit either way, whether it crosses or it doesn't. Right? It's a
Absolutely.
win-win.
And especially like sometimes when you just have like some real nice couple of fruits.
Yeah, choice fruits where you're like, oh, and not even that, right? Not even a great fruit, but then there's a couple gills on that fruit that are just begging for that swab, right? Just begging to get hit. And right now, this is a thing. So this is maybe something worth talking about for people thinking about trying this. You really don't want gill tissue on your swabs if you're trying to do a ghetto cross. So, oh boy, you gotta treat her good, guys. You gotta finesse light touches, really light touches. So a lot of stuff I grow, albino spores. So I have to, before I do that, I have to pluck a bit of gill tissue, put it in the scope. I like to, Ed's not wrong with the smash mount. A lot of people in my my CrossFit channel don't smash mount. You will see the spores instantly if you drop a half a drop of water on there, smash mount it. You can look on the edge of where that gill fragment is. It will be an absolute flood of spores there. It takes me 2 minutes to do that check, because I'm not going to see albino spores, but now I know they're there. So now I can lightly, that is definitely worth doing. That's why everybody doing this game, eventually you can do it without getting a scope. It's just more work. It might or might not work. But you get the scope, then you're like, okay, cool. Because, right, if you swab something that doesn't have spores with something that does, you're just going to grow the thing that does, which is fine. You still get those fruit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely worth
It's
having
all
the
that
scope.
work too, that reassurance to know that there's spores there. I mean, yeah, that ghetto swabbing is just what it takes, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, but that's going to generate like several months of work.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the albinos, I think that I've been impressed. I've literally swabbed some things that I had to check the swabs myself. It's like, I don't think there's any spores on there. And then you look under the scope. I just do a test swab, and take my tweezers and rip off a little piece of the cotton and then just throw it under on a drop of water. And I don't think people realize how small spores are. Like on a tiny, like the head of a pin, that's like 20,000, 30,000 spores. Like
yes, they don't.
That's crazy.
Well, most people, they go, oh, 400x. I don't know if they've ever, it's just like people that don't know how much $1 billion is. You just, it is hard to conceptualize how little those spores are. It's just hard to do.
And just one little just graze the gills, you're picking up like 1,000 spores
easily. Yeah. And so sometimes I'll have people send me a picture. I germinated this plate. It's been a month, nothing happened, and they think their tech is wrong. And I'm like, do you still have the swab? Send it to me. I'll look at it under a microscope for you. I'd be curious to see if there's even any spores there, right? If you're not actually checking your albino fruits, if you can't physically see that purple discoloration on the spore or on the gill, you don't know if there's spores there unless you look at it under a microscope and confirm visually that there are spores there. So, and a lot of sloppy vendors are not doing this. You cannot vend swabs and not be checking this shit out. You just can't.
I would not send out swabs that I hadn't checked before I even swab the fruit. Because don't waste your time.
Yes.
Because
then it's just a customer service issue of like, if you really want to make a business of this, you want to be doing good business. Why would you want to send out 50 swabs that were bad? You got to refund them, or you got to send them something else.
Yeah, I just learned that one the hard way.
Yeah, it's no
made a 50 swabs and checked them on the back end, and there weren't any spores. Lovely.
Yeah,
not the
back end. Away.
Waste your time, and then the refunds and all that crap. It's like, I'd rather just not have to deal with any of that stuff.
Or
you don't want to fuck some beginner.
Like that, say that for someone else.
Yes. Or the swab that you go, did I just touch my grill with the swab?
Yeah.
If you are asking yourself, did you just touch the swab to something that might contaminate it? Throw it the fuck out.
Oh, yeah.
It is not worth, or keep it for yourself. That can be your, your garbage bin for you. I have kept a couple that were, I didn't have too many swabs. So I'm like, I'll keep this one for me. But then I mark it potentially contaminated. When I run it, I can see. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, but don't make that a product that you're selling to somebody.
Yeah, when in doubt, throw it out.
Yeah, when in doubt. So Jeff, you got a lot of cool stuff for sure. You are doing ghetto crossing primarily, right?
Well, it was for a while.
Okay.
But I have since been doing some of the Mon and the Mon Dai crosses also.
Okay. Yep.
I had started doing some on plates, and then a couple months ago, kind of started messing around, like Ed, I guess, has been doing too, with throwing some of the the monocaryon agar just right in the jars with the grains with the dicaryon, and you know, pretty much not pretty much every time I've done it, I've gotten something different than either of the two, you know, parent type cultigens that I put in. So yeah, I can't verify it on a plate or anything or whatever, but it's definitely something different.
Nice. Now,
I
what do
think
you
you
guys?
don't have. Sorry, what I've been doing is use an albino dicaryon and like a brown mono, or vice versa, or a blob dicaryon, and it's gonna be obvious if it's a dicaryon, especially that you're familiar with. You know, if it's not a GT, and you know something like that, it's pretty obvious, right? I think people worry about the timing. That's what I got my whiteboard. I actually wrote this on this thing like a year ago. I don't know if the timing's that critical. They seem to just do it. Like I've had incredible success. Like people are really, really afraid. Like, whoa, should I grow out the mono first or the dicaryon and shoot? It's like just throw them in at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, some things seems to be like way overcomplicated than they have to be.
Yeah, it's not as hard as I think we make it.
The other thing is, so imagine you had a bag, and in just one inoculation point, you start growing the dicaryon. And then on the other side, whether you do it at the same time or you do it 5 days later, it will start growing. Eventually, it doesn't matter. What the concern is when eventually they swap nuclei, and now you have a portion of that mycelium that has crossed. And so I would like to ask Ed this and Jeff this. Have you ever had a tub where you see some of the parent fruit morphology and some what you think are crossed fruit?
Yeah,
that does happen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, with like I'll see a blob and then there'll be like 2 or 3 fruit. But remember, the only point of doing this is to get spores from that fruit in a clone.
Right.
So you only need 1 fruit. Like literally, it doesn't matter whatever the other shit is going on in there. You just need 1 fruit with spores. Job done.
That is a good point. Yeah.
And like you said, you get fruit anyways. Like, I got like a half tub of Enigma. What the fuck am I gonna do with that? It's not like a big loss. Like, I got more GT fruit. My friends will hate those for free.
Right. That's true.
Oh, the microdose people, what are they gonna do? I got B+ instead of GT. Oh.
Right. Yeah, do you guys remember that old Mitch Hedberg bit where he's like, the cool things about an escalator is when it breaks, it just turns into stairs. Right?
I remember that.
Yeah, I feel it's like that with the crossing. It's like, cool, you're gonna get fruit either way. So if you're in the game to grow fruit, you might as well take a little bit of extra time when it makes sense. Try to do some of these ghetto swabs. Especially if you have monos. I mean, dude, the minute you own, this is where Ed is smart. I've been talking to people almost for a year about this. And nobody, because you really need to have a absolutely known mono that, like Ed said, he's worked a bunch. He knows it's a mono. Utter confidence. When you have that, you can then make that available. And you can sell a single mono syringe to somebody, and you've now given them, as Ed likes to say, a lot more work to do, because they can.
The average
combine
person,
that with anything.
Yeah, and you're doing the work anyways. Like even if you've got GTB plus and maybe I don't know an albino Avery's, and you have 1 mono, that's 3 new things you can make at least.
Right.
And if not, you just grow the same thing.
Exactly.
And to be honest, I'm going to start selling these things, but I really, really hope, Geeky, I've got like ulterior motives for this, but I want people to share them. Like people are going to buy them, share them with the entire fucking world.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we just gotta start doing it. My like secret little goal for this year and the coming years is I want the idea of like, so I had Martha 𝐥𝐤𝐬 on, and she's all like, oh, I don't know, I'm not, there's this like mentality of, well, I learned how to grow mushrooms, but I can't ever be a breeder, because there are people in this community who've convinced everybody that it's so fucking hard to do. And if you can go from not knowing how to grow mushrooms to growing mushrooms, you can also go from not knowing how to breed to breeding. And in fact, I might argue that move it requires buying a fucking microscope. But besides that, I mean, growing mushrooms required you to buy a pressure cooker. For a lot of people these days, it required you to buy a flow hood. Like the buy-in. Sorry. Oh, they got me.
It's the man.
They got me. They didn't like me talking about that.
Don't tell them how to do it.
It's not that much more. Just buy all these people scared about buying a microscope. You have eyeballs and you have time. You can learn how to use the scope. Is it a skill? It is definitely a skill. Sure, you have to, but you will get good. If you grab a basketball and you go out on a basketball court and you spend time there, you will eventually get decent at playing basketball. You just got to put in the time. Lots of videos to watch. And I would argue that it's also possible. I have people in the microscopy channel, they'll post a picture, they buy the scope. They still don't know if they have clamps or not. Trying to figure out what they look like. So they can take pictures, right? They post them and we do a little information sharing that way. So it can be done. It can be done, you know, the ghetto swab method, double swab method without a scope. It can be done by buying a mono. And the same with like buying sterilized grain. It's akin, and I think, to buying a mono is you've just paid somebody for their knowledge and experience to isolate that. And now you get to do the work though. You don't have it easy. You still have to do the work of using that, you know, to grow other things out, to cross things.
Geeky, I did something I think you suggested. I went to a college near where I live and just asked them if I could use their equipment. Got started that way.
And if I'm not mistaken, that guy like helped you too, right?
Oh yeah, man. They gave me an instruction booklet, even how to use it. So a lot of you could probably do that as well if you wanted to.
Pro tip. Yep. And you can, I mean, almost everybody lives within driving distance of a community college, and you could take a microbiology class and you would learn how to use a scope with that as well. You know, one class, you'd learn about bacteria, you'd learn how to use a scope, you'd learn quite a few things that would, you know, indirectly inform your cultivation. I mean, a couple $100.
Yeah, plus it's really fun. You know, you pluck a hair off your head, put it on a slide. That's pretty crazy stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Every dead bug we find in the house, my kid brings it downstairs, and I don't even have to do it now. She pulls the scope out, turns it on, grabs tweezers, plucks the, you know, the wing off of it, puts it in there. My 8-year-old can look at can sort of prep a slide at 8.
Yeah, it's a good hobby.
Yeah.
I've heard it's fun to look at your own sperm too. Somebody told me that.
Of course.
It's like,
allegedly.
Wow.
Of course.
Yeah, a friend told me that he one time, like, you know, looked at his own sperm.
I am no comment. I don't think I'm comfortable.
And they may have done it at work at like 8 o'clock at night too. I don't know.
Yeah, they are probably the right size. You can probably see those little guys swimming around, huh?
400X, man, it's incredible. Yeah. I mean, that's what he told me, you know.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, damn, no wonder I haven't had any kids. I guess I smoked too much weed. And
did you try crossing it?
Well, that's a whole other that's a complicated story. That kind of knows a little bit about that. We've all got our secrets, but yeah, I have successfully made an let's see, I don't know. Yes.
Nice.
Who knows who's listening out there?
Oh my gosh.
I'm hiding from that.
All right, so hey guys, I'm not gonna lie, I just started paying attention to the comments. If anybody had a question that I didn't address, just re-ask it. There's almost 200 of you guys watching. If you got a question, just repost it and we'll try to do some questions. Did not mean to miss. A couple people asked about where's this person, where's that person. I mean, I just can't ask all 100. I think I've had well over 100 people on, right? I asked some people specifically because I knew they're going to be on some upcoming shows. I asked some people. I definitely asked a lot of my daily DMers, people I talk to a lot, very frequently, people that I just, anyway, you know, you can only pick so many people. Plus some people that are not on might not be on because I know they're going to be on a show coming up here soon. So, you know, there's a method to my madness. Unlike the belief of some people, this is not like utterly fucking random. There is thought that goes into this. So anyway, not everybody can be on. They'll be on again though. It's all good.
To be honest, I thought you were going to kind of run out of topics last year. I was like, you know what? He's going to probably go about 2 or 3 months and then he's going to be like out of shit to talk about.
But we can talk about
like exactly the opposite. I think it's just like, what do they call that? Like logarithmic exponential.
Oh yeah.
It's like every time I see an episode, I'm like, wow, that could be like 3 other episodes. I kind of thought you were going to run out of stuff to talk about.
Yeah. Well, and like you said,
Obviously
though,
not.
we talked about this. I don't know if we talked about this on the show or not, but we talked privately about this, where just as more people come in, you almost have to, like structure revisiting topics over and over again. I mean, I don't feel bad saying something twice because every day I talk to somebody that goes, you know, I just found this one episode of this. I didn't know you had a podcast. I'm now going through a lot of my favorite people are the people who can put in earbuds at work, you know, like whether they're a warehouse worker or a lot of guys that drive like big, you know, control big equipment at works. They're like doing payloaders or whatever. A lot of these guys are sitting down and in a month they watch I get a message going, you know what? I found you about a month ago. I've listened to every episode. Holy fuck. I know so much. I have so much to do. I'm so excited about growing. So yeah, I don't know if it really ever runs out. There'll always be something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for questions from the audience, mind if like I pitch a question for them real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so anyone who's like typing on the comments right now, when you first started, what was the hardest part for you? What was like your barrier to like entry? And then what do you wish that you knew going into this?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to just get like make direct to the point videos, and I'm just trying to get some feedback right now, and I figured I might as well while I'm here.
Yeah, by the way, Chiron Labs has very well done tech videos. He's in the YouTube space, doing a great job. One of the reasons I wanted to have him on was to talk about that. So when he's on, we'll talk about that more. But yeah, that's a good idea. Ed's done that a lot where somebody asks a question and he turns it into a video. He used to be in my Discord. Somebody would be like, how do you do such and such? And then in my head, I'd go, watch in like 3 hours, Ed's gonna have a video up. It's like he ran to the lab, made the video. Yeah, that's right. That's how we should be as content creators, is kind of catering to the needs of the people. So
yeah, it did that for me a couple times.
Well, so see, while y'all are sleeping,
10 minutes later, there's a video.
Yeah. All right. So Donnie Brasco said learning agar. Agreed. That's definitely a game changer. Somebody just asked, is John Allen or Mushroom John still around? I talked to John Allen on Facebook just today. Yeah, he's getting up there in years. He's getting old, but he is definitely still around. And he does these amazing posts where he's got these old photos, you know, of his just spectacular life in mushrooms. So it's been really cool. He talks to Ed. He talks to Dichotomous Keys. He talks to Jeff. I've seen him. He talks to me. And it's really cool to see him commenting on people's fruit. I'm just like, I cannot believe that one of my friends posts a picture of their fruit and then John Allen's like, oh wow, that looks amazing. That reminds me of when I was in Cambodia hunting elephants while growing mushrooms in my knapsack.
Yeah, it's even trippier for me here in Thailand because it's like shit. He might have been here in this
Right
same
here.
place, like, and then he comments on one of my photos. I'm like, oh my god, this is like Jesus, like tapping you on the back, being like, hey, that's a nice photo, Ed. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? Thank you.
I can tell you, I was buying some grain alcohol the other day because I'm doing all these little extractions. I got a neighbor who grows mushrooms. He also has a freeze dryer. So I'm trying to like extract down, freeze dry anyway, long story. But I'm at the grocery store. The Powerball's really high right now in Ohio, so everybody's buying their lottery tickets. And in my head, I just thought, if I won the lottery, the first thing I would do is drop like $1 million on a production team, fly out to John Allen's house and make a fucking documentary about this guy, because man, if he dies before that happens, that'd be very sad. That's like one of my pipe dreams is to document that for sure.
The first time he actually commented on one of my posts, he didn't go real elaborate or nothing. He just said something about a nice picture, and I thought it was like a fake account or something. Because I'm like, it can't be like John Allen, like, you know.
I
And then
almost
I started looking
deleted
at
the
his page, and I'm
comment.
like, what?
Yeah, right, John Allen. Sure, you're John Allen.
Right. I'm like, who am I? Just some guy growing mushrooms, and he's commenting on there. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had a post about Valentina Wasson the other day, and I mean, the fact that I was like, oh, I wonder if he ever met her, and so I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna ask him. I just asked him, did you ever meet her? No, but my 3 friends did, and we are so lucky to have the access to people that we do now. It's just crazy, and even the way celebrity works, right? Back in the day, the heyday of Hollywood in the 50s and all that, right? It was different. You never met a celebrity. A random human being never met a celebrity. They often never even saw a famous musician perform in concert. And now we go to see Taylor Swift, we go see Drake, we go to Hollywood and run into somebody, you know, at the Grove, and we follow celebrity. We watched Bruce Willis's battle with Alzheimer's and then die, and we see these intimate moments with his family. This is different, right? This is a whole different thing that we have now that we did not used to have. It's more myceliated. It's more postmodern. These interconnectednesses and all that's we are fully in the thick of postmodernism for sure. The way we contact everything, and the way, right? Like, even like you guys, I don't follow it, but fan fiction, you know, there are people that love Star Wars so much they write their own fucking novels, they create their own side stories. And some of these people are making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars selling their not greatly written fan fiction, you know, not edited by an editor, mediocre writing, but because people love Star Wars so much, they can only watch Star Wars so many times. They can only oh, you like Star Wars? I like Star Wars. Oh, you wrote a book about a Star Wars character? It's unofficial? I don't care. I'll read it, because this is just what we do. We are one
Geeky, how are you defining postmodernism?
So my liberal arts education. So modernism is the idea that there is one truth, that you can peel back the layers of an onion and get to the truth. There is one truth. Postmodernism would argue that truth occurs at the intersection of various ideas. So, for example, a record player, right, was invented to place an album onto it. You put the needle on the record, you stand back, you listen to it. That's the modernist use of a record player. The postmodernist use, it's subverted. Now I'm going to start scratching on it. Now I'm going to get 2 record players. I'm going to get a crossfader. Now I can do break beats on it. I'm subverting the original intended use of it. That's a postmodern use of that. Same with art. The original artists, right? They were going, there's a buffalo. I'm going to draw a buffalo on the cave. And then we learned about, you know, vanishing perspective. And now we're, you know, if you go to an old museum, just about anywhere, you can see these intricately, very elaborately painted, very realistic paintings, right? But that's a modernist painting. You're just painting a thing that existed somewhere or theoretically existed somewhere. Then Cubists come in, Impressionists come in, and now you're going, what if we think about the medium rather than just recreating reality? Now, anyway, so that's my concept of postmodernism, is there's not just one simple explanation for everything.
Gotcha. I'm just curious. These
do
are
you like
terms
that? Because I know you probably can talk about this.
Well, your term or your definition may be more valid than mine, but yeah, it's a term I throw around. I usually describe it as postmodernism as forsaking or questioning tradition just for the sake of, or abandoning tradition just for the sake of abandoning tradition. That's how I would often define it. Which is similar to what you're saying. It's just a little bit.
It's a very
different.
rebellious take of that, but yeah. But the woman who really galvanized my understanding of it, she won a MacArthur Fellowship for poetry.
Sure.
She definitely thought about it a lot. She was friends with a woman who won a Nobel Prize, who they like should have never been friends, and they just had all these high level conversations all the time. And then she would come into class and espouse on and on about these ideas. But I think any of that, the whether, I love the idea of there's an intended purpose for something, and then the desire to rebel against the intended purpose and use it for something else is definitely a postmodern aesthetic or postmodern agenda. Yeah. How the fuck did we start
I don't
talking
want to
about
digress into
postmodernism?
that,
I
but
don't even
I
know
have
how
to
we got
ask.
on this. I'm like, I like it, but I do not remember why I brought it up.
Talking about seeing celebrities.
Oh, yeah.
seeing
Just the
musicians.
world, right? We are definitely in an interesting time. It's crazy. I don't know. Do you guys watch that Stranger Things show? Randomly popped up in my feed. The what was her name? Seven, the alien girl, whatever from Stranger Things. She's all over Instagram. This girl just hangs out on Instagram and does stuff all the time. I caught this feed and she's like showing people how to make dinner. I'm like, why is this celebrity just showing me what she's making for dinner tonight? But then I'm like, this girl's smart as fuck, because this is the new aesthetic. This is the new world that we are in.
Well, you know what's crazy is that, I mean, the fact that there's 7 of us sitting here communicating, like having a little discussion, and then like anybody can do this. Like a year ago, I didn't know fuck all about like podcasts or live, maybe a year and a half ago. Like anybody sitting in their bedroom can just go on their laptop and buy a microphone and like make a podcast or live stream. Like me and Dichotomous, we're doing these live streams. Neither of us knows what the fuck we're doing.
It doesn't matter.
Definitely don't.
It's like, let's get on and talk about mushrooms. Like, and we're trying to do a giveaway, and we're just like, well, all this shit, and we're just like, it's like so accessible now. It's incredible. Anybody who's out there, like, I don't know, that's like thinking about, like you told me, Mike, you're the reason my ugly, face is on here, because last year you were just like, just fucking do it.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter how ugly you think you are, how weird of a voice you think. Oh, I don't have I need to get a tapestry for my background. And, just go out, buy a $50 mic. They sell podcast kits with a boom and all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
You can go to Best Buy.
One.
Best Buy got a podcast aisle, guys.
Yes.
This is how, right? It's a cliche. A white guy starting a podcast. It's now a cliche. But I don't even care because it's the new culture. This is what we're in. And when none of us need to work because of AI and robotics anyway, this is what we're all going to be doing. So we're setting the trend. It's all good.
Oh, absolutely.
People do that all the time. I have people who talk about their voice and not everybody has dichotomous keys or higher peaks, radio, smooth, velvety voice. That's great. You do. And I mean, you can definitely read me a fucking story when I'm going to bed at night. That's very soothing. It's great.
That's Dichotomous' new key, maybe some OnlyFans, reading like,
oh yeah,
you got
to
an
just
old
read
pile
stories.
Of like penthouse letters.
Read midnight stories.
I promise you, there are old ladies that would just pay for you to read them a bedtime story, dude. Yes.
Don't give me ideas.
There you go, man.
Yes.
It's in mycology.
Gotta make $1 somehow.
Yeah. I mean, for
Oh,
sure.
you make more
But
than
it
that.
doesn't matter. Look at this. I had Mycopreneur on, right? This guy isn't like spending $1 million on editing. This guy's like just throwing together some pretty remedial stuff. Or even Rookie Mycologist was going on and on about, I just got 2 phones. I just
I would tell anybody.
just worry
a
about
year
making
ago,
it.
Yeah, a year ago, literally January 1st last year, I was living in a little shack in the woods, and now, I mean, I wasn't even really serious about growing them really much yet, and now a year later, I'm on pod. Yeah, you can just start doing it. I mean, just whatever. If you're interested, just start doing it. And you don't know where it's going to go. Anybody can learn to grow, I think, and you can do whatever.
Right.
I mean,
And you don't know.
everything is available on the internet now. It's just a whole new world. It's amazing.
Dude, I was talking to, who was I talking to recently out and about somewhere? No, it wasn't that. Anyway, I made the comment. I'm sure you guys have heard the saying, right? You don't regret the things you do. You regret the things you don't do.
Absolutely.
All my BMX friends, they all started playing basketball. So I played basketball. By 10th grade, I was like, not for me. Not for me. But I tried it. So now I know. There was no like, I know that wasn't for me. You think you want to do a podcast? Do one. You think you want to create content? Do it. But don't talk about doing it. Just go try to do it. And it doesn't have to be great. All these, dude, oh my God. You guys want to follow one? Go onto YouTube, look up Marquise Brownlee. He has a tech channel. This guy was this young black kid at like 14 or 15 years old. He buys some computer device, and it's just him in front of his phone going, I just got the new, and he's like doing a little video talking about it because he's a super tech nerd. And flash forward 15 years later, he now has a $7 million production studio for his own content. He makes millions and millions and millions of dollars a year. He knows a lot of celebrities, and he was just a poor kid in a bedroom excited that he got some new computer like module.
Oh yeah, and it's crazy. Like some people are so afraid to take that first step. If anyone's listening, this is your sign. Hey, take that first step. You don't need any fancy equipment. Like even right now, like literally, I have like a dangling light. That's what's doing my lighting frame right now.
Yep.
You don't need anything special to get started. Just jump into it.
Yeah. The content's what matters. Have something to say. Now, if you want to start, like I ain't starting a podcast about basketball because I ain't good at basketball. I don't know anything about basketball. I will run out of things to talk about with basketball. I'm not starting that. I'm not starting a crocheting YouTube channel. If there's something you are passionate about, if there's something you are good at, you want to know the amount of tradesmen? I follow this one guy because I'm a tradesman. I follow this guy that's a tile setter from Southern California. I actually knew him when I was out there. I had no idea he had a channel at the time. He does real high-end tile work. And he does all these little bling videos of all his tile work. And then he'll do like a little, hey, I just want to show you this one little thing that I do, these little ideas. And he has got a huge following. Every tile setter in this country on Instagram follows this guy. And he's just sharing knowledge. And so now, like it used to be, the trends came from West Coast and they moved across, right? And then we got them eventually here in the Midwest. Now you can start a trend. It don't matter where you are. The trend can come from anywhere and move around at any point in time because of this web we're in, this interconnected, myceliated out web is changing a lot of things. The social dynamics, the trends, the information. That's why what all of us are doing, talking about growing mushrooms, maintaining social media channels, all that stuff is super important and having a direct impact on the community that we are in.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice how everything's decentralized, especially for those of us that love mushrooms and don't live in Oregon or somewhere where that community is maybe more vibrant geographically.
Yep.
I think also people need to remember is if you are maybe a little bit out of like the people you see on YouTube are YouTube people. What YouTube needs is people that aren't YouTube people.
100%.
Like YouTube needs people that aren't like, I'm going to go on YouTube and be a YouTuber. That's not, we don't need more of those people. We need like really dorky like people who are like, like, I don't know, like don't wear pants in the, in the bedroom.
There's this one guy that I just watched a video about. He's like roided out bodybuilder. And he just vlogs his every daily activity, and he's not competitive. He's not a superstar weightlifter, but he's real as fuck. It's just obvious that he's actually who he presents himself as. And his channel has just like millions of subscribers. And so the video I watched was like, why the fuck is this guy so big when there are all these other famous weightlifters that, they got the money behind their channel. They have a team. They got the money generating team going, oh, hey, Bill, you won Mr. Olympia last year. We should do, right? They're pitching them all these ideas and stuff. And this random nobody kid is killing everybody because of authenticity. Just do your thing. If you got passion, if you got knowledge, if you're enthusiastic, if you're funny, that's all you need. Just start doing it. And if you like it, keep doing it.
YouTube is free. You can delete videos.
Yeah.
And what are you going to lose? Like, there's nothing to lose. I mean, maybe people will make memes out of you. Maybe you'll go down in history. Yes. It's funny. There's two things that come to mind. It's funny you said about, I woke up this morning. You know what? I don't think about the girls I've had. Sorry, it's getting me. I think about the girls I didn't. Like that. I was like, no, that's immoral. That girl's got a boyfriend. No, those are the ones that I think about.
Well, or just the ones you thought. I mean, I think about nights at the club where you're like, I'm not gonna go pick up on her. It's not gonna go anywhere.
So that freaking Ethiopian, that blonde Australian. It's
wow,
like,
Ed's got a specific list he's referring to right now.
Christy at the lab. Oh, she had a nose ring I didn't like at the time. It's like, Christy, if you're out there, man, come visit me.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I got a question for you. Somebody. I have sort of not been fully paying attention to the questions, but I got one here. The Suburban Electric says, why are gnats not more of a focus? It appears like the new frontier. I don't know what you mean by new frontier, but it is maybe not. A cube, maybe it's its own species. The thing we're growing. We don't know. Nobody really cares. Even the people that did really care for a while don't even seem to really care anymore. But it is definitely a potent mushroom, and a lot of people do seem to like it. I will say this. This is happening a lot right now. Maybe we can talk about this. I got people going, pans, you'll never go back to cubes. And then, I'm trying to grow zaps. A lot of people growing zaps. Zaps are the best. I mean, it's all got psilocybin in it, guys. At the end of the day, cubes obviously work. A lot of people have done cubes. A lot of people only done cubes. A lot of people have had transcendent experiences that changed their lives on nothing but some fucking golden teachers. So we can reinvent the wheel, but there's still going to be a wheel, right? The wheel's never going away. So cubes are never going away. Cubes are still as easy to grow as it gets. That makes them accessible. That makes them useful. If I'm running a major, I think Ed and I talked about this one time. If all I'm trying to do is produce psilocybin, I ain't growing Ghost. I'm growing Golden Teacher. I'm maybe growing Mushman 9000's Timbit. I'm finding the thing that grows the fastest, and then I'm finding out how much psilocybin is in it, and I'm running trials till I find out what makes me the most psilocybin. And it's never going to be, realistically, these difficult to cultivate, Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they get one single fruit out of a flush. It's going to be those banger golden teachers is my guess. So let's not act like cubes are not still right. Etta said before, we've talked about all this. This is nothing new. If you've been in the cube world for 30 years, this is all just keeps recycling around, right? It's nothing new under the sun. So let's not act like cool nets are cool. I know a lot of people that really love them for microdosing. Some people think they have some anti-inflammatory properties. I have found other mushrooms that are not gnats I think have anti-inflammatory properties. So again, these are all anecdotal stories we're hearing. At the end of the day, what we all know for a fact is psilocybin works. And all these mushrooms are just little packages of that psilocybin. Do some of the other tryptamine alkaloids play a role? Are there other novel compounds we're not even talking about in some of these that play a role? Maybe, who knows? But what's important is we just keep growing all these fruit, letting people experience them, letting people use them, improve the text for all of them. I mean, in my head, I'm definitely saying in 3 years tops, we're going to have pans dialed. There are going to be multiple foolproof ways to grow pans. There are going to be multiple foolproof ways to grow zaps. You're just going to know. It's just like we are with Enigma, right? Nobody goes, Enigma shouldn't take 3 months. That's too long. We know how to grow Enigma now, and that's how long it takes. We just keep growing all these mushrooms. My buddy here.
Even I grew pans. I got pans spinning right now.
Pans,
and I finally brought poo back into my tent. I just put a little bit of poo in there and straw, and I'm growing them exactly like I do the cubes. Like exactly. They're literally next door, next to the shoebox of cubes. Yep. And they're popping up. I mean, it's not like a canopy or anything, but there's a good 20 or 30 fruit in there. Yep. That's going to be way more than enough, to get me off. I'm a little scared.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, you guys saw Altered Vibe was on, and he said his first go around, he said, I've done this before. I'll just do a gram. And if he had to do over, he probably would not have done a gram.
Yeah. Like 20 years ago, I split 0.8 grams between me and my girlfriend, and that was too much for both of us. I had probably about 0.6 of that, but it was way more than I thought it was going to be. Yeah. That was the first night I saw a fruit bat. It flew 2 feet in front of my face when I was smoking a cigarette, and I think it saw the cigarette and thought it was a bug or something. Scared the shit out of me, but yeah.
Yep.
I've been trying to figure out these. I've been trying to figure out these gymnopolis. They have, I guess they have kava lactones in them, which is some sort of molecule that's in kava, or at least resembles a molecule that's in kava. Okay. So I don't know. I foraged them, and they're just so stunning to find in nature. I think that's where my relationship sort of started with them, and so just trying to bring them indoors and have fun with that.
Yeah,
quite bitter,
they're really
though,
pretty.
They?
I really like them.
The gymnopolis so bitter though. They're when I tried them, I found wild ones, and they're so bitter. Way worse than cubes.
I've yet to try them, but I think luteolifolius is
luteolifolius, yeah,
is probably less bitter than some of the other ones from what I've heard, and that's one that I'm working with right now.
I had a buddy, I just got a print. My first go around, for some reason they didn't germinate, and I just haven't had time to pull the print out and do it again. But he told me, he said that they're on par with a basic cube as far as potency. And he said there's just a slightly different quality to them. Who knows? I also would like to grow them. I know there are a couple write-ups in the Shroomery about text to grow. I don't think it's too different than growing cubes, to be honest.
Yeah, and for me, it's also just the visual aspect of all of it, which is also why I'm doing these crosses, just trying to get good looking fruits, and the gymnopolis fruits are so pretty.
It's a cool color. Yeah, the color is really cool for sure. Yeah, and who
Curious
knows?
Question.
What's that?
I was gonna say, curious question for Ed. When you were talking about the pans and the 0.6, 0.8, like what would, because I haven't actually had pan science, so like what would you compare that to, like as far as dosage in a cube?
To be honest, it was about 15 years ago, and it was so my girlfriend at the time was quite into Christianity, so the 4 or 5, she was like seeing Jesus in the toilet bowl kind of stuff, and I was just trying to keep her from, like, I don't know, it went from like sheer terror, like I had to physically restrain her from leaving the room because she wanted to go to the hospital. Because apparently she was literally on the side of the bed, like praying. She thought she was going to see God and all this. It was a long story. But so I was having a hard time focusing on my trip because I was more concerned with her, like running outside into the street and like randomly grabbing somebody and being like, I'm dying. And like my boyfriend gave me drugs and now I'm dying. Please help me. And it was like 4 in the morning. And I'm like, this is not so. When I was outside smoking in the fruit bat, all I know is I thought that fruit bat was a fucking dragon. But qualitatively, I don't really know. It seemed much longer and it seemed much more like that really is the only experience I have, maybe with the baeocystin and norbaeocystin, and maybe there's definitely other alkaloids in there. It's not just a pure psilocybin thing. There's other, like, I reckon it's the baeocystin, because there's something that's more, how you get that sort of resonance where you're like, oh, I can feel the trees. There was like a different level to it where it was almost like you were like enmeshed in the kind of like, I was talking about machine elves and shit like that, but like you can feel like the energy, like you're part of it, like the Matrix or whatever the fuck, I wish they wouldn't have made that movie, but but yeah, you're like part of it. And it's almost like my body was resonating with that more than I noticed with psilocin or just pure like cubes. There's definitely, I know I'm the one who's always talking shit about HPLC and how it's worthless and blah, blah, blah. Definitely with and Mexicana also, I think I had a half gram of Mexicana. There's definitely some other alkaloids going on in there. But as far as like qualitatively, I don't know, man. All I could say was I was just fucked up. Yeah. It was good, but I think I'm gonna stay well below a gram with the pans for the first day.
I had my first, and I was hoping I was gonna hit a dose where I could still take care of my kids and play games that night. And now that you're talking about that resonance, I felt that's not how I rendered it when it was happening, but it wasn't like a normal body high like a lot of mushrooms you can get at a lower dose, but it was it felt more present, or like I felt my body more. Even at a lower, not at like a trip dose, but that was probably the main quality. I was actually hoping for more visuals and all that, but it had a more distinct body sensation difference to me.
Yeah, maybe like when you're you can see waves in the water, but when you're actually standing in the water and you can feel them kind of flow over you, it's like this sort of ebb and flow of like, wow, like, I don't know. And, I study a lot of science shit. It's like, is this table, like, I'm like, why can't my hand go through the table?
It's 99% space. So,
and then start talking about what's that dude, Sheldrake? What's that guy's name? Morphic resonance or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Rupert Sheldrake.
Rupert,
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all this stuff, I don't know why there's such an interest in finding the best mushroom. Like there's a thing, we do this, right? We want to know who's the best person on YouTube and what's the best cultigen and what's the this. And Ed was one of the first guys to just say to me, man, there's a lot of potency hype. He's like, if the one golden teacher I eat isn't enough, I just eat another one. And these fucking things are so easy to grow. Like it's cool to be into potency, because anytime you're into anything, right? Like I'm into mountain biking. I want to jump a wider gap. I want to go faster. I want to beat my Strava time from last week just because I'm into it. But realistically, being a little more pragmatic about it, if you can grow golden teachers, just have more of them. But if we can start going, is there some other compounds going on in these pans or in these gyms or in these whatever else, in these Mexicana, then we're onto something. That's why it's important for all these texts to really start getting hammered out, right? A lot of these other adjacent psilocybe species, the humidity loving, or I shouldn't say humidity loving, cubes love humidity, but humidity dependent species, you know, we definitely need to come up with some pretty foolproof tub techs or something like that, because not everybody can have a big old 5x5 or 4x8 grow tent. And I struggle with keeping water in my thing. That's why that whole Willie Myco video where he had it all
with
like
the stone or
oh no, that's cool too. But no, I'm talking about the older video where he like fed water into a tub and it had a floating valve.
Okay, yeah.
So,
The
so you
toilet
just
valve
keep
thing.
it.
Yeah.
You never have to fill it. I'm like ready to do that because I'm sick of filling up my water jug. I'm ready to do that. I get it. And this is why when you got these people that have been growing for a really long time and they say, I do it this way. You can do it however you want, but it is really worth having a bit of respect for somebody that you have to assume has tried a bunch of ways to do this. And they maybe didn't tell you about every fail they had, but if a guy like Willie Myco, who's grown a lot of mushrooms, and I'm pretty sure he's grown a lot of mushrooms, if he says, this is how I make my fogger, he has probably tried a bunch of other ways. You could do way worse than to just copy the way he freely gave everybody on his video. Sorry, I don't know where that
Yeah.
came from.
I'd be curious to know what talking about the pans and all that, and I haven't grown pans yet, but I wonder, like with the anti-inflammatory properties and so this species makes me have a different type of trip than that one or whatever. It would be interesting with the HPLC and all that if they could actually figure out which compounds cause what, and like what is there a compound in certain mushrooms that is anti-inflammatory, and what is that compound? Is it novel? Is it new? Is it something different than other anti-inflammatories that are available? And all that kind of stuff.
There is one paper. I know Michael Mamas just mentioned that there's a paper on it. Now, again, in science, one modest paper that says it looks like Natalensis has some anti-inflammatory properties does not a scientific theory make. Probably needs to be a bunch, but it does at least justify maybe further research into it and to figure out what that might be, how that works. I'm still sitting back here after my episode with that first episode with Dr. Rick, and I'm just sitting here when he said, like, do you know the percentage of psilocybin molecules that actually cross the blood-brain barrier and get into your brain compared to the amount you ingest?
Yeah, most of it's waste, isn't it?
So then you got to start going, okay, cool. So if, like, does baeocystin cross the blood-brain barrier? I don't know. I mean, Ed might be able to talk about this. But there are a lot of other factors at play, a lot of pharmacological, mechanisms of entry to the action, where it's happening, how the GI tract is working. And then all these stupid microdose studies are all with intravenously injected, synthetic psilocybin. How that fucking might not be what. That's not the same as what we're doing. We're powdering up a whole mushroom and eating it, and it's going through a GI system. You don't know that. You cannot just go. We did a couple studies using synthetic psilocybin that we intravenously injected into our patients, and it's kind of, ambiguous conclusions here. That doesn't prove literally anything.
Yeah, I remember the Dr. Rick interview.
We're not using synthetic psilocybin, so you can't go, our thing doesn't work.
Right. I remember Dr. Rick talking about, and I just caught it briefly. I don't think I ever heard anybody else really focus on it, but so I'm not a fan of the body load. I get nausea. I don't like that. And I remember him saying something about that baeocystin was something that contributed to body load and that kind of anxiety. And like, well, now that would be nice information to have if I knew what strains were low in it, what strains were high.
Yeah.
for me personally, if I know I don't like that particular effect, I could look for strains so all that stuff, I think it'll be interesting to see in the future how all that gets implemented. I think that's going to be more interesting for me with the cups and the HPLC testing than potency. I can, like y'all said, I can eat more mushrooms if it's not potent enough. I don't like.
Well, and
I mean, I had subtrops were the most potent everything I ever ate, and they were fine. It was fantastic, but I don't need to have a mushroom that I only have to eat a half a gram of or whatever. I don't.
So I want to bounce back to that blood brain barrier thing real quick. I was like, back when I was, didn't have a lot of fruits left over, what I would do to make it, last longer, give me a better effect is I have this little ultrasonic parts cleaner. I would do the lemon tech thing, but man, when I stuck it, my little lemon tech grounded mushroom thing in there, holy cow! The first time I did that, it wiped me out, and I'm wondering like if an ultrasonic cleaner does break apart like more finer pieces that can be absorbed way easier.
Yeah, my guess is it would be more surface area, and so you're digesting it more quickly, so you're probably gonna get higher but also come down sooner. That would be my guess.
And my thoughts too, I wonder how much, because mushrooms are so adaptogenic that, obviously even the way they grow, the morphology, you change the environment just slightly and it can alter it completely. So even if we're looking at, baeocystin or whatever, in certain cases of it, maybe causing more anxiety on the come up or something, I feel like that would have to be so extensively studied because each person, it's going to adapt differently potentially. And to me, that's kind of the beauty of the mushrooms, because like we know, even in the same tub, you get such a variety of potency. And yes, if you're microdosing and stuff, you want to homogenize that and get a quality, same potency control. But to me, that's kind of the beauty though, is when you're indulging in the mushrooms, like they're giving you what you need. You might get one that you didn't expect to be so potent, and it is. Well, maybe you needed it that day,
Sure, yeah.
But
go for the ride.
Yeah.
So it makes me really curious to see how those studies will go in the future. Like, I love that they're doing them, but in what kind of control groups and things like that, I'll be curious to see, how much that can sway back and forth.
I'm not so sure how far this is going to go, because what is the pharmaceutical industry doing with SSRIs that they've known about for 40 years? I don't really know how far they're going to go with this, because there's not going to be any profit margin for them.
Yeah, that's
and the great thing is we can test all this stuff at home. Like all of us are teaching, like we don't need the fucking studies or the pharmaceutical industry. We don't need those people. That's what's awesome. I mean, it'd be great to have some numbers and whatnot, but like it's the setting and like, I don't know, maybe you had a bad morning, maybe you got to take a poop, like you're exit from something at work or whatever. There's so many variables that I don't know if they can really dissect. Like, I don't know if you can do like clinical trials with like a natural product. That's why the pharmaceutical industry isolates, pure compounds.
Right.
100%. They want a product that, they're never going to grow mushrooms.
No.
Pfizer ain't never grown mushrooms. They want a synthetic version of that. Because they got to sell a consistent dose, the exact same thing all the time.
Yeah.
They want to know what their game is never going to be what we're doing.
Yeah, that's a different model than what I'm interested in, but I'm sure it'll appeal to somebody.
Yeah. And that, I don't think that, to me, the synthetic route it'll never work the same as the natural.
No.
Well, and also the process of cultivation. We all know that like 95% of what I get out of this is the process of cultivating
definitely.
them.
That's a big part of my therapy.
3 pins the other day, and I was fucked up for like 3 hours. I'm like, well, I can't smoke weed anymore. I can't eat my own mushrooms. I'm like old. I'm like, I need teenagers. Some of these college kids help me test them out or something. But yeah, the process of cultivation, that's what's so beautiful about it, especially when you do get into the breeding thing. I mean, for me, it was like you hit sort of a barrier of like, well, I know how to grow this cube, that cube, I grow pans, whatever. And then you're like, maybe I want to make my own. And everybody wants to make their own thing, right? So it's like, yeah, that's That's what I want to do for people. Even if people like share my monos or whatever, go for it. Make your own monos. Do the grab and drag. Like get in. There's gonna be so many cultigens in the next 3 years that like Taylor Yates thinks he has a problem now writing his books.
I would think the great thing about you getting monos out to people too is I bet you, even the people who think, well, it would be great, I just buy one and not have to do all that work, man. Once you have one, you're gonna, I bet it's gonna get that many more people into it because you're gonna want more. You're gonna want.
No, if they give it to their friends, I'm gonna sue them. No, please give it to your friends. Give it to all your friends. Like buy one mono and fucking dose that thing out in 20 plates or whatever. The cool thing about the LC is you can just jack it into it. You can knock a bag up with it.
Yeah,
that's the idea. Is because some people don't know how to do agar plates. So I want to just have a syringe that people can literally get the LC of like a dikaryon and a mono, and they just shoot it in the same bag.
Yeah,
job done.
Yeah,
Now,
that's a great idea.
So dichotomous, you just said something about, you know, sure, they're cheating in the beginning, but eventually they're going to want to do it. Let me tell you my experience with human beings. They don't want to do it. They are lazy. For every one person that falls down the rabbit hole we fall down, there's probably 40 that don't want to fall down the hole, but they definitely want the fruits of our labor.
Yeah.
So
well, that's
those
okay. They can
people-
just get the mono and do it that way then. Yeah.
Yes, they can buy a liquid culture syringe. They can buy a all-in-one grow bag. Jeff just had tremendous success with the Pacific Substrate sells. It's not cheap, but I mean, the flush look fantastic, man. I mean,
Yeah,
for
whoever
someone
nails down that all-in-one bag thing that's gonna make a lot of people happy.
Yeah, I can tell someone who's like, I just want the fruit. I don't really care, but I also don't want to buy drugs from people. $30 bag, $20 LC, $600 worth of mushrooms. Done.
Yeah.
Bam.
Oh, I
And
know
it
a guy in
works.
Michigan who still buys $400 a week in weed, and I'm like, dude, why don't you grow weed?
your own, man.
Yeah.
Like you're spending half your paycheck on weed. Get some fucking LEDs or metal halides or whatever. Fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah, weed's easy to grow. It's fun,
Yeah,
too.
but he
I like
just
that. That's
not interested.
maybe it doesn't
He's
cooperate
probably
with the
too
mushrooms
high.
in the same room, but yeah.
And you know, something I'm excited for. Oh, I was gonna say something I'm excited for is when they finally, you know, bring all these liquid culture and stuff into, you know, your local plant market or something, and they have little grow kits. Everyone's gonna come up with like the craziest names for their liquid cultures, like diabolical, infamous, or just there's so many
Scandinavian
verbs.
prostitute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you tried the diabolical, infamous Scandinavian prostitute, LC? Oh my God, it's so good. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It'll be like
Now,
weed.
so Ed, I want to talk about something. I don't know why you saying that made me think of this, but something I have also been talking. I'll just say it publicly. If I got a monocaryon liquid culture right here, I'm selling something that can never make fruit.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I thought about that too. How would they, if they got it?
Can never
I wonder if it even
make
makes
fruit.
the alkaloids before it's dikaryotic.
Yeah, it would. It would make the alkaloids.
But
It
still, it's
will
not
make
gonna
a very
yeah.
small amount of them.
It would be so hard to test it.
Low. You couldn't use a reagent test, I don't think.
No, I don't.
To do it. And from what I've been told, right? So I used to, you know, roll with the Canadians, and they were shipping in a lot of plates across the border, and Chicago Customs started grabbing a bunch of these boxes, and they would sit on these boxes and wait for the plates to pin. Then they could reagent test them, and then they could pull those out.
I remember you saying that, and that's where I was like, well, I want to see the fruit of mono. Like,
Right? They'll sit on it forever, or they'll just eventually give up. Now, I will say this. There were guys that bought, say, 30 plates, and they received their shipment, minus, obviously, the plates that pinned, but they still got some of their plates that didn't pin. So, again, remember, Chicago Customs isn't synonymous with DEA. This is just the postal people, right? So they have a job to do. They work in conjunction with them. But so all they're trying to do is prevent this stuff coming in. So they pull those plates, and they had to know those other plates were also 𝐥𝐤𝐳𝐵𝐷 cultures. They had to know that, but they couldn't pull those plates. They only could pull the ones that reagent tested. So, and they would get a little note that just said, you know, shame on you. You're not supposed to buy illegal things. You ever knocked on their door? Nobody ever did anything. I mean, I saw the photos of these packages. I know this is how it went down. So, haploid, never going to make fruit. Never going to be reagent testable in liquid culture. It is an extremely safe way to sell genetics. I could sell you 2 monos legally. 2 monos legally. They're never going to reagent test. That is a gray area nobody's touching. I promise you it is. If you're trying to sell something, I don't know if it gets much safer than that. So there's a whole another side of this coin that makes it a really smart move as well. I want to buy Hillbilly. All right. I buy Hillbilly M1. I buy Hillbilly M2. I put them in a bag. I grow
There you
Hillbilly.
go. Exactly. I got a Hillbilly mono. That's right on the list today.
All right, guys. Are you guys hearing what I'm telling you? If you ever needed a reason, if you're all worried about the DEA, man, if you guys, you know, are impatient and can't wait 5 years for this to all be legal anyway or decrimmed everywhere, got another reason you might want to learn how to isolate monokaryons.
And start swapping them. Like we're swapping dikaryons and everything, but like start swapping monos, you know? Like the formula is that it's like n times n minus 1 divided by 2. So if you have 10 monos, that's 10 times 9 divided by 2, which is 45.
Yes.
So if you have 10 monos, you can make 45 novel combinations.
Right.
That number when you go to like 20, you're in the hundreds.
Yeah.
And that's of the same 10 monos. Like,
and that's not if you take a cross and cross that with something.
Yeah. Yes. And then imagine, so you take each one of those monos and also do diamonds with all the dikaryons you have. You're getting to like you're going to like need people to help.
Yeah, you could buy 10 monokaryons and have a lifetime of work and still fail.
Oh, 10 lifetimes of work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Even if you get 1 mono and you have 10 dikaryons, that's 10 new things you're gonna go.
Yes.
This gets ridiculous so fast. And as I look at the like 4-foot-high piles of agar plates over there.
All right, guys.
Yeah, it adds up fast.
Look at that. Still clean, no particulate, guys.
Heck yeah.
No particulate. Just thought I'd pop that back in there. I love looking at that thing. It makes me feel good. Makes me feel like cool. Maybe
I must have missed that. What is that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They talk about that every day here. The AQI, air quality index.
Yep.
If it's above 50, you're supposed to stay inside. They've got different levels.
Oh, that's what AQI. Okay, yeah. So mine.
Yeah, air quality index.
Yep. No particulate.
It's there's an app on your phone you can get. It's usually in major cities. Here in Bangkok, it's always over like 200 every day, and they're burning the rice fields now. They like burn the rice, the leftover chaff or whatever in the rice fields, and it just gets horrible this time of the year. And so there's most days you shouldn't go outside. Stay inside and grow mushrooms.
Exactly. Yeah, I think so one thing I just popped in my head again, I want to bring up earlier, your new in the bag breeding process, Ed.
Full disclosure, that's not really a new thing. That actually is a post from, it was 2006. Workman, yeah.
Workman did it. Yeah, I mean a version of it. So yours is a little different, but yeah, basically a similar concept. But again, guys, right? No one, Ed isn't filing a patent on this, so you know,
I'm not
let's
claiming
not get carried away here.
And I'm sure, like Jeff was saying, he does it too.
Yeah.
The only thing I think I've modified it is doing it at the same time, primarily because I'm lazy.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, fuck it, the bag's open already. Why don't I just chuck them in? Because you know, a piece of agar, a dikaryon, a mono, they're gonna grow different rates anyway. So it's so hard to predict. I was like, yeah, it's open already. Just chuck them in at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing too.
Here was my thought.
it's a
So
lot
I know some of the early guys who were doing these diamonds were they liked the plate, and they had a whole plating process because they could strategically make it so that there was enough room on the plate to see the new rhizomorphic growth, right?
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and or I mean, I could show pictures, but basically you can see it on the
Yeah.
plate, and that's great for like a visual confirmation of your work, especially if you're just trying to get a little confirmation before you go to grain. But now again, the thing that I think is important, the thing I want to talk about here a little bit, agar work, right? Petri dishes, 2-dimensional space. You're making mycelium grow in 2 dimensions, 2 axis, and in nature it grows in three dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
So, and even just the intricacies of how they grow, all that stuff, my hunch is it likes growing in 3-dimensional space.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're allowing a cross to occur in 3-dimensional space of a grain bag, my hunch is that's probably a good thing, right? You're mirroring how it is occurring in nature a little bit more. The plate is a little more artificial. Plates are great, right? Your Ed's buddy from Louisiana, one of his old colleagues, is a professor down there in mycology, and he had a student who wanted to do some media tests. So Ed said, oh, well, ask Geeky to send you some cultures. So I sent them some cultures. They did the test. And of course, you love a Petri dish because you can take a consistent transfer. You can measure growth rates. It's all measurable, right? This is the benefit of this Petri dish. But if really you're just going for fruit, which is usually not what the scientists are going for, I think there's really something to this letting the breeding happen in grain, in a 3-dimensional matrix. I think that's going to prove to be a good move.
I've had incredible success. I don't know, Jeff, have you had? I literally have had almost, I'd say at least 90% success. Something different pops out. And, you know, back in the day, they used to talk all this shit about the mating alleles, the pheromone alleles. And I want to slap whoever kept talking about that, because literally I'd say 90% of every cube mono and dimon and they've mated, and something has popped out like different or the same, but who gives a crap? You know, you just try it again. Right. This stuff about mating alleles, not like they're not being compatible and all that, blah, 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 intersterility groups and all that. It's bullshit. Just chuck them in a bag.
Yeah.
Like, it's like way easier. Don't have to think about it too much.
Yeah, I think sometimes there was a practice from the shroomery and from some of these people where for a hot minute, the guys that were like, hey, we could just read some of these scientific papers and maybe like figure some stuff out. And so then they read about mating alleles. Of course, the paper they read most likely wasn't about Psilocybe cubensis, because nobody's writing scientific papers about Psilocybe cubensis. So now you're already trying to transfer some information about one genus, likely not remotely related at all, to the cubes that we grow without ever knowing whether that makes sense or not. Yeah. I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes from. Sometimes you can read a paper about a certain genus and species of mushrooms and go, oh, well, it says this. I wonder if that applies to this genus and species I'm looking at over here. And it might, but it also very likely might not have anything to do with it.
I think might not. Those papers about Schizophilum and Caprinus by Raper and all those guys, they were such a hindrance for the people coming in now. I would say just don't even read those papers. They're gonna confuse you. And even if you're like me, I know how to read them because I've been doing this shit for a while. But just don't read them. Just listen to people like us and do what works. And figure it out later. If you want to figure out the genetic mechanism for it and whatever, that's great. If you just want fruit and want to make something new, just do what we're telling you to. I mean, I hate to say that, but do what other people say, follow the tech or whatever, you know, all that crap about Schizophilum and Caprinus and all that shit. It's pointless kind of really for us. I mean, it's great to know the theory behind it, but don't get too wrapped up in it. That's what I said. The gatekeepers, they want you to be mired, you know, in this quagmire of you have to read Raper 1975 to learn about Schizophilum in the 45. No, you don't. You don't. Trust me. You don't need to.
You
know
have
all
to
that
read
shit.
a paper that's going to make you go, I give up. I'll just listen to this guy. That's
that's
what's
exactly.
happening.
That's what the gatekeepers want. They want you to be, bogged down in the all that shit that you really don't need to know. Trust me, I did all that shit before. It's useless for us.
Man, that's like
Sorry, Ron, but most of that
real
shit's
quick.
useless.
Geeky, going back to something you brought
So
up
thanks for the-
earlier, right when I came on. I think of myself more as a farmer, if anything.
Sure.
More than, Ed's talking about mycology. I don't know anything about all that stuff, and nor do I have much interest. I'm just trying to grow some shit. That's all.
Sure. Yeah. And that's great. Sure. I think anybody that says I broadly love fungi, right, and want to apply scientific principles to learn more about them, figure something out about them, maybe you're in the realm where it makes sense to say I'm an amateur mycologist. But if you are truly just trying to grow mushrooms, and you don't truly, like if you're reading a scientific paper, but you're just doing it to grow better mushrooms, then yeah, probably not using that term is very appropriate.
And here's another thing. There's not a single thing that I do that's scientific.
Well, come on.
Well,
I mean, you're pretty methodical, dude. I've watched you.
There's a scientific
method. You're pretty methodical.
Well, if we're talking about the scientific method, that's certainly not something that I, formally involve in my growing.
Sure.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
You should probably go read the first chapter of a chemistry or bio book and look up the scientific method. We all do it. Yeah. Every time you go to a restaurant and pick what food you want to eat, you're using the scientific method. Yeah, it's very simple. You make a hypothesis, you test it. So you go to the restaurant, you say, I might like a hamburger. I'm going to order a hamburger. You eat the hamburger. If you don't like it, you don't order it again. Maybe tomorrow you get a cheeseburger. That's the iterative process of the scientific method. Everybody does it.
So you're
24 hours a day.
scientific. I know what you're saying, Wardrobe. I mean, you can be scientific in your approach to cultivation and go, but I'm not really a mycologist. I really don't want to learn all the taxonomical rules and structures, and you can say I'm not really into the science of mycology, so I don't want to call myself a mycologist, but you can still be a scientist. You still work scientifically. If you FAFO and actually learn from your FAFOs and then have that change your next FAFO, it's a scientific process. You're going, I think this is going to work. I'm going to try this. I'm going to put Kool-Aid in my substrate, and it's going to give the mushrooms more sugar. Let's see if it works. And then you grow a bunch of trike and it doesn't work. And then you're like, wow, I drank this Kool-Aid. This sucks. It's got a bunch of trike in it. How's this happen? And then you don't do that again. That is a scientific process. It's very rudimentary, but it's still, in general, I think human beings by our nature are doing that all the time.
Yeah.
But
that's why we're humans.
You're not a scientist.
Yeah, maybe there's a difference between a citizen science or somebody who's, doing hobby science and an actual PhD mycologist. And I understand. I certainly think it's wonderful to give somebody who, like Ed, who has done that, their respect for reaching that level. That is a different thing than what I'm doing, for sure. But there's nothing wrong with saying you're doing science or you're being proud of your work, whatever. Yeah.
Well, what separates really the scientist from the average person is record keeping. We as a community are not so good at record keeping.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't even keep track of a fucking agar plate and write the name on it, Like really, if you're going to publish and have reproducible. So science is all about reproducibility. In order to reproduce things or compare to other previous experiments, you have to write down the data, and we're not very good at that. For various reasons, probably because most of us are too high, but
data and those pesky variables.
No, you just don't care.
It requires time and resources.
Time,
as well, right?
Yeah.
It's not something that you can just easily incorporate into what you're already doing. At least not for me.
It's boring. I grew I made my pan substrate. You know what I did? I sat, smoked a cigarette, and chopped up straw and threw a handful of shit in it, and then boiled it.
Right.
That's what I did. I don't know. That's probably what I'm going to do again. I got another bag of Estero. Like, that's probably what I'm going to do again. You know why? Because it's boring. Science is boring, you guys. I've spent my whole life doing boring. And when did becoming a farmer, saying you're a farmer, we have this negative connotation. Oh, you're just a farmer. A farmer, we eat every day, right? Like, when you live in an agricultural country like I do in Thailand, you are damn close to realizing that how tenuous every human's relationship is based on farmers and what they do every day. These are important people, and there's nothing wrong with calling yourself a farmer.
No, I've got friends.
I don't know when in America.
Don't think those guys ain't doing work. The farmers today that's not, you're not just a little garden in your backyard. Farming is a real science. Yeah.
Yeah, sometime in the 1960s or 70s, farmer became like this negative thing, like you're homeless or something.
Yeah, like you're just some
hillbilly
hillbilly
farmer.
Now, I will say, because I really appreciate Wardrobe. I said it earlier, you know, he used to go by Wardrobe Mycology, switched to Wardrobe Fungi. Really respected that. I'll tell you the people, and they exist in this community, the ones who say, I don't know, Dingleberry Mycology, and then all my posts are using the buzzwords, right? Or not even using the buzzwords, but just like a photo of like a gel from electrophoresis. And then the comment will just be like, stay tuned, doing some big things. And I'm like, don't do that. Don't portray yourself as a scientist or a true mycologist, but then have like the most ambiguous fucking post of all time. Don't do that.
Yeah.
If you're actually going to pretend or try to look like a scientist, then say something scientific. Say something that convinces me you're actually doing something scientific that might be interesting to pay attention to and see what you're doing. That's my whole deal, is how you're just coming at me with it. If you're just like, Wardrobe Mycology, I grow mushrooms, I love growing mushrooms, I think most people would never get offended by that. Now, if you started like claiming you figured a bunch of shit out and blah, 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 and it was some bogus science, it was just some fabricated bullshit, then I would have a problem with that.
No, it's more personal for me. I like to use words the way that I feel like they should be used. That's all, you know.
I like it.
There are a lot of words that I don't know, even when we're talking about modernism and postmodernism and things like that earlier, sometimes we have different definitions. I don't know where I'm going with this, but to me, I have an idea of what a mycologist is. That's all. And, you know, now we're going on and on about this, but whatever.
No, it's a good topic, I think. It's a good topic. I'll tell you my comparison to what you're talking about. So back in the day, if you said the word rape, it meant when a man, against the will of a woman, penetrated or had sex with her, right? That's what rape was. Now you can go to Aldi's or go to Whole Foods and be like, oh my God, I just bought some groceries at Aldi's. They fucking raped me. Right? We've diminished the power of that word.
Sure,
it's cheapened. The sacred, it's cheapened. It's definitely cheapened. So then when a woman gets raped, it's now being said in a way that does not hold. And as I mentioned tonight, I'm a poet. I can 100% agree with you that you are diminishing that word with every non-mycologist that actually calls himself one. Or even the word awesome, right? The oldest use of that word, that was reserved for like the Grand Canyon or meeting your maker or fucking somebody for the first time. Now, awesome, the way I use that word, my daughter can paint a picture of a hamster and show it to me and I'll go, oh, that's awesome. That's not awesome. It didn't inspire awe in me. But right? We are in an era where we are slangifying a lot of words and we are diminishing their original meaning.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. It was a bad thing. Like, like if you saw like, you know, somebody running down the street on fire, it was awesome. Cause like, wow, I'd never, but it was like a bad thing. It wasn't like a good thing.
Right. Inspiring the kind of awe that, maybe you don't.
Yeah.
Well, and this also has to do with this also has to do a lot with, you know, these other fields that I work in as well, and how terms are used in these other fields, and how I, you know, largely disagree with that some of the time. So anyway.
And I mean, to be fair, right now, and I think we can all acknowledge this, there are plenty of people in this community who are absolutely 100% purposely using that word to their benefit. They are definitely trying. They go, well, if I call myself, you know, amateur mushrooms, no one's going to buy anything from me. If I call myself prestige mycology, it sounds way better. Oh, where'd you get your LC from? Amateur mushrooms? What? I get mine from prestige mycology. Right? Like these are games that are definitely being played in here. The post, there's a couple people on IG that drive me up a fucking wall because I can just see the manipulation. They might be doing some decent work, but the presentation of the IG post drives me crazy because I know it's manipulating people. But what can we do? I mean, we can only do us, right? So we just keep we just keep
well, you know, it's only a matter of time.
exactly.
I think what's happened with weed and vapes here is it's become highly sexualized too. So it sells. It's only a matter of time before those IG people start to incorporate, oh, look at my penis envy mushroom. Oh, don't you want some of this? Like, it's only a matter of time. That like,
somebody's done that. I'm not going to name names, but there's a well-known cultivator who, you know, depending upon what girlfriend he has, grabs, you know, a big old Melmac or a penis envy, and she gets in her bikini, and he, you know, tells her to hold the fruit in her crotch and post that as a, people are already doing that. Yeah.
Marketing.
Yeah. Just smart. Yeah. Cars, right? Those car magazines.
Yeah.
It's got a half naked woman's butt on it. I'm sorry, man.
I
like
mean,
cars.
I fall for
I don't
it
need
too,
to
you
look
know?
at butts.
If I see a motorcycle magazine, I was just at the bookstore, and like, I kind of want to look at the motorcycle, but I kind of want to look at the girl's butt too.
Yeah. For me, I want them separate. I want those two things compartmentalized. When I want to look at a girl's butt, then that's what I'll do. When I want to look at mushrooms, I do not want to sexualize mushrooms. For me, they're way too sacred. They're way too important. They've done way too much for me. I don't need to just like turn them into porn. Although I will say Instagram, you know, has done a little bit of that. But that's helped me. They've become more sacred. I definitely can say that if you go on Instagram, I mean, it's just such a spectacular amount of amazing photos of mushrooms that makes you like them a lot more, I think. But what do you
I gotta get into Instagram.
Yeah,
I'll figure out all this social media stuff one of these days.
You gotta get on
I know it. I'm slacking. But I'm just growing mushrooms. I hadn't.
Oh, what about your TikTok, man, dude? Your TikTok game.
Oh, I made the mistake of reading the user agreement with TikTok. I don't know.
All right, guys. At an extreme disappointment to MYCOGEEKY, the Myco Mamas have informed everybody. You have our word, Myco Mamas. Ain't gonna sell any genetics in bikinis. Okay.
Me neither.
Me either. Yeah, you won't see me in my bikini. You don't have to worry about that. Nobody wants.
I was just gonna do a thong with a speedo.
Well,
my belly's way too big for that.
Mycopreneur was just talking about that. He said every little clip he does where he's in a thong looking ridiculous does way better than the ones where he doesn't do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have people asking me if that was a gimmick. Like, but one of the first videos I put up, me with no shirt, was like a gimmick, and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
It's like, do you know how hot it is in Bangkok, Thailand, guys?
Yeah, my kitchen is like 95 degrees. I'm working. I did not even think about like not having a shirt on, and people were like, "I thought it was your like gimmick." I'm like, "No, it's fucking hot." Like if you go to any tropical country, you're gonna see guys walking around with no shirts on. It's just like the way it is. But trying to get likes or views or whatever.
But this day and age, oh my God! The first time that I was like, "Wow, this is the bad side of Instagram," is I follow a bunch of trade people on my personal Instagram account, and then all of a sudden there was just this woman who absolutely 100% had a boyfriend who was in the trades, who said, I should just, why should he start an Instagram account? He could have her wear practically nothing and then work in the shop, like building furniture or whatever the hell it is. And so she's all like, doing her little poses, all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, ugh, like, just no. But it works. So it's going to keep happening.
I mean, it works, but does it work?
sells.
You get clicks. People are going to like it. People are going to watch it for the sex content.
It
But
gets
are those
traction.
people who care about mushrooms or whatever you're doing? I don't know. I wonder about that. It's like, and maybe people will be like, oh, look at the pretty girl. And then they'll think, oh, mushrooms too. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm
I'm
sure
not into
they'll
all
figure it
that.
out for us.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out for us.
But it's a powerful tool. We should definitely be using all those things because, I mean, I really see it as building a presence. You see some of these Instagram accounts fascinated by fungi. This guy, Gordon Walker, he's, he
Gordon Walker's
loves
pretty good.
mushrooms. He's the guy who started tapping the boletes all the time. He'd do the videos where he's just tapping mushrooms. You see a mushroom and tap it, right? That was hugely instrumental in his success. I think he's got like 500,000 followers or something like that. So that him having a PhD in, I forget what science he has it in. It's not mycology, but it's related, and he loves mushrooms and knows quite a bit about them. That didn't make him famous. Tapping a mushroom and just going bop, 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 bop. That really played a big role in his little Instagram infamy. We can hate it, but that stuff works. So Ed, you should have just told people, yeah, that's my gimmick.
I know. I'm thinking now. I'm about to go on OnlyFans
It's not
and
too
see
late.
what I can. If this monoculture sales don't take off, I'm going on OnlyFans.
There you go.
See what I can do with them.
Yep.
Yeah, you always have to. You kind of have to appeal to the dumbest person, don't you?
You do, and like no matter what, we are
Yeah.
all at various times the dumbest person. Like none of us are above right that stuff.
Sure.
When I was in my height of film school, watching the most exotic, weird foreign cinema, writing papers about Hong Kong New Wave cinema and all this Wong Kar-wai and all this crazy stuff, really high level academic stuff, I still like to go watch a Fast and the Furious movie. Right? It's just like watching people chase each other in cars, and right, that's how we are. Or fart jokes and comedy, dick jokes and comedy, right? It's what we can be really sophisticated, we can be really basic. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Well, see, and it obviously works. I mean, I find myself, I'm looking down, do the doom scrolling or whatever, and it's like, wow, why am I looking at girls in bikinis? I don't even know why. I'm on the toilet, and I'm like, and it obviously works.
It works,
Like even when you're aware of it, it works, and they know it works, and they know how long you look at that little short, and it's like, like I hate myself for it, but they know it works.
There you go, Ed. My butt. There you go. He's gonna pay. And then hold on, where's the other one?
Gotta hide my belly. My
Here we
belly
go.
got too fat. I've been drinking too much sugar.
You went to Malaysia, it was all over.
We need to add a
Panda.
poll to see if people want us to subscribe to his OnlyFans.
There you go. Free monos with every
Maybe.
OnlyFans subscription.
I'll give it a little while, 6 months or so before I go there. Now I'm way too old, fat, and saggy now, and nobody could like that.
There's a niche for
You
that.
can mail the monos with your underwear.
Yeah.
Maybe
There's
some
somebody for
toes or
everything.
something. Maybe some toe action.
Oh yeah, Feet
apparently
Finder.
there's girls
That's
that
where
make
you're meant to be.
Oh, Ed. Oh, I got it. You need to
That's
do
cool.
exclusive content where you're harvesting your tubs with your feet.
There you go.
Yeah.
Holding mushrooms with your
Oh, he was made
toes.
for
Yeah.
this.
There are going to be some real freaks on your channel.
That's what you got to do. This is what
Oh,
we
I'm gonna have some DMs later. I think they're gonna be like, "What did you say?" There you go. Yeah, there's your meme. Oh.
do. There it is. There it is. Golden teacher. Golden toenail.
It looks like he's done that before.
He was
Yeah,
good at that. And that
I
was
do
with
yoga
socks on.
sometimes.
All right,
There's a whole
guys.
new meaning to foot fungus.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Let's see if
I
we
might bleach that later.
Here's a good question, and we're gonna try to remotely get back on track here.
Yeah, we're going
Is
on
there a
tangents.
track?
We had a track.
Yeah.
Here we go. I just like roughly about mushrooms between my tangents about postmodernism and yeah, OnlyFans. Yeah. Okay. B. Hendricks. If a grower has some dark vibes, could those mushrooms you eat translate dark vibes into the experience?
If you're
Who
thinking
wants
that,
to- who
maybe,
wants to
but I
answer
don't
that?
know how. For me, I don't. If you go into the trip thinking, "Oh man, the person who grew this had dark vibes," and you're thinking that when you eat them, maybe. But I don't think. I wouldn't.
I personally think
That's
it's
a little bit of a stretch for me.
Yeah, if you knew the guy you bought mushrooms from was unstable psychopath, and that was weighing on your mind as you ingested them and began to have your trip, sure, I think that could play a role. If you had absolutely no clue that the person who grew the mushrooms had dark vibes, I do not believe that could impact your.
Yeah, I think it's much more what's going on in your mind that
Up here
affects
for
your experience. And so if your mind is telling you that person put dark vibes in those mushrooms, then your mind is going to make you have a interesting experience about it, probably.
Hey,
Geeky, can I speak to that real quick?
Yeah.
Just this is a little bit side to that is that, and I know you guys have probably noticed this, but have you ever brought bad vibes into your grow? So meaning like I went through this time in summer where there was some negative stuff going on in my life, and I usually don't let any of that, when I go into my space, I don't bring that stuff in, but I kind of started doing it, keeping it on top of mind and stuff. And between like June and August, when all that was happening, it like my grow kind of started going to crap. Like I started getting contamination and jars weren't working, and it was really weird. So I really shut down for all of August and kind of refocused, then came back to it, and everything just took off again. So it's weird how mushrooms actually kind of, at least for me, respond just to that negativity or darkness, if you will, even in your growing. I mean, have you guys noticed that?
So I'm not sure if I noticed it, but it's like I found myself when I was feeling down or just in a rush or just so exhausted, I would cut corners without even realizing it. And then, things just don't grow as well. Maybe I have the heat on, a little too much in an area where they're fruiting, and it just becomes contaminated. That's what happens to me. It's not really a vibe that's causing it. It's what's going on in my life is causing me not to focus on the steps that I had to take to do this grow and give it the right conditions it needed.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well
I
said.
remember FUNGUY MYCOLOGY talked about this. I think he was one of the first people to talk about that. And in my head, I was always thinking, I mean, it is very important to love your mushrooms, right? It's like a lion tamer that hates the lion. That lion's going to lash out at him way more likely than a lion tamer that loves their lions, right? That relationship, your attitude towards the mushrooms is definitely, like Chiron Labs is saying, directly impacting the quality of the cultivation work you're putting into it. So in that way, for sure, you don't even have to get like spiritual new agey about it. But then above that, sure, it can't not, anything with love has got to be work out better than if you're
Yeah, I've noticed a general. Just if I'm in a bad place, I think it's like you said, I'm not paying attention to my work as much or what. But I know, like I had surgery recently, and I noticed I'm seeing the results now of doing that work when I was hurting and I wasn't feeling good and I wasn't, 100% into it emotionally, but I had to do it anyway because it needed to be done. And it's funny, you can see it in the results in my bags now. I'm like, well, yep, those. Let me look at the spawn date on those. Yeah, those were done that week, and they don't look so great. But you know, I don't know. It's funny how you're. And the same thing if I have a cultigen that is giving me problems, that trouble strain or whatever, I'll just put those aside for a while, because if I'm not the ones, I don't know, whatever, the ones you're happy about and excited about, often those are the ones that do well, and the ones that you're like, that son of a bitch is always giving me trouble. That one keeps fighting with you.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. It's funny.
Is it going well because you love it, or do you love it because it's going
because it's going well? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it makes me think of the experiments where they, people talking to plants and stuff, and see an obvious difference. So to me, I feel like as far as like, yeah, and that's why to me I feel like if you're growing the mushrooms, whatever energy you're putting into them, like that energy is in there. Like I'm not saying that like a dark cultivator, like then everything that they send out, everyone's gonna have bad trips or anything like that, but I definitely think the energy you put into it does have an influence on the final product.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's like dogs, right? Dogs just know your energy. My dog, we got a new golden retriever. It craps everywhere. It chews everything up. It's driving me crazy right now. It knows I don't like it. And every time it takes a dump,
why
in
you
my
think it's crapping
house,
everywhere?
It poops by my stuff now. It's like it's trying to tell me, oh yeah, you don't like me? Well, here you go.
What is the thing about growing plants and the plants responding to energy? What is that?
There's been a lot of different studies of people doing where just saying like, loving words to plants, and then having like an identical plant next to it and saying hateful words. So they're like in the same environment, but just the different energy you're transferring to them and seeing the results. I actually had a friend who lives near me do it with his kids to show them. And
I thought you were going to say he talked to his kids like that to see how.
Oh no,
we know that. We know that's
makes
true.
a difference.
Yeah.
We know that's true. They've done that with music too. They've had plants grow better with certain music. So there's, but then that's a sound wave. So then you got to start thinking about resonant frequencies, and is it like making some synergy chemically? And I mean, I'm always inclined to go to the science of what's causing all those things, but I do believe that I have also seen some stuff where it's like seems real woojy, but it does seem to be like that energy is having some sort of effect.
There was a Russian scientist, I think it was like 3 years ago, I saw was doing a study on in words, because of the vibrations, like you're talking of sound waves, the vibrations of words actually altering the DNA of people. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, epigenetics is real. Definitely DNA gets mutated and altered from external things. So, I mean, it's possible. Proving that shit's going to be real hard, but
I think the the flip side of this is it can be almost paralyzing sometimes too, right? Like, let's just say you really want mushrooms, but this person gives you bad vibes, so you just decide to not get mushrooms. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a positive thing, or maybe you feel bad about how you weren't in the best mood, or you're upset about something when you're working in the lab, and so I think to some extent I just try not to get too caught up in this stuff, even if it is valid, just try to keep moving forward, I guess.
I like it. I'm with you. Right. The more neutral and not reactive, right? I in therapy, the various therapeutic settings I've been in, the message is always the same. Geeky, you got to stop reacting to everything, right? In a relationship, I'm pretty quick to react. Just react rather than, I don't know, I don't even know what they tell me I'm supposed to do, but not react. Basically, be a little more smart about it. Take a breath, pause, think about what you're about to say. Is it going to make things worse or better?
Count to 10.
Yeah, count to 10. Yes, take a deep
I
breath.
saw one of those Cops episodes. They had a guy like with a knee in his back, and he was like 1, 2, 3, and they had like a taser in his kidneys and like a knee in his back. And he's like, "Don't react. You're okay. This will be fine." And he's like 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's
All
probably
right.
something to be said for that, though. I do that, man. Social media has actually helped me with that because I can't tell you how many times I've started to type that message out and then retracted it. And
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes that whole reacting thing. So I gotta watch that up.
I mean, it's great
Sometimes it's
when
better
you're
to think
living
it
in the
through.
jungle to just be immediately reactionary, right? Like that probably
Well, yeah,
serves
sometimes
you.
it's
In
necessary.
civilized society, it does not always serve you. Yeah. Okay, I got a question from Justin. He says, "Hey Ed, will a mono in long storage stay a mono, and if it starts producing rhizomorphic growth, would that be considered pseudo-rhizomorphic?"
Yeah, this
I
is
am
just
interested to hear, in general, morphological changes that you've seen in really long established monos.
this is very, very interesting because when I was moving from my prior lab, I was subculturing all my monos, and I purposely put them on nutrient very depleted, and think instead of using like 8 grams of LME, I actually was using a different medium, but I like half the nutrients.
Right.
And they all look like shit now. And I did that on purpose because I wasn't sure when I was going to be able to subculture them again. But now I'm getting them back on normal media, and they look completely different morphologically. They change a lot.
Yeah.
Like I'll go, if maybe after I say
go
this,
get
I'll
one,
go
sure.
grab a couple plates, and they look so different. A lot of people put way too much emphasis on what the plate looks like. I make spawn out of some plates that look like shit, man.
Yeah.
Like I put them on media that because I'm trying to slow the growth because I don't want to subculture them all the time. Right. And
Yep.
I know they're clean. And so I don't really care because once they hit grain, they go back to like normal growth. They don't really care what they look like on agar. And again, for years and years and years, people have overemphasized this, like you got to have rhizomorphic circular growth with no sectoring and blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Once you do about your 20th T0 germ plate, you're like, fuck it. It doesn't really matter.
Yep.
When you're throwing germ plates into grain spawn and
Yeah.
you're like, I don't even know, that might be contaminated. That could be bacteria. I don't really give a fuck. Next. Like you're like, I'll figure it out later. And if it don't, it's what? I don't know, like a fucking 50 cents worth of grain, whatever. You know, I do this stuff every day. Not a big deal. They change morphology a lot. As far as like it remaining a mono, if it's a mono to begin with, it's never going to go to change to be a dikaryon. That's never going to happen. If you find you have a dikaryon later and you think it's a dikaryon because it looks pseudo-rhizomorphic, if you check it under the scope, you will know.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a mono is not going to mate with itself to form a dikaryon. It's never, ever, ever going to happen. And so if you end up with a dikaryon from what you think was a mono, either you introduced another mono or it was never a mono to begin with.
Right.
I think that,
Here
that,
for you, Ed. I got a question.
I'm gonna go grab a. Oh wait.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So this is something somebody posed to me recently, and I'm not gonna bring any names up or anything, but I heard you say something about it, and I'm wondering if this is what's going on. So I remember you mentioning something about on older cultures, maybe that have been on a plate for a long time. Sometimes you'll see that the clamps can degrade, and you won't see as many clamps on the culture when you look at it with a microscope. All right, so I had heard that, and then as a coincidence, somebody approached me in DMs, and they were saying that they had a friend who had a new DDK method that they were using, and they weren't really sure about the way it was described or whatever. But so the way they described it to me was that this person is taking a dikaryotic culture, putting it in water, sterile water, letting it sit for some period of time, and the way this guy proposed it to me was that they're claiming that this is spontaneously de-dikaryotizing from long-term water storage, and that they're just sucking this mycelium out of sterile water, a dikaryon. They left it in the water, the clamps went away, they suck it up with a syringe and put 2 different ones on a plate, and somehow they're creating DDKs by doing this. Now, I believe that the clamps can break down, but you'd still have 2 nuclei in the cell, wouldn't you? It wouldn't de-dikaryotize.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is people like, yes. So you can very well have dikaryotic cultures that are a pain in the ass to find a clamp on.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. And
Sure.
anybody who's used a microscope, I've got cultures that have been growing for 20 generations or whatever. And sometimes I look and I'm like, I can't find a fucking clamp.
Yeah.
I'm
But
like,
it's not
what
a
the hell
mono.
is
I mean, you couldn't.
it's
But
not
already,
a mono,
you
it's
know
an
it's not a
alter.
mono.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know it's a dicaryon and I
Right.
know it makes fruit bodies, but if I'm looking at a plate that maybe is on a different media, I sometimes have a hard time finding clamps, and it doesn't maybe look as rhizomorphic as I'd like it, and
Yeah.
it's usually fine. So I think those people that are making claims like that have limited microscopy experience, and they're maybe seeing a dicaryon that doesn't have a clamp from their whatever DDK method, and they think it's a mono. But it's not like not every septa is going to have a clamp.
Right.
There are
Yeah.
some.
I had some that I looked and thought, oh, this is a mono for sure. And then
Mm.
that last field of view I rolled through after 10 minutes, I'm like, wait, what the hell? Son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
exactly.
What is
Yep.
that? That's a damn clamp. How, you know.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
one fucking clamp, and then
Yeah.
you're like,
You know,
oh.
well, shit. Yeah. And I'm sure
Well,
eventually I'll do a cross with one of those and end up with a DDK or a Daimon instead of Mon. Then I'll have to go back and try to figure, all right, which one of those son bitches wasn't
To
it?
figure out what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just throw them all in the same fucking bag. Who cares?
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah, and that
what
hasn't
about the
happened yet. But I'm
Orgy
sure it
tech?
will.
Let him
Yeah.
There you go. Orgy tech.
Orgy
TM.
tech.
There you go. I'm just gonna throw all my monos. See, I'll sell monos, and you guys just shoot them all into the same fucking bag. Or we call it how about bukkake tech?
Oh my god.
There you go. There's did I have not said that?
Oh my god.
I don't know that. I just heard that word.
Well, I'm not
somewhere.
gonna let my 12-year-old watch
Let me
this episode.
delete my history here. I'm not,
All right, so I want to pull this on.
it's an Asian term.
I talk to people about this quite a bit. I'm gonna say my 2 cents, and then everybody else can do the same. Why is rhizo so prized? I thought it was a result of nutrient level on agar.
It's pretty.
I'll tell you why it's so prized. Because if you slang plate cultures, it's way easier to sell a pretty plate culture than it is to sell an ugly ass plate culture.
Yeah.
Rule number 1. Reason number 1, you might want to isolate rhizomorphic growth, and you might want to, if you're working multiple, say you're germinating a T0 plate, and then you're taking, say, 10 transfers from the various colonizations on the T0 plate, and then you're watching those grow. If 2 of those rhizo pretty rapidly on like T2, you might want to isolate that. You might have isolated more vigorous genetic. It will colonize cake quicker. Anything that colonizes cake quicker is going to be more resistant to contamination. Because don't forget, at the end of the day, it's always a battle, right? My buddy Rhizomorph has a little post he keeps doing where he's got these 2, he's got I think it's 2 different fungi battling each other out on the plate. He's like doing updates on how they're doing and how the morphology is changing and all this stuff. So for sure, genetics that colonize cakes faster are going to likely resist like a tiny bit of contamination. It can overwhelm that contamination, successfully grow fruit for sure. The other reason is because like my buddy Agar Addicts has got, right, the Battle of the Agar. So now it's like a whole thing. All the guys that slang plate cultures competing against each other, who's got the sexiest rhizomorphic growth. So it gets sort of idolized. So it's a cultural thing for me, why it's so prized. It's mostly a cultural thing. A lot of amazing mushrooms can be grown from plates that look pretty bad.
Yeah, here's something I think about that I never heard anybody else talk about. But if you're working from spore a lot, on my T0 plates, I do the opposite of most people. I go for the Toman. I don't go for the rhizomorphs because that's often likely just a clone of some tissue, and I'm looking for spores on my spore runs, not clones. So on those, I don't necessarily go for the rhizomorphs on my early plates.
Yes, in that case, you're running away from that. I just had
Right.
that too, where I had one
Yeah, it
random
is
plate.
pretty, and they are vigorous. And once and I've found that often too, the things that I isolate from those T0 plates or whatever that may not have been rhizomorphic at all on that plate, once you plate them out and isolate them and clean them up, they will rhizomorph out later.
Yeah. And now the other thing to be said is there are, not in all cases, but in a fair amount of cases, depending upon what nutrients you're putting in your plates, you can encourage or discourage the tendency for. So say I get a plate culture that's got really gorgeous rhizomorphic growth on it. If I pour a high nut plate and do a transfer onto it, it'll go tomentose because it's too happy. It's got too much nutrients. It doesn't need to travel. They don't need to rhizomorph out and go look for nutrients.
Right.
They don't need those little highways of nutrient exchange and all that. If they got all that they need right there, they get real fluffy and cloudy, right? Well, the cloudy tomentose growth right away. And then the minute I put them back on poor nutrient plates, they'll go rhizo right again. So now you're playing a game, and I'll tell you right now, the vendors that talk on and on and on and on about their agar recipes make for the best rhizomorphic growth. That shit don't even fucking matter.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're taking pictures of your plates for contests or whatever on how pretty they are, and I care about the mushrooms it grows as long as it's healthy and clean. It's nice. I like pretty plate, but
there is one important thing. 𝐤𝐤𝐳 are really one of the only basidiomycete mushrooms that will form rhizomorphs. So back in the day, before we got all fancy, if you had a multi-spore plate and you were trying to grow cubes, you isolated rhizo growth because you knew it was a cube and not some other random shit.
Yeah, that
like a
can make a lot of
contaminant,
sense.
like penicillium and aspergillus and other contams. They don't get rhizomorphs. The only other basidiomycetes that I know are going to be like armillaria, which confuses people when you get like an ATL or a pan plate, because you got to remember, like, they're not going to make rhizomorphs. And it confuses
I didn't
like
know
people
that.
at first.
I had no idea. I mean, I have grown other things, like I've foraged and, tried to do cultures and stuff. But you're right. It's the only one I've ever gotten a rhizomorphic. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, except for armillaria or maybe a few other
but
weird
even
ones.
those, there's no. I mean,
It's
I
different.
got
Yeah,
an
it's
armillaria. I'll show you. This thing looks crazy.
Yeah. So that was the reason 20 or 30 years ago, before anybody had a microscope. So there's two things that maybe other people don't know is basidiomycetes are the only mushrooms or only fungi that make clamp connections. So if you have a scope and access to a scope and you have a culture and you think, well, is this a mushroom? It'll have a clamp if it's a basidiomycete. If it's a dikaryotic basidiomycete, 90% of them form clamps. Other things like ascos and whatnot, like ascomycetes and contams, no clamps ever. So that's one way to distinguish you. So if you see a clamp, you've got a basidiomycete. The second thing is if you see rhizomorphs, you got 𝐤𝐤𝐳. That's the other.
Dude,
that's the kind of main thing. There was the main thing 30 years ago.
I saw some ovoid mycelium on Instagram today. I don't remember who it was. Someone found like a jar under their car seat from a year ago or something, and they showed it, and it looked rhizomorphic to me. Maybe I don't know what that word means, but I thought I did.
Well, if you don't know what it means, then maybe don't use it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick. And if they found it under their car seat, are you sure it wasn't maybe a rhizo?
There's ovoid right there.
It was thick, very white. I don't know. I mean, I thought I knew what it means until you just gave that description.
A rhizo is basically a thick. It looks like ropes. It looks like something you've like twisted up.
It looked like that to me, but maybe
find that picture. I mean, from the sounds of how it was found, confirming what it really was would be. This is what happens. All these little folklore stories about this stuff.
Yeah,
but I can tell you, I've had multiple ovoid cultures, and this is what it looks like. It definitely is not throwing ropes anywhere. But to Ed's point, I was going to show this. I isolated some cool brick cap cultures, and now this is aging. You can see this is from 11-14, and it's starting to get like some coloration to it, which is kind of cool. But get ready for this armillaria. Hope you guys don't have nightmares. Shit.
Yeah.
Fucking gnarly, dude.
I did it like 30 years ago. Did the same thing.
This is Armillaria gallica, and then here's a more aged culture. Let me try to do this. So,
is there a common name for that?
Yeah, honey mushroom.
Honey mushroom.
Oh, okay.
But so when I so I transferred a really clean young honey mushroom. I, did tissue transfer from inside, super sterile, put it on the plate. The first thing it did through little tiny white mycelia, but then almost immediately, and you can kind of see this from the back, it started throwing these little black or like dark brown ropey tentacles out, just shooting out right away. Dude.
So those are the classic rhizomorph.
Yeah.
Rhizo literally means root. So they look like little roots. I don't think we've adopted that term. Like armillaria rhizomorphs, they're what are called foxfire. If you've ever been walking around in the woods and you if you're in the Midwest and you kick over a log and you see the bottom is glowing, like lines of glowing stuff, that's what they used to call foxfire. They used to see it in like foxholes when they would dig foxholes. They could you can actually see. Yeah, so it's armillaria rhizomorphs.
I didn't realize that was armillaria. We used to see that in punky wood and stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah,
break a log
generally
open at night.
armillaria.
Yeah, cool.
It's quite common. And sorry to cut you off there, Kiki.
No, yeah, that's
cool. Yeah, those are the classic rhizomorphs, and that goes into inner sterility groups and wood spalding and a lot of other stuff that I don't really want to.
How good are you at identifying random mycelium? I had a bag. It was some plates that sat out, and I turned the hood off and forgot about it. So I just threw them in a Ziploc bag and said, well, I'll let them sit for a month, and if they're still clean, I'll use them. And they're not. But it's some weird stuff growing on. This one, it's not really rhizomorphic. It's fiber. Anyway, it's weird looking. I don't know if you can see if it. Well,
Ed, I was confused earlier. I thought you were saying no other mushrooms.
I don't think this camera's good enough. But it's weird. It's got orange stains on it. I don't know, some kind of strange. Who knows? Random mycelia. There's another one that popped up out of that.
No, I
weird.
I
stuff.
did say. So you're mixing my word. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm missing people's names. You guys, I'm having trouble.
Oh,
I
wardrobe.
I didn't say wardrobe. I said all cubes only get rhizomorphs other than armillaria and other that I know of. So unless you are randomly cultivating random mushrooms, which I doubt you are, in a cube, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're randomly cultivating, if you get a cube spore print and you see rhizomorphic fungi, that's probably a cube and not a contaminant.
Right.
Gotcha.
Unless I don't know if you're just walking out in the woods trying to find cubes by randomly culturing fungi, probably not going to work very well.
Yeah.
This ovoid culture I actually got from 𝐥𝐤𝐸𝐸 actually pretty rhizo for me. I haven't run it,
Is
but
it? What?
yeah, I
Let's
couldn't
see
really
it,
get
man.
it to trying to.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
about
yeah.
what I saw today.
A little bit, yeah.
And what I saw was actually growing on glass. It had grown past the nutrients onto the side of a bottle,
Oh,
so it was even
Mm.
more rhizomorphic than that. Again, who knows what it was, but they said it was ovoid.
Nice. Yeah, this culture obviously is months old, so it's thicker. But yeah, it does look a little more like that in the beginning, but that's still, for me, rhizomorphic is the fatty rope, right? Like thicker ropes. And that's I have not seen that. Also, do you guys know when the apes get the almost like the snowflake look? That's how I think of that. If it's symmetrically just growing a vein, like a vein out, I don't personally consider that rhizomorphic, but
Yeah, that's kind of what I think of. Right?
Yeah, I think maybe we're taking the
terrible.
rhizomorphic thing character
But
way
that's-
too far, you guys.
Oh yeah.
It's just simple. It was a way back in the 70s for a home cultivator to look at a culture and be like, that's probably a cube.
Yeah.
It's not a taxonomic character. It's not something that's going to rearrange the kingdom of fungi. It's very dependent on nutrient, media, temperature, pH, soil. Whether you can't use rhizomorph, no rhizomorph as a taxonomic character.
Right.
We're taking this way too far. It was simply a way to look at a plate and be like, that's probably a cube, not penicillium, not aspergillus, not whatever. It's not a taxonomic character.
we do get obsessed with the plate morphology. I think growing on plates gets really, it makes it easy to see like, oh, cool, here's a Lenii. It, you know, it always has these little undulating rings. We like looking at that. Here's pollet culture, the Tampanensis pollet culture. It's always very wispy, very consistently that way. But you can't, I think that's an important distinction Ed's making. If you're hanging out with a bunch of like PhD mycologists that are, you know, writing papers all day, they are not frequently, I mean, they're never using it for taxonomy purposes. They might be describing it in a various paper where they're doing like some media, you know, plate studies or something like that. But it isn't really talked about by mycologists as much in what I've seen.
Yeah, it's so dependent on media. I mean, you can take the same culture, the same monoculture, and put it on 10 different media. It's going to look different on everyone. So it's not a consistent character. So in order for a character to be like a taxonomic character, like humans have 2 arms.
Right.
Like until you find a human that doesn't have 2 arms, you can use that as a character.
Yeah.
But as soon as you find a human with 3 arms, that no longer becomes a taxonomic character.
All right. Well, so we got that clarified. Yeah, I also thought the distinction, I thought you were saying in the beginning that these were the only 2 you knew of that through rhizomorphs. And in my head, I thought, oh, you're right. I can't think of any other species I've ever put on a plate that makes not just the radiating like string growth, because that's what mycelium does, is it just sort of radiates out, but the patterned rhizomorphic growth. I have never seen that anywhere except for the cubes so far. But
yeah, it makes it.
Yeah, you're right.
It makes it disturbing to try to isolate other basidiomycetes if you're trying to get like samples from the woods. And you know, a lot of people are like, oh, I'll just go out get some sample and I'll grow the fungi out of it and identify them. It is exceedingly difficult. Because you're going to end up with cultures that don't have any real difference in their morphology. Most of them are going to be tomentose. If you see one that's got rhizomorphs, which you're probably not going to see in the woods, it's just going to be like 20 various, like kind of white to tan cultures. That's why we need DNA sequencing. That's really where the power of DNA sequencing comes in, is you can take your culture, and because it's the same genome, regardless of its phenotypic expression, the mushroom that you have a name for and an actual description, you can link it to the culture, right? So you can also link things that are asexual, like aspergillus, to other things that are sexual. So you've got weird ascomycetes that cause, I don't know, peach like tree canker or something. And then you take that and you're like, well, there's peach tree canker, and it's connected to this aspergillus, what they call an anamorph, the asexual thing. And so on culture, it may form, you know, the teleomorph, the sexual state on the peach tree, but then you can link it to the anamorph, the asexual state on a culture dish. And so that's one of the real powers of DNA sequencing, is that whether it's the sexual state or asexual state, it's going to have the same DNA sequence. But again, in one position, you know, on the tree, it's reproducing sexually because that's what it does. But if you're growing it on an agar plate, it's just like, yeah, I got sugar, I'll grow. Right. Like it doesn't need to reproduce sexually, right? Like most things that's the same idea with our fungi, right? They make mushrooms to produce sexual spores so they can go to other places and have diversity. So I'm going back. I haven't taught any lectures in like 3 months. I'm going back into teacher mode here.
That made me think about some. So you just were talking about this peach tree canker. So like back in the day, did the old school mycologists think that was 2 different fungi?
Yes, it's a problem now because with the names, you've probably heard what a teleomorph, it means the sexual, and an anamorph is the asexual. Right. Here's a problem because now a lot of the things that we knew as diseases, you know, like chestnut blight, it has a sexual name. I think it's got hypocrea. And then it's got like an asexual name because the plant pathologists, they would go and say like, oh, well, let's like scrape this little pustule off this leaf and put it on a plate. And then they grow it. And there's so much stuff that looks like, oh, it's aspergillus or it's penicillium. And they had no idea. They just a lot of times thought it was a contaminant or something. And then all of a sudden you have these connections being made basically through DNA sequence. Or if you're absolute certain, you can fulfill, you could probably know Koch's postulates, right? You take the asexual fungus and you infect a peach tree or a chestnut, and if it forms the teleomorph, then you know they're connected, right? So you do the Koch's postulate thing, you go back and you re-isolate the asexual thing, and then so all that's become way easier with DNA sequencing now. So that's really why, like, you don't really need to know what like Lactarius deliciosus is, right? Or like Boletus edulis. Like everybody knows what Boletus edulis is, but not everybody knows the anamorph of hypocrea is like, Aspergillus flavus, because they look so different.
Right.
So yeah, that's just one of the things.
But it's the same. It's the same stuff.
It's
same
exactly
DNA.
the same organism. It emphasizes the phenotypic sort of plasticity of these organisms, fungi, and that they look so different. We've got it quite easy, to be honest. Like we live in a very simple world. In our cube world, that's why I enjoy cultivating cubes, because it's like just so nice and simple.
Right.
And yeah, once something weird pops out, it's like, like I don't think about it that much anymore because it's just fun. Like it's fun. I don't know. Like if that doesn't work, I'll try another one. It's fun. It's like I don't really think about it. I've got all this education and all these years of training. I don't give a fuck about that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like I just want to grow mushrooms. I mean, like I said, I just want to like grow mushrooms and sell spores. Like, for the next 30 years of my life, that's like kind of all. I don't really.
Adds retirement plan. Yeah. It's good.
I don't have any grand. Maybe I don't know. Maybe a couple
do what you enjoy, man. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Yeah. Like you guys were talking about the vibes. You got to have good vibes, right? A little bit, or get good vibes from what you're doing. If you have bad vibes, you should get good vibes by doing something that gives you good vibes.
Yeah. For sure.
There's too many things in the world that give us bad vibes. Man, watching the news, I stopped watching the news.
Yeah,
when I talk to Americans, the first fucking thing they want to talk about is the goddamn election. And I tell them, I'm like, fucking shut up. I don't care. And I usually have to tell the average American at least 3 times, like dead in the eye, like, I do not care. I do not care. And then like a minute later, they're still like talking about it. I'm like, I do not care. And they just, I don't know. It's this obsession with shit in America that it's like, I don't give a fuck really. I'm sorry. Even when I
moved
there,
away from here for a reason.
Yeah. No, well, I didn't even care when I lived there.
Right.
Yeah. Why people fill their heads with this shit they have no control over boggles my mind.
Yeah.
But you have no control over any of this shit.
Nope. And our talks
at
about
all.
it are not changing it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a form of self-righteousness, right? Just appearing well informed and caring and all that.
Oh yeah.
And virtue signaling.
Virtue signaling.
Like
yeah.
Dude, I hated that term when I first heard it, and now I'm like, it's everywhere.
It is.
Yeah.
It's literally everywhere now. I mean, the little frames that go around your Facebook profile so you can show you're in support of something. It's like, oh, really? I needed a frame to let people know who know me that I don't support like Russia invading Ukraine.
Hey,
like
I gotta go,
sovereign
guys.
state. Oh, cool, man. All right,
Yeah.
dude. Thank you.
Nice meeting you,
Thank
man.
Good night. Thank you
All
for
right.
everything.
Yeah, good night, Wardrobe. Thanks for coming, dude. Happy New Year.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, it's what we do, and that's how they got us all so distracted too.
Yes, distracted. That's the
So
best word.
distracted.
Yes, you distract people, and it's also this kind of divide and conquer thing. Like if you divide people, they can't focus on anything, and they're all over here. This week they're doing the LGBT thing, and then they're doing the war thing, and then they're doing the politics thing, and then they're doing the homeless thing, and then they're doing the drug thing, and it's like these people, they have no purpose because they're just, and they turn on Instagram and it tells them the next cause that they should fight for.
Yep.
And it's like,
Or
wow.
man, my favorite one is the one where like Nobody's listening to Michael Jackson. Then Michael Jackson dies, and now everybody's got to post about how important Michael Jackson was to him and all this kind. Right? Like somebody dies, and then they got to do a post, and it's like you didn't think about that guy for 10 years, and then now he's dead, but now you're gonna go on your soapbox about him. Come on. That's what we do. They got us.
Yep.
They got us. So we're just all a bunch of sheep. We're so figured out.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
They do the same thing here. It's not uniquely American, that's for sure. I mean, they do exactly the same thing here. And that they mix the politics with sex and
yeah. Well, that one apparently history has proven is pretty easy to mix up. But,
yeah, a lot of that going on.
I like this point. Justin Norris just said people joining up the fight causes that's nothing to do with them seems to be a theme lately. I was just talking about somebody. I forget who I was talking to. This was back when Black Lives Matter was happening. And I was like, yeah, I'm all about that. I mean, I lived in Detroit, man, for about 11 years. I had almost only black friends. I've gone to black church. I go to black parties. I go to black people's house. I'm like, I've fully integrated into black culture as a white person, but it's not my fight. I can be an ally. I can be in support of it. But like, I don't need to, it's not my fight. Everyone should be able to discern what their fight is, right? Like I don't have a fuck cancer bumper sticker on my car. I haven't gotten cancer yet. I haven't lost anybody super close to me unexpectedly to cancer where I needed to pick up that flag and make it my fight. If I get cancer, I'm gonna get a fuck cancer sticker on my car. Then it's gonna be my fight. Right. I think part of a lot of the mental health crisis right now, one of the big problems is we're so informed. We're so inundated with information. This concept of news, right? I mean, I read this really cool book last year. Before the telegraph, like the only thing you knew about was what was going on in your town, or like realistically, like your little part of your town.
Mm-hmm.
You maybe would once in a blue moon hear about what the president was doing or something like that. But early on, right, news traveled slow. And so it was easy to really be primarily concerned with what your actual immediate environment had for you and was going on. Like I didn't need to worry about the guy 10 houses down. I need to worry about my neighbor. And so I knew what was up with my neighbor, right? And then the telegraph came along. And now I can tell somebody in Topeka, Kansas about what's going on in New York City. And they created the daily news. This was a novel concept. Just random news you needed to know. Why did you need to know it? You didn't. But they told you needed to know it. And so it became a form of entertainment. And this book talked about the merging of making news that didn't pertain to you, also sort of a form of entertainment. And it's just escalated from there. Like, do you guys know about Lincoln Douglas debate? Right? Like in school, if you were on the debate team, I was on the debate team, you use Lincoln Douglas rules. It was like a formal set of rules for how you would debate somebody. Well, that came from, back in the day, Abraham fucking Lincoln and Frederick Douglass would go around, they toured around the country, and they just debated each other for the whole fucking day. And it served a very vital purpose because you'd go to a small farm town, everybody from that town would come in to listen to them. They would even take dinner breaks, like, oh, we're going to take a break so you guys can go eat dinner and then come back. They considered that one little event to be like where they were going to get all their news for the entire year, all the concepts, all the political things to think about. And that was going to fuel them until somebody else came around and all this. So they were used to long form content. Everything was long form content back then. There was no snippets. There were no sound bites, right? So sophisticated, higher level thinking, synthesis, creative problem solving, all this was the norm for all these farmers and pioneers and all this stuff. You know, you couldn't go to Home Depot and buy the thing you needed. You needed to fucking make it. If you needed something, right? You had to make it. If something broke, there was no service center. You had to fix it. the level of resourcefulness that everyone had to have back then was huge. And ever since modernism came in and all the industrial revolution and all the technology, starting from the telegraph onto smartphones and AI and all this stuff, has done nothing but make us dumber and dumber and more satiated. And why
It seems like it might be starting to turn around, though. Like with YouTube and stuff now, there is a lot of it. There's a lot of long form conversation, intellectuals
Starving
talking
for it.
about things that you can, if you want to, it's out there now.
Yep.
There's obviously we're inundated with the blurbs and the little quickie inflammatory, stuff too. But it's amazing how much real information you got. People with PhDs talking to you about I don't care what you're into. You can find somebody out there just freely giving the information. You don't have to go to college and pay somebody $40,000 anymore. Or, it's just out there, man. You just got to be able to be smart enough to figure out who to listen
you know how to dig through the information.
Yeah. Yep. Figure out some kind of parameters for yourself to determine who's worth listening to and who's not. And
yeah, that's kind of what I figure for the next year, at least, is sort of one of my main goals, is to try to cut through some of the shit. Because I know some of the new people, the only people I really care about anymore are newcomers, because they don't know how to sort through the information. And all this advanced shit about like, whatever, monocarins, breeding, blah, 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 whatever, they'll figure that out later. But the average person still might not understand. When we so cavalierly say, oh yeah, T0 plate, they're like, what the fuck is a T0 plate?
Yeah, I have to be careful with all the terminology.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember to like not use all the terminology. And like, I just figure it's a bit like selfish too, because the more people there are growing mushrooms, the more people that might buy my spores.
Yeah,
So
now you're thinking like Bill Gates, dude. Yep, that's exactly true. I watched the thing Bill Gates was talking about. They were asking him about his little Bill Gates Foundation, why he wanted to cure malaria in Africa and all this stuff. And he goes, well, on one just basically selfish level, he goes, right now, a lot of African people die. He goes, it destabilizes economies. It ruins it ruins their country. He goes, if I keep everybody alive, one day they might buy Microsoft Office from me. He literally said that shit. And on one level, I wanted to hate him for it. And then on the other level, I was like, yeah. And in that case, you're doing the right thing. You might be doing it for selfish reasons, but
it's
sure.
like a win-win or whatever, it's like
so win-win.
Yeah, but going back to that's one of the biggest things I found. Like, people don't have a clear path when they're trying to first start off growing mushrooms here. They're like, look on the Shroomery forum. Oh my goodness, there is so much information, and you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know how to dissect it when you first start off. So I can't even break this down as much as possible.
Shit, and I
know.
I know what I'm doing, and I look at it, and somebody sends me a link, and then like 14 pages later, I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore.
Right.
Some dudes with their memes and their whatever little fucking, that's where all the meme people hide out.
It's true.
But somebody's just coming in.
It's impossible. I had somebody at one point make a comment to me, and they made the comment, then they emailed me, and it was they were on a mission that I needed to dumb everything down for the newbie. And I said, look, man, there is a lot of newbie content out there. I chewed a bunch of it up when I started growing. What I felt like there was a lot of people talking about cultivating long form, more sophisticated concepts, more like my vision was that in listening to me and cultivator X, Y, and Z talking about growing mushrooms at a higher level, that it wouldn't even be necessarily all the things we said, but even how we said it, what we emphasized, what we didn't spend a lot of time talking about, what we made a big deal about, what we didn't make a big deal about. And that by listening to all this longer conversing, because there's a lot of tech videos, nobody was just conversing about the art and practice of cultivating mushrooms. So I was like, sorry, dude, I'm not doing that. That's not what this podcast is. It will always be about people growing mushrooms at their various stages. Sometimes it will be very beginner friendly. Sometimes it will be super not beginner friendly. But that's just, I'm not going exclusively always dumbing it down just to make it easy for you. You got to do the work, watch all the podcasts. It'll make sense, right? You can watch a movie, think you got that movie all figured out. You can watch it 5 years later and go, oh, I never realized that. I never realized that. I never realized that. Because you got smarter. You got more wise, more experience. You had life experiences that informed how you related to that material. That's exactly how these longer conversations can be. Just, you got to know what you're doing it for, right? If your audience is the newbies, then you should definitely not be talking about SSRI, satellite, microsatellites. You shouldn't be talking about mega blasting. You shouldn't be talking about super high level taxonomic, logic sets and all the crap that you got to think about. And why didn't, this new genus, why did it get this name? Well, it didn't conform to the ICBN rule number 42369, right? Like, if you're for the newbies, it should be as simple as distilled water is, and then you explain what distilled water is. Reverse osmosis water is, right? It should be simpler, but you got to know what you're doing, why you're doing it, who you're trying to talk to. And we can never, I don't know, here's my opinion. It's all about marketing. You got to get to them before they do. If somebody day one decides to grow mushrooms and they find my podcast and they decide to watch them all, if they find Ed's podcast, decide to watch them all, if they find, PGT or Willie MYCO, and they just go, I'm just going to do what PGT says until I get mushrooms. These are all solid ways to start. But what most of these people do is they watch Willie, then they watch PGT, then they watch me, then they watch Fungi Fruits, then they watch a trillion videos. And everybody does it a little bit different, and they're completely lost about how should I do it. So that's when they do what a lot of them do, which is their own fucking thing. Because what have they learned? They've learned everybody does their own thing. So I'm just going to do my own thing. I mean, so all we can do is spread the message of, and I believe this, sure, I'd love people to grow mushrooms the way I think you should, but grow them like Willie MYCO says, but only do what he says. Follow it through to the end. See how that works for you. Grow them like PGT. Grow them like Ed. Grow them like whatever little guru you find, but pick one and just follow their cultivation logic through and see how that goes for you. All the problems to me come from trying to grab this from Ed, trying to grab that from, I heard Geeky said 1 time for 1 millisecond this, so I'm going to try this. And then you just get this amalgamation of text.
Kool-Aid tech.
Yeah, right. Kool-Aid tech. Oh, he said, I think I heard him. He said you could put Kool-Aid in substrate. No,
yeah, that's the problem. People miss, and then they misquote. Like they change. It's that like telephone game or whatever. Like I heard this from this person and that, and then 3 people later.
Yep.
It turns into a whole different thing, and it's like, ooh.
Wait, I'm sure he said put gummy bears in the substrate. No, it was Kool-Aid, dude. No, actually, I said put nothing in your substrate.
Yeah, well, it's funny when people get into it. I don't know, I see a lot of people want to try. They make it more complicated instead of making it more. Like when I first started, I did what y'all are saying don't do. I hate to admit it, but I watched and listened to everybody. And I looked at all of it, but then I tried to look at the common denominators in everybody's thing. So like, if everybody, they all disagree about this, but they all agree about this one thing. Okay, I'm going to do that one thing. And then everybody disagrees about this part of it, but they agree about that part. Well, I'll add that part. And so I did kind of amalgamate everybody's things together.
Not everybody can do
but
that.
I see a lot of people from Jump Street. They don't know anything yet. But instead of just using the simple parts that everybody agrees on, they focus on all the little, okay, so this guy said azomite, that guy says coffee, This guy says gypsum. I'm gonna put all that shit together, and it'll be super duper extra good. And no, I don't know, man. That don't. You know, and if something does go wrong, well, which one of the things was it that went wrong? So
All
yeah,
right,
I
there
just
you
started
go.
with the very most simple one, and
That's
then
the
when that
orgy
works,
substrate tech.
then I'll add one thing at a time and see if it gets better or changes things.
But again, just
But
practically speaking, man, every time I see, I'm not going to name names, but there is a company on Facebook that spends big money to make sure they're the first vendor anybody sees.
Yeah.
And they charge a lot of money for something. They charge about 5 to 6 times what they should. And they spend about $40K a month on Facebook ads, and everybody sees them. There's every post they do, there's 100,000 comments, and 1 million people are like, yeah, this doesn't work. I tried to message you. Why didn't you respond to me? And still doesn't matter, because guess what? They watch the 5-second video. They don't read the 100,000 comments. They don't like decipher.
Yeah, marketing.
Yeah,
It's true. Like for me, oh my goodness, when I first started off, I read everything there was to read. I watched everything there was to watch, and I did the little mix and match and put it all together. Eventually, I just took a really ridiculously high dose of mushrooms, and then just the next morning I woke up and it just clicked. I was like, oh. And then I started this mindset of MME. It's mycology made easy. So I just like give people little nuggets of information, just enough for them to be able to eat it, consume it without any sort of hiccups, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
clean, right? I think that's one
clean,
thing
yeah,
that
direct.
people loved about PGT is he made it fun. He had the cool animations. He has, the cool voice. He definitely was a keep it simple kind of voice. That's a good voice for sure. But all you got to do is just get the wrong person or get in the wrong group. Or now this is why I'm gonna tell you right now, I hate how many Facebook groups there are. Everybody wants their own Facebook group. Everybody wants their own Facebook group. There's too many. It's just too many.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just hard to stand out from the rest. You just
and that's
get
what
lost
they want to
in
do.
the
Everybody
mess.
wants to stand out. Then everybody wants to be in every one of them. And then if you vend, you're like, well, I want to be in this one. And 𝐸𝐸𝐾 said this. He's like, well, I'm winning this one. There's these rules I got to follow. And then in this one, there's this rules. And then, I'm sick of men picking on me. So I'm going to join the all women's Lady of Mycology Facebook group. And even that one has problems. Why? Because human beings are all problematic. We all cause problems. We're all flawed. We all make mistakes. Wherever we go, there we are. We can't save all these newbies. They're going to fuck up. Do you know anybody that just got everything right, didn't get screwed over by a vendor? It's almost like a rite of passage. I had a guy tell me he spent $60 on, and he was supposed to get XYZ and PDQ, and he didn't get anything. And I said, $60? You got fucked out of $60? You did good.
Yeah, that's cheap.
You did great. Join my Discord, watch my shows. If you ever wonder who to buy from, if you're trying to buy from somebody, let me know. If you don't know who this guy is and he's offering you the deal of a lifetime, don't take that. It's not the deal of a lifetime. Vendors don't DM you.
That'd be the other thing I would say is pursue the thing you want. The thing that pursues you. If somebody gets in your DM saying, I got this thing you need, that's the no. I'll go look for the things I want. I don't anybody who gets in my DMs with go to Dr. Smith number 116 on Instagram. I got all your needs. Nah, you don't.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not sure about you guys, but I always get those messages. It's like, hey, no disrespect, fam. I saw your logo thing. We're gonna update it, revamp it, make it look good, and that's just AI art. I'm like, oh my goodness, stop, please stop.
Yeah, if anybody ever sends me a message and it starts with bro or fam, I fucking delete it immediately. Like, here's a tip. If you're going to send me a message, do not start it with fam or bro.
Yeah.
Just the warning.
I'm
going in the trash.
My take is if the first DM is one word, Whether
Hello.
it's yo, I'll tell you, the scariest DM you're ever gonna get is just hi.
Yep, just hello. It's like, yeah,
That's
a block.
the worst. That one is never gonna work out for you.
Yeah.
Delete immediately.
There's a
It's
scary one.
the
It's like
middle-aged
scam
white women that just say hello.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, these women are giving these like Nigerian dudes like $180,000, like their husbands like what do you call it, inheritance and stuff. And they always start out with "Hello, you look pretty" or something like that, and it's like, wow, that's messed up. I gave $100 to a Nigerian one time for spores, but
did you get your spores?
I just hope it went to a good family or something.
I'm sure it was needed. Yeah. Yeah, but what do you do? Like, you gotta feel bad. Like, it's these are not 85-year-old grandmas getting ripped off. These are people that, I'm sorry, you should have known better.
Dude, I live in Thailand, the very epitome of like women scamming like men with money in their pockets. Like, you can't get any. Like, there's a guy, I think it's Dan, something Thai Talk with Dan. If you ever want to come to Thailand and experience the nightlife here, you really, really, really should watch Thai Talk with Dan. It's just every day of like episodes of how women fuck over like mostly foreigners, but they're working girls. That's what they're here to do. They provide entertainment for compensation. And then these guys get really like, oh my God, she doesn't love me. Like,
she never loved me.
I know. Like, I bought a $50,000 house, which is like a fucking mansion here, you know, on this small farm, and she doesn't love me. You know, it's like, dude, you're paying a prostitute. That's her job. Like, how stupid are you? But I swear, there's probably 1,000 guys literally getting off a plane at the international airport this very second, heading to Pattaya, and this very night in like 8 hours, they're gonna have a few beers and they're gonna. It's all like a daily cycle. Like, and there's enough. This guy's got a whole YouTube channel about it, and he's just like all he talks about, and it's like so predictable. But you're like, these are grown men that have been married multiple times, but they're used to dealing with sort of this Western standard of women. And here, these scammers have gotten so they learn because they watch the YouTube videos too, and they're like, oh, I can't tell this guy I love him after the first night because he knows that's a red flag. So the scammers learn from the mistakes they've made in the past.
Yeah, they're
And, like,
FAFOing. They're real scientists. Scientific method.
Fuck around to find out. I like the way the Venezuelan lady said it. Fuck around to find out.
Yes.
I like that phrasing better.
That's the point of fucking around, is to find out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally here what they're doing. You fuck around and you find out that, wow, an 18-year-old girl doesn't fucking love your fat, saggy white ass. Like, what a surprise! Do you really think you could have, that girl in your home country? You're 3 times older than her. You're her grandfather. Why she doesn't love you?
Sad. It's what, a lot of lonely people. Eleanor Rigby, all the lonely people. Where do they come from? They come from everywhere. They're all over the place. Yeah, so just like that, right? Like it's a known thing. I know that. I would never go there, do any of that stuff, but people fall for it all the time. That's why we're just you're not going to help. You can't help everybody. All we can do is do what we're doing, be clear about what we're doing, be clear about our messaging, and the people who find it then will get it. That's pretty much all you can do. Right?
And some people are like, kind of, what do you say, like incorrigible or whatever. They can't be changed. They're like DK was saying, that you could tell these people, they're stuck in their ways. I mean, you could give these guys a 1 hour, like before you can leave the airport, here are the 10 things not to do when you go to a bar tonight.
And they'll do it every time.
You could you give them an hour-long briefing about it. Like, it could be from the tourism authority. They'll be like, before you can leave the airport, here's the 10 ways you're going to get fucked, literally and figuratively, tonight.
And they'll do it anyway.
I'll do it anyway, yeah.
It's like the freaking lottery.
Yeah,
I mean,
sucker born every minute.
These people were lined up. They were all talking about what they were going to do if they won. I mean, just because
I think that's what people pay for, is the dream of just to be able to think about it.
Maybe me. Maybe she'll love me. Maybe all the other guys but me, right? That's, yeah, it's very human to do that, to want to be the exception to the rule and want to be special.
Oh, it's optimism.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I'm an optimist. Yes. That's right. I am not.
But-
I am, unfortunately. I was at a New Year's party last night and connected up with this dude who he and I ended up being very topically connected. We were just going down this like nihilistic rabbit hole about AI and the world and all this kind of stuff, and everybody was like, but no, and I'm like, yeah, sorry, man, I am probably not gonna. I'm not the optimistic dude you're trying to talk to right now. Yeah, I hear ya. Cause nothing's changed, right? Everybody goes, we'll fight for world peace. When have we had that?
Yeah.
Never.
It's a
But you know, we do gotta realize we literally live at the best time in
human
history.
Fucking history.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this shit I got in my pocket, a phone that can talk to anybody in the world. I've got earbuds that I can put in my ear that cancel out noise. We're in 5 different locations talking seamlessly with each other. Like, this is the best time in human history by far.
It is. I mean, somebody can send me really cool fan art, and the next thing you know, I can have Ed's eyes on my glasses while I'm doing my podcast in my basement. I know how many particles are in my air. I mean, I got a putative xylaria sample here from a contaminated Neo-halopensis. I'm going to send a Kyle Kanan. He's going to ITS sequence it. The amount of stuff that a fucking nobody in his basement is doing right now.
Not to mention
crazy.
The porn we have available to us. I mean, the internet. You know, that's the reason we have the internet. You know,
the internet has changed the
There's
world.
a lot of that. Yes. That's really next year's YouTube channel will just be integration therapy and porn addiction. How to have mushroom trips and get off porn. It's a real problem. I've been talking to some parents and stuff. I'm just starting, I got a 12-year-old.
I've wondered.
Yeah, there's a lot of porn.
The stuff I see, like the 18-year-old students, I mean, I talked to some of them, like things that we would have had to go to the locked up back room of the porn store, like back in the 80s. That's on their phone now.
That's boring to them now.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like some pretty heavy duty kind of BDSM stuff, and girls are like, "Oh yeah, I did that last night with my boy." You know, I'm like, what?
That's normal Tuesday.
Yeah, that's just average, sticking things in orifices that, like, I didn't even know really you could do that. Like,
it's
like common knowledge now. It's
been very perverted. The normal going through puberty, having normal sexual curiosities and drive, and fumbling through it with your first girlfriend and all this stuff, that's gone now. Now it's all
tentacles.
Do this. It's like a video. They just show their girlfriend. Do that.
The sad part is, imagine being a kid nowadays and growing up in that. It's so easy to get stuff on the internet. I think a lot of young people aren't motivated to go out and actually meet real people and go through the trouble of talking to a real girl. And it's like, that's easier. I'll just stay in my bedroom and masturbate or whatever. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's, we got to still breed people. There needs to be more people. I mean, I guess there's no real fear of that stopping.
Don't worry. That's
that's going to
I mean, if you look at population graphs, we do need to stop breeding. We are going to run out of food.
I don't even need to go off on that rabbit hole, but there's a lot of, apparently, according to a lot of studies, that actually population the recruitment rate is declining. So we're not breeding as much as people think as far as
in
that
some
goes.
countries, that's definitely going.
Yeah. But I don't know. Whatever.
They're worried about
get off onto that tangent.
But
we could literally
get Social Security, right?
Yeah.
To pay for the young people aren't going to be like productive enough to pay for the old people.
Yeah, it's a concern these days.
Yeah. What? I mean, look, man. We could fornicate at half the rate we are right now, and we still have too many people in the world. There is a lot of people. Do you know how much industry and how much stuff we do just to maintain the world's population that it's at? It's crazy. There's
Yeah,
so
it's the
many
method
people.
we're at, though. But I don't know about the too many people. Now, trying to figure out the carrying capacity for humanity on planet Earth is a pretty complicated task. It is amazing to me. Like, if you live in a city, it's really easy to quickly think, man, there's too many damn people. They're everywhere. There's not enough room. You know, but then you zoom out on Google Map and you look at the planet and you're like, fuck, there's not anybody anywhere. Most of the planet is empty. There's like a whole shit ton of people concentrated in these little patches here and there. But
Yeah,
if you actually go just drive around the world, there's a lot of empty space and arable land and lots of ways that we can figure out to feed more people. I don't think we're ready to start eliminating mankind because there's too many of us just yet.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm
not saying you
if,
are, but
if birth rates go down by 5%, I'm really not. I don't even care.
No, I don't either.
Worry me at all.
It's just funny. I mean, I worried about that stuff when I was a kid years and years ago, and I don't have kids because of all that. But now I look back and I'm thinking, maybe I should have had kids. You know, maybe me worrying about me using up all the resources on the planet because of everything. Maybe that wasn't the smartest play. But doesn't matter now.
Well, that kind of is you still got time. There's lots of 18-year-old girls over here more than willing to accept your donations.
Yeah.
And one of them
just
might
make
fall
sure you got
for
a fat wallet when you get off that plane.
Yeah, there's the stumbling block for me.
Hey man, you can move out here in a rice field, have a big old farm, start growing mushrooms. Labor's only like $10 a day here.
All right, I got some mushroom questions.
No.
Here we go. All right, Wayne Myco wants to know question for Ed. Maybe Jeff can speak to this too. Daimon in your grain bag versus Daimon on your plate. Have you noticed any significant expressions in your fruit?
Jeff, you can take that one because I think I sort of already said my piece.
I mean, as far as like significant like expressions, like you talking like I'm assuming just like something different.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure I understand the question.
I think Ed already said that he felt that the in the grain bag is more successful.
Right. I wonder if he means like if you see different expressions in the fruits, like say you took a blob and a standard fruit and mixed them, would you see, and I'm curious about this myself, I wonder if you could see an expression that would exhibit both nuclei from that blob. In other words, could you put the blob and a regular fruit mono in a bag and then get a blob and two different fruit expressions? So one blob, one nuclei from the blob and the mono, and then the other nuclei from the blob and the mono, all in the same bag. Or if is it always one nuclei that transfers? Is there some mechanism we talked about
we talked about this. So there's, for the people maybe real quick that don't know what a dikaryon mon, you can have three possibilities, right? So you could have the original dikaryon, and then you could have the mon, which is gone with one of the two nuclei from the dikaryon. So it's like three possibilities. I've only ever seen the original dikaryon and one of the phenotypes in a bag. I've never seen, and I mean, maybe it was just, maybe there's not much of a difference if it's one or the other nuclei from the dikaryon. Maybe they would look like the phenotype would be that
I
different.
wonder if,
I've only seen one. Like I've seen the original dikaryon and one phenotype. I haven't seen both, like two new phenotypes.
Right. That's what I was thinking. It seems like in the example, and I haven't done much of it myself, or any really myself, but in yours and other people's examples, it seems like you get the dikaryon and then one new example of something else.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I've seen. Unless they were so close, I couldn't tell the difference.
So now
I've only done like 20 or 30 of them, but that's like like every time I'm making a bag of spawn now, I'm shooting a mono in there. I don't even care. I'm just like, yeah, let's shoot that mono in there.
Yeah, you gotta quit talking about that, man. You're gonna get me off on that tangent. I already got too much going on.
Well, yes. Okay, that's why I was doing the break and shakes earlier, because I'm like, oh my god, I have like 50 bags of spawn. Luckily, I got one person to help me.
Yeah.
I hope she's gonna help me. Please.
I'm
gonna go
crazy. Multiplies fast.
All right, I got another question from Myco Mamas. They said not to pull you away from your porn conversation, guys, but would you ask?
Hey,
Ed,
he was talking about bikinis.
Yeah, it's my fault. Would you ask Ed what he thinks of the cabin sequestration technique on agar, and should the transfers go mycelium up or down? So I think that's two separate. Cabin
Oh yeah, I love
sequestration.
it. I love it. I just saw I got a T0 plate that one of the it's got a little colony. One side looks a little bacteria, so I'm gonna cut a trench around it. Yeah, so I think the trench sequestration. I think dichotomist does it a lot too, where
Yeah.
you just literally take a colony and cut a little trench around it, like you were doing a transfer, but don't do the transfer, and then it'll like separate the two sides of the agar, and the mycelium will jump over it. It works really well.
Yeah.
Love it.
So now I'm wondering, is cabin sequestration different than trench I don't know.
It is.
So what's
if
cabin?
you look up the original paper, what they did was they took an agar plate, and instead of actually cutting around the colony, they took basically a plate and they cut a hole in like a cabinet, I guess.
Okay.
Like so imagine this is full of agar. They actually cut out the piece and then they put the colony inside there. So in the center, that was the actual mycelium. And so the square part was actually the cabin, I guess, because it was like no agar there.
Right.
Whereas the trench, so it's like with the cabin or the trench, you just literally cut a trench around it. It's the same end result.
Yeah, I think the trench is just a shortcut instead of making a new plate. If you see one that's a little bacterial, I just can, before I try water agar or whatever, if I see it before it grows out, I can just cut a trench, let it jump that trench, and take that transfer and move it to another plate.
It's definitely
all
my
you
first
literally got to
move.
do is just cut a trench in front of it. It's just cut a line. Like if there's your colony, just cut a trench right there and let it jump over the trench.
Let it jump.
Yeah, it's that easy. You don't got to do all the. I've seen other fancy ways to make the cabin and all that. Like they'll do it with. So I think it started with the ascomycete people, because with the ascomycetes, they won't generally form spores, and the asexual stuff, it won't form spores on an agar plate very well until it reaches the edge. So what they would do is they would do this cabin sequestration, and they would put a piece of agar in the middle, and then they would put a cover slip on it, and then they would allow the mycelium to go out under the cover slip. And so when you looked on the microscope, you could see the actual like fruiting structure of the asexual thing. And then you could see it very easily. So you could put the microscope all the way down on the cover slip. So if you're looking at like 400x, you need the objective to be right next to the cover glass. And so you couldn't do that any other way. So it was a way to like, it's like, when you like put your tongue up against the window, like, like you can see all the little things on your tongue, the taste buds or whatever they're called. Then I think that emerged into like the sequestration thing. And there's all these funny things that we don't know about that like normal mycologist people do that we don't really do. But I think that's what it evolved from.
Nice.
So it works
Right.
great. Yeah.
And
It's
then
really
the
good.
other one, the follow-up question, where did it go here? Oh, was when you do your transfers, do you do mic up or mic down? There was a post recently about this, and somebody concluded that mic up is the way to go. I have done multiple tries on this one, and I don't think it fucking matters, but
it doesn't. It's one simple thing. Mic up grows slower, mic down grows faster. That's all. That's all. There's nothing you don't really need to think about it too much. If you put it mic up, the mic has to crawl down around the edge of the transfer, and it's gonna take longer. And if you put it mic down, it's gonna.
Well,
assuming it's
so
a fresh culture.
the-
If it's dehydrated or old, you want to put mic down.
Yeah. So
but if it's
that's
a
what I
fresh
think
culture-
I would. So I always do mic down.
Yeah.
Overall, I do mic down. Now,
Mm.
the recent post was concluding that mic up was the way to go. But I have done this so many times, and in my experience, overall, if you actually start getting real nitpicky about it and measure it, the mic, Ed is right. The mic travels a little additional distance to grow down the side of the transfer. Now, the other component you got to think about is, are you transferring from the exact same medium to the exact same medium? Or are you going from a low newt plate to a high newt plate? Are you going from a high newt plate to a low newt plate? You go high newt to low newt, and that mic is going to want to hang out on that plate, on that chunk for a while. So there's a bunch of little factors at play. You can't always just say that.
Yeah, I have noticed that. That's interesting. And it'll like blob. There'll be like a blob on the new plate, and it doesn't want to crawl off.
It doesn't want to.
Yeah, I've noticed
that. But then
that
once
too.
it jumps the ship, then it's all good. But yeah, it's always going to want to stay. If it liked, maybe it doesn't like I just ran some pink dye plates, and boy, the mic did not like that pink dye. It tried to hang out on those transfers as long as it could, and then finally once it jumped, it was good. And actually, growth looked real cool. There was like some cool growth because it must have had some anti-fungal properties or something, so it started to rise a little bit.
Yeah, I heard something about one of the red dyes. Yeah, it has I think it's red number 3 or something, has a antifungal property, maybe. One of the reds. I don't know. I heard somebody talking about that. I don't know if that's
it'll
even
still
a thing.
grow. Like, don't.
Yeah.
This is the thing Ed always tells me is like, that's like people talk about, oh, you can't caramelize your liquid culture. It will eat it. It will still. The shit's whole job is just to create enzymes and structures that break shit down. Right? Like, the fungi literally destroy oak trees. I mean, as a guy who built with wood, and I know the tannins, and I know the water resiliency and all that stuff, the fungus is breaking this shit down with relative ease.
Yeah.
It can handle it. It's pretty
Yes, fungi's job is to break things down, I guess.
A lot of the stuff we do is aesthetics, I mean, I hate to say it too. It takes me a while. When I look at my monos on those plates out there later, it's like they look ugly. Like, like it's nice. Like a lot of things, we like pretty stuff, It's like
that's true.
Like we like symmetry and things like that,
Yeah. All the things we like in people, we like in our mycelium.
Yeah. Like it makes me happy to look at this bag and know that it's uniformly going to turn white, Like if part of it was like not white, I would be like a little sad.
Yep, exactly.
Like if I didn't have 5 fingers on both hands, I'd probably be a little sad.
As someone who doesn't have all of one finger.
Oh.
Is
that a woodworking accident?
Yeah, it does make it's a little saddening.
Is that a circular saw, table saw?
No, that's a joiner.
Oh,
that's a joiner.
Oh, that's spicy.
Yeah. Oh, it just shredded it. It was hilarious too. My coworker was like looking for it, and I was like, "Yo, that cylindrical blade is spinning at 15,000 RPMs. There's 3 blades on the cylinder head. There is no finger to find. It is utterly gone."
Hamburger.
I'm like, oh, not even. I mean, just almost atomized.
Yeah,
like
sawdust.
Nothing to it.
Easy. Did you even feel it before it was gone? Like, did you have time to react, or was it just gone?
So I felt it, and I actually thought I barely nicked it. And then I went into the bathroom, and I took pressure off it, and finally looked at it, and just started spurting blood out all over the wall. I was like, okay, we're going to the emergency room.
Yeah, that's what you're grateful for shock. I cut my thumb off when I was a kid, and I remember just feeling warm and thinking, what? And looking down and be like, oh, man.
It does kick in though, maybe about
after a while.
Later,
you want to go on get somewhere where they have pain medication before that kicks in.
Oh, dude, I was in California at a Kaiser Permanente. I had a resident, didn't know what he was doing, waiting to irrigate this thing. I kept telling him I'm in pain. I had to literally grab this guy by his little fucking lab coat and be like, my finger is shredded off. I can look at the bone, and I need pain medication. I have a high pain tolerance. I can trust me when I say you need to bring me some pain medicine right now.
Yeah.
Still took him another half hour to bring me fucking pain.
You need to make sure you weren't faking it.
Dude.
Nowadays, they just don't want to hear about. I mean, I understand with the fentanyl epidemic and everything else, but boy, it's frustrating now. If you have a real pain issue,
we've gone
you
way
can't
too
even
far
talk
the
to
other
a doctor
way.
about
Yeah,
it. They just give you the look like, okay, you dirty junkie.
Yeah, we can have like
don't talk about pain.
We can have like a femoral head fracture. People, this is a very painful fracture. or like a trimel fracture in the ankle, also pretty painful. And the people we determine that don't need to be hospitalized, but they can be discharged home, and then they're waiting to be scheduled for the surgical procedure. They go home with 3 days of pain medication.
Yeah.
It's like the bare minimum. It's like a perk 10, and
Yeah.
then that doesn't get scheduled like in 3 days, and then they run out of pain medication. Then they either come back to us, or they're just miserable for another 2 days. Like, yeah, we do not handle that very well.
No, and then if you do go back to the doctor, if you're actually having real pain, then you're immediately drug seeking, and a little note goes in your file or something. I don't know.
Oh, there's a score. There's a NARCS score. It's called.
Is this a femoral head fracture? I had this before.
Oh yeah. When did you have that?
About 10 years ago, I had like a little Terminator action. I got in a motorcycle accident, and my I found this when I was cleaning my office the other day. Yeah, they basically had to do a little Terminator action, being drilled.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the worst pain I ever felt. It was fractured. Is that your femoral head? And like the woman, when I went back like 3 months later, the woman in the hospital remembered me because I was screaming so loud.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't even remember, like, I've fucked myself up many times in my life, but I don't remember even like feeling that level of pain. Like, it was undescribable. Like, I couldn't even remember feeling the pain. It was like my body went into shock.
Yep.
And it was way worse than anything I possibly could have ever imagined.
I mean,
I used to skateboard.
Bone pain is terrible. Osteomyelitis, that's when you get infection in the bone. A toothache. I mean, the reason headaches are bad, right, is it's a fixed space. Any swelling in the brain, any increased vascular action somewhere because of some injury or something, or for whatever reason, all the bone pain, man. I mean, I see pain all day long. I've seen every kind of pain anybody can be in, and bone pain and kidney stones are about the two worst.
Yeah, I had kidney stone. Bone pain and nerve pain are my two enemies. Or I guess everything's nerve pain, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Neuropathy.
Neuropathy is pretty annoying. Yeah.
The third day I was in the hospital, I made the mistake of using my limited tie, and the nurse came in and asked me if it hurt, but I was on morphine or fentanyl or whatever the hell,
Probably morphine.
And I was like, all jacked up on a morphine drip. And I was like, it doesn't hurt, my Jeff. And then she took the damn cord away, and I was like, oh man. And then I had to
now it hurts.
Yes. Yeah. And I had to sit and endure like 3 more days of like Thai soap operas on like a 5-channel TV with no laptop or phone. It was like, oh my God, can I have the morphine back? Like, please. Oh, yeah. But they're worried about people getting hooked here too, like, because they don't know like that, like people, like they don't know you can get addicted to it, which is what happened in the US, right? Like 30 years ago, man, the doctor gave it to you. It's all good. Like, people didn't realize you could get addicted to this shit.
Yo, my wife works in homeless services, and the number of homeless drug addicts that you interview that tell you their story is, I had an injury, I got prescribed opiates for pain management, and now I'm homeless drug addict. So there is, the data does corroborate a reason to really, really try to give people as little as possible. But if you're doing it appropriately, the problem is the management of it, right? Like, if you're in 8 out of 10 pain and you take a perk 20, you're not going to get hooked on it. The problem is if you get a bottle of perk and now your pain is 5 out of 10, but the only pain medicine you have then is that Percocet or the Tylenol that you didn't think about buying. You just take another Percocet, and then you just get kind of used to taking that medicine. When you take an opioid when you're not in pain, now it's just you're just getting high, right? It's just a feel good drug, and it is real easy to get hooked on this stuff.
Yeah.
Real.
When I had my first like oxycodone when I was 17, I hadn't even done any other drugs really yet, and I was like, this shit's way too good. Like, this is what I want to do. Like this, I think this is like what utopia is. Like, this is, but I knew even then, I'm like, oh no, that's way too good.
It's too good. Yeah.
Ah,
I'll have old people be like, I don't know why all these kids are doing heroin. And I go, well, they ruin their lives over it. So how good must it be if they're ruining their lives over it? It's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm never going to find out. I don't need to know.
Well, that's the thing. That's when you really are like, you just got to stick to the weed and mushrooms, kids. Like, stop doing all these fucking like, we should encourage people to smoke weed and do mushrooms. Hell, do a couple lines once in a while. You know, that shit ain't that addictive, but stay off the fucking opiates, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, the problem is nowadays
do pretty
try
much
to get something
everything
else,
else.
and it's got that in it. It's like I've
Yeah,
went and
that
bought
is-
fentanyl test strips because
That's a big problem.
these damn dealers will put that shit in. It's so cheap and available, and they figured out that people with no scruples have figured out that, oh, I can just put a little bit of that. They won't even notice it in there. And then in a month, they're hooked, and they got to come back to me for their thing every time. Yeah. It's sad. I don't know, man. I don't know what like I said, I don't know. If you're doing anything that you can't look at and tell what it is, you might want to test it if you're buying it from somebody you don't know.
That's why you just grow your own drugs.
Yeah,
Number one.
exactly.
Yep.
Grow your own
Exactly.
drugs.
I've always been a kind of do my own thing kind of guy because of that. I like to know. If I did it, I know what's in it. I don't have to worry about what somebody else's motivations were.
Yeah. Even when I give stuff to people, they're always asking me, they're like, did you like grow these or something? I'm like, yes, don't worry. I grew them.
Right.
Like, they're like freaked out. I'm like, trust me, there's no fentanyl.
No, nothing's
in
been
them.
added.
could be laced.
Yeah. There's like coconut trees around here. So I'll point to like a coconut tree. I'll be like, yeah, it's that shit and rice. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Like 3-4 ingredients, like the German beer purity, like, you know, vermiculite, guar, spawn, and water. Like that, maybe some spores. Like those are the 4 or 5 ingredients. Like nothing else. Doesn't even got any erythritol in there.
Yeah.
Or azomite or whatever. I did buy some calcium carbonate the other day, but I'm gonna put it in my pan casing. It's proper casing, right? Because I think I need to like get the pH a little bit up. I checked like during one of the before I came on. It probably could be a few more fruit in there, so I think you need to make the casing a little bit more basic, right?
I was wondering about that with casings. I used a peat-based casing on subtrops and other stuff and tamps before, and it had really good results. And this last time I grew subtrops, I tried just using CV with no peat in it, so nothing to elevate the alkalinity.
So
or
peat
pH or
should be
whatever.
acidic, right?
I don't know. All I know is I
acidic.
used the only difference I could see in the Jiffy Mix and my normal CV was the peat. When I read the ingredients, it had cocoa, vermiculite, and peat. And this time I thought, well, what's the difference? I'll just use cocoa and vermiculite as a casing this time. And I did that, and I got pins, but it was
acidic.
not very good. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
3 to 4.5. So it's pretty acidic.
So I wonder what it is about like Jiffy Mix or something that makes it different than CV. I definitely didn't get as good of a pin set with it as I did, but now that could have been just the difference of one tub to the next. We're not talking about any empirical data. This is one example.
Of course, with Jiffy Mix, they might rinse it or something. You know, they might. It might be like washed peat or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
I don't know what
So,
the
yeah.
pH in Jiffy Mix would be.
6.5.
6.5, so it's almost
6.5.
neutral. Yeah.
Yeah,
Slightly below
it'd be
neutral.
good to bump that up a little bit, but
Yeah, I
7
think
is a
generally.
good-
I think generally more on the basic side is
Yeah.
better for.
Yeah.
Right. I know I've heard that talked about for other reasons, like that mycelium, whatever, mushrooms can handle a more basic environment where a lot of the contaminants don't fare as well in a basic environment. But I just never have. I'm interested in the whole casing thing. I haven't really. I would like to understand what you case it with and why it needs to be cased as opposed to, I don't know. That's just an interesting topic. I don't really understand, but I know that it makes a difference.
Well, like we were talking about, I think if people do somehow run out of stuff about cubes to read, go to the agaricus industry. They have a lot of little secrets in there that, like, basically, like, I think the way they do with the bed culture, they do all kinds of funny stuff that we don't even know about. There's a lot of literature on the agaricus. There's even good websites on contaminants and stuff. If you get bored reading cube stuff, go look at button mushroom cultivation.
That is the one that they
lots
have
of experience
definitely.
there. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, like billions of dollars of pizza mushrooms.
Yeah. And they're good. They're tasty.
The boringest little dude. My 8-year-old's quite the little forager. She loves eating. I think she's eaten 10 species of edible foraged mushrooms at this point. And I forget where we were eating, and it had mushrooms on it. And she goes, "Yeah." She goes, "I think once you've eaten a mushroom from the woods, you're just never gonna eat these canned mushrooms again." And I go, "Yes, you figured it out."
She's gonna be like a mushroom snob now.
I mean, it's really
no
true.
pineapple and no button mushrooms on my pizza. They gotta be chanterelles or morels. Get that shit off there.
Well, man, that's true. If you've ever gone to Hawaii and you go buy a pineapple, the little Hawaiian kids go steal pineapple from the dole fields and then they sell them in the city. Go buy one of those, the one that they cut that morning. It's like you never had a pineapple before.
Exactly, dude. I just bought these. They got these little ones here, and I swear it's like they dipped it in molasses. It's so sweet. I
It's
cannot
amazing the
believe.
difference.
Speaking of breeding, the freshly the ones that are ripened before they're picked.
Yep.
Which is
That's
rare. Like a Dole pineapple in the U.S. is probably been picked for 2 or 3 weeks before that.
Yeah, that's the problem with all that fruit. They pick it so early for shipping. The best pineapple I ever had was in Papua New Guinea in a little village, and just grown in a little garden. And man, it was just like a whole. I almost felt like I'd never had pineapple before when I ate it.
Yeah,
different animal. It's like the flavor, everything is so much better.
On the bananas, even something as mundane as a banana, like when you get them in a country where they've literally been chopped off the tree that morning, it's like, wow. I didn't think I really liked bananas because I ate that Chiquita shit my entire youth.
I think a lot of that's the variety too. Those Cavendish are just kind of boring. The little lady fingers and stuff you get in Thailand are way tastier, more sugars, and it just tastes better.
Oh man, I know what I'm going out to get for lunch.
All right, guys. The biggest thing we figured out tonight was that the fresher the fruit, the better it tastes.
Yep.
Immediately eat your fruit. Yeah.
So y'all guys back in that cold climate, think about it's about 85 out here, beaches.
Yeah.
No, I'm going skiing tomorrow. It is not 85 here. Yeah.
The
fruit's I'm gonna have to use the cold. I don't like the cold. I'm gonna have to learn to deal with that.
You are definitely gonna have to learn to deal with it. It is dry as a motherfucker up there.
I know that. I used to go to Colorado every year for vacation, and I like the state. I can get used to the dryness. I think it's I mean, you gotta get chapstick and all that, but the cold, man. I'm a Southern boy. I'm not. It's gonna be I don't know, snows. I've seen snow fall maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. Wow. So yeah, I can't imagine having to live in it and drive in it, and that's going to be a whole new challenge. But I'm sure people do it.
Be careful the first time you drive in it. When I lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, seeing people drive, we get 1.5 inches of snow once a year. It was like bumper cars.
Yeah.
Well, so the first time the snow's bad, you should definitely go find a parking lot that nobody's in. Yeah. Purposely lose control of the car. You have to. Exactly. I'm gonna tell you, it's just like a little pro tip. When in a bad snow, the first thing I do is when I pull out of my driveway is I purposely gun it just to see how much I can accelerate to see where I lose traction. And then the same thing with braking. I purposely, you got to figure out where those limits are. You need way more space.
Yep.
Yeah, if I would have done that the other day, I might not flip my truck. But
oh yeah, man. Yeah, Kyron Labs just flipped his truck.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh man, it was bad. It was light rain. It's a really bad corner, to be honest. This person's fence on the corner is just beaten in, broken. Just the people don't even bother fixing it anymore at this time. But I took that corner. I drive a big F450, right? Dualies, the back end went out. I tried following through, corrected. And it did a 180 and then went into a ditch and did a flip over thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It sucks.
Yeah, that's the other man. I hear a lot of that. And Ed and I are from Michigan. we've seen plenty of people crash. Every day I went to school in high school, when the snow was bad, I was like, I wonder which one of my classmates is going to be in the ditch today. Like, it was pretty common. But yeah, the overcorrecting, you really have to know, and you only get that by going to Meyer parking lot in the middle of the night and learning how to really control that. Ed knows. He did it. He knows what I'm talking about.
It's fun too. Donuts, to go do some donuts. Just
super
try
fun.
not to hit a light post. They don't move.
Yeah, people do that. Yeah. Very true. All right, guys. Well, it's only 2:30 in the morning over
Good
here
Lord.
in Akron, Ohio. Ed is just starting his day.
Yeah,
Well, it's like
2:20
afternoon
here.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, PM here. I'm getting
All right.
hungry.
It's backwards for you today. You get to start fresh, and I get to be tired.
Yeah, we're all going to be tired, but I think I didn't really set out to do this, although I kind of saw it coming at about maybe 4 hours and 54 minutes. I noticed, and I said, oh my God, we're going to do another 5-hour podcast. All right. And Jeff over here, he even said, he goes, this one's going to go long, isn't it? I said, I mean, I'm trying not to have it, but it could very well do that.
You didn't like forget about any guests after us, did you?
No, they would all
Somebody's still waiting in the queue.
There's just someone on standby.
Somebody in the studio waiting there.
No, we got them all. I think we got them all. Let me see. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Wow.
Yeah, 15 people tonight.
Man.
So yeah, we had a couple.
Big
people.
night.
All right. Well, we talked about a bunch of stuff. We hit everything from porn addiction to all the usual stuff on a mushroom cultivation podcast. We talked about a lot of stuff.
OnlyFans Meat Finder.
Yes, exactly. Talking about how to drive in snow. We did talk about mushrooms tonight, and it was good. We did great. All right, and Michael Mamas is still here. Thank you for listening all the way through, guys.
Yeah,
We still got 130 people on the live stream. I think at the highest point we're about 200. So yeah, thanks to everybody that stuck around. Hope you guys had a good time, and can't wait to see what everybody does in the new year. Hopefully it's growing a lot of mushrooms. That's what I will be doing.
Yeah, let's hope it's a good new year.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. See you guys a little bit.
Okay, bye-bye. See you.
All right. There is everybody. We did it. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in, sticking around. I thought it'd be fun just to have a real casual show tonight, so that's what we tried to do. Until next week, go grow some mushrooms, guys. All right, let's get... It's 2 in the morning. I pressed the wrong button.